Aloha kakahiaka, good morning. Hau'oli lapule. Happy Sunday. There's action at the Lexus Pipe Challenger presented by Billabong. Billy Kemper getting a nice one in the warm-up sash. Oops, Callan Robson broke his stick. Kaoli Voss is here, the Olympic gold medalist. We're gonna see him today in the round of 64. The action is going to continue. Waves are a bit more tame, Mitchell Salazar, than when we first... Oh, we got legends on hand. Rizal Tanjum. And look at big Cole Hauschman, the powerhouse, coming up in heat number 1.
The big rig right there. What a great morning, Kaipo. If yesterday was an indication of great things, I feel like today is another one right here at the Bonsai Pipeline. We got epic conditions to potentially start another incredible round, Kaipo.
Yeah, and this is when our top seeds come in. This is when the storylines, get even more intense because people are looking to qualify for the championship tour.
Yep.
And this is when the C tiers, the guys like Cole Hauschman, are joining the pack. Beautiful pipeline, offshore wind, a little southeast wind this morning. Swell has calmed down just a little bit, so it's kind of not as survival, but still some big, big barrels out there. Cole Hauschman's our top seed, followed by Luca Macinas, he'll be in blue. DVD, David Silva in white, and Joey Johnson, the local, who has been so impressive throughout the first couple of rounds in this event, is in the green jersey. Watch out for Joey.
100%, especially with so many backdoor waves on offer this morning too. He dropped a couple excellent scores yesterday, won both of the heats that he surfed. But as you said, there's implications on the line right here for the rankings already in this first heat, Kaipo.
DVD, David Silva.
So setting the scale right here, score comes in as a 3. And that was a good wave. I mean, yesterday that probably would have been a keeper. I don't think by today's standards anymore, Kaipo. Good positioning though. Just outruns the barrel slightly, riding a longer board, and that's where the shorter board does come into play. And then Luca behind him, he's coming off of a runner-up finish at the QS at Pismo Beach. Remember back here, 2022, his rookie year on tour, made the quarterfinals at this location, Kaipo. The Peruvian at Amancora, he's great in these types of waves. What a way to stall right there on the backhand for the Peruvian Macinas.
Yeah, Macinas, the first Peruvian to make the championship tour. He's good in left, coming from Peru. And there's the proof in the pudding right there. That was even a more critical of a barrel, so I look to see a higher score than his opening 6 and early command of this heat to the Luca Macinas, La Machina.
Yeah, we call him the machine for a reason. He's just such an accomplished competitor. How's she now?
Packing it. Cole Hauschman,
yes,
and he's spit out.
Oh, waves are good today, Kaipo. Scale 1 to 10, I'd say for Pipeline easily in the upper 7s. Joey
on a backdoor bomb. It detonates on the reef, and he is just exploding out. How is this exchange already in the morning? Who needs coffee?
Not even 4 minutes into the heat, and now David up again.
Stevie D, Silva, got a shoulder right there. He's going to have to get into this game because I
Yeah.
think some big numbers are going to be dropping.
And I even think that Luca right here with the pair of good scores, he's probably going to be looking for something way better right now. And that's the thing about backdoor. I mean, you got to charge those ones. And Joey yesterday proved that, you know, in those days where it's a lot of wash-throughs, a lot of work to be able to be in position for those ones on a much cleaner day like today, much more manageable Kaipo, he's going to be in the spot.
House Cole right here, packing it.
Yeah, and he actually let one go before this, but this was an incredible barrel. I think his positioning under the lip was so good. But you can see right there, that deep bottom turn, holds the line, double arm drag, perfect positioning, gets spit out. So an excellent way to start off the day for him. And then Joey fully backdoors this one. I mean, that is a pit Kaipo. He could fit in a couple of Lexuses right there on that backdoor wave. Love the claim to the emotion. You see that a lot from a pipe specialist like Johnston, and that should be a hefty score for Joey.
It's going to be interesting to see who's going to get the higher score, Cole Houshman or Joey Johnson. Both barrels were intense. Okay, so we got the number in for Cole. Nice start for the San Clemente Surfers. 7-point ride. Still waiting on the score for Joey Johnson on that backdoor wave.
Expecting, in my opinion, you know, something close to the 7, if not better. I know it's a shorter barrel, but you just got to give credit where it's due right there with those steeper sections on the right, and I think the judges are going to reflect it right now, Kipes.
I like the consistency. I like that there's still sets sweeping through right now. Cole in position, but he's got second priority. Does Luca want it? No, he's going to give it to Houshman. Big, steep drop for the big man, and he parks it. Nice backup, smart surfing.
Yep.
Quick to back up that 7.
That's exactly right, and scores in for Joey right here. Best of the heat, Kipes.
Wow, let's hear, let's send it down to Jess on the beach for morning updates.
Yeah, good morning, guys. It is absolutely pumping down here this morning. A very happy Jaddy Andre as well. I was chatting to you yesterday. You were itching to get out there. Rocking up this morning. It's absolutely pumping. Your heat number 7. What more can you ask for?
It's one of the best pipes comp days I've ever seen. First challenge series of pipe, and we're just blessed to have those conditions out there. And yeah, I was really excited about yesterday, but today is just as good as gets. So I'm really excited to go out there and just have fun.
You also play a bit of a big brother, uncle figure to a lot of the Brazilians here on the Challenger Series. We know you're going to be watching on. How's everyone else feeling in your crew?
Yeah, I think everyone, they feeling good. There's going to be a few guys that they have more knowledge out there, like Ian. You know, Ian's such a wizard out there. He always goes like finals, semifinals right here. And another guys that they surfing here for the first time, like Wesley, and he ended up got a really sick wave yesterday. And yeah, we all know our limits, and I'm really happy to be here for them. And just sometimes they don't need anything. Like, they just need someone to say, like, dude, just do your thing and forget about what people are going to think and have fun. So I'm glad they all doing it.
Awesome. Thank you, Jaddy. It is absolutely pumping. Let's get back to the action, but we are on for a full day.
All right, yeah, Jadson Andre, we'll see him in heat number 7 of this round of 64, coming up against Winter Vincent, Dimitri Poulos, as well as Ryan Huckabee.
Gnarly heat right there.
They're all gnarly. And how did we get gnarly on the reef? Let's turn to Surfline and the Pacific. A lot of storms, a lot of swell.
Yeah, super active so far this winter. It hasn't been the cleanest one yet. They had a great early season, and you can just see those blobs right there heading to the Pacific Northwest, right there in Hawaii. It's, you know, a lot of exposure right here in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, but for us, it's always better to have more swell than not enough, and today, I mean, perfect. 8 to 12 on the faces. It'll be dropping this afternoon, slightly onshore, but I do feel, I mean, the 16 heats are available out there right now, especially considering the rest of the week being much more difficult with the onshore winds. It is picture perfect out there right now, Kaipo, and as you can see, tomorrow and Tuesday going to be difficult. Wednesday looking a lot better, and I feel like Thursday now becoming an option as well.
Wednesday, gnarly, with a capital G. 20-foot faces, side offshore. That is going to be the Gladiator pit out here at the Bonsai Pipeline. Thank you to Surfline for all the intel that you give us. And we're flying a beautiful morning here. It just brings a Mino Aka to my face. Mino Aka,
Huge smile.
a smile
Yes, sir.
in Hawaiian.
We saw the Mahina this morning out there too.
Yeah, the Mahina, the moon. Well,
Hawaiian Language Month, February,
it is Hawaiian language. Joey Johnson, he went excellent. Mike Cutty, Joey Johnson, very well done. Look at the numbers coming through here. 8.17 is what it averaged out to for Joey Johnson. One more time for this excellent wave.
Yeah, one of the two regular footers out there in this heat right now. And, you know, yesterday was a good indication of a lot of those backdoor barrels just being much squarer than the ones on the left. And you can see right there, I mean, the entry point, that's the whole reason why it's called the backdoor. You want to be coming from behind the section, and I just love that he's riding something that seems just slightly longer for him. And I think especially going backdoor, a much steeper wave than pipe, you want to be able to get into the wave as early as possible. 3 excellent scores already in this event in 3 heats surfed, and we're still 20 minutes into this one, Kipes.
Yeah, 8.83 on his opening heat. I think he had an 8.17 in the next round, and then an 8.17 here to start off his campaign in round the 64. Interesting thing for Joey Johnson too, also getting his competitive feel. Not known as a contest surfer, really, you know. So good to see him, and that's the dangerous thing about a wave like Pipeline. Not just as the wave is dangerous, some of the pipe locals are dangerous because this is a special skill set to be able to not just position yourself, but also have the bravery to go, because you can't hesitate at this wave at all.
It's one of the 2 locations worldwide on the championship tour that have, you know, those surfers. Manoa Drolet, Bruno Santos, that one final back in 08 at Chopes. And then right here, of course, I think you got to go back to Jamie O'Brien, 2004, one of the most recent ones where he had accomplishment. And you look at the who's who of one here, everybody's either been the most well-rounded surfer in the world or a specific pipe specialist, Kipes. And I think Joey has that ability too.
And on the women's end, we need to mention
Moana
Jones-Wong as well, that just came out and just took out the international field.
And she proved you could surf that way out here too. And she put in her time. She demonstrated that that's what you needed to do to be able to achieve a result like that in an event here. Luca with priority, Kipes, looking left once again.
La Machina. And that one's not going to change the situation. He's going to hang on to the 5.17, the 6-point ride. He is in the lead. Cole Hauschman sitting in second. Cole in a delicate situation, however, because Joey Johnson just needs a 2.16 to take that second and advancing spot off of Hauschman.
Yeah, and good pressure right there from Cole, forcing him to use priority on that wave. Hauschman was interested, and he was looking to take the lead with the low 4, so I think right here, Luca, it's going to be a mistake.
Cole Hauschman, what a story. He's going to come into his 3rd year on the championship tour, already with 2 CT wins. He is the 2023 Challenger Series champion. His crew that he hangs with, I call them the Avengers. Air, Loco, Twitch, Rampage, Shex, Jet Lawrence. All of these dudes that he hangs with are like outstanding at what they do, and together they really form a great team. Here's Luca on the replay.
Yeah, just outruns it a little bit. Wanted to be slightly deeper than that, but Cole was kind of in the prime position for that one, Kipes. So good pressure by Hauschie. Also, Sam Darnold from San Clemente. He's going to be playing in the Super Bowl. He's good friends with Cole and Jet and everybody over there.
And another thing, too, is there's elite training when you look at guys, like you compare the NFL, someone like a Sam and a Cole, the elite training that they do. Hauschman, Cody Farah is his trainer, world-class trainer. Bob's going to drop out on this one and scorpioned for Macinas. You called it, Mitchell, as he was paddling into it. He didn't hesitate, but you saw that was a double up. Bottom drops out, and Macinas goes down.
Initially, I thought he was looking right, and he was kind of forced to go left and already committed to the paddle, so it's going to be a quick one for Luca, but as he said, much tamer today. Paddle back out isn't as heavy. Still, though, this does not feel good, and I can tell you from plenty of experience of doing that myself, Kaipo, those ones, you'll be feeling it later.
Yep, I've seen you pearl, Mitchell.
A lot of water up the nose. Too many Portugal sessions like this, Kipes.
Portugal sessions are all the time.
But
actually, I pearled in Portugal. I'll take.
I know. I feel bad for that one.
I'll take the hit on that one. Yeah.
You're still mad at me. But no, look, this is a wave where you can't play any games, and once you commit to the paddle, I truly feel it's just better to go for it
100%.
And still not make it, then pull back, get caught by the lip anyways, and get pulled over, and then if you get caught inside by the set, it is so much worse.
Yeah. And I feel sometimes, you know, these surfers, yesterday we had 100 surfers out here at Pipe, and it was a full gladiator pit. And I think what happens is, if you get through the super big day, even though it's big today, you're a little desensitized.
Right.
It doesn't seem as crazy just because you had to deal with like really hair-raising situations yesterday.
If you were able to do it yesterday, it should be a walk in the park today.
Right.
It's pretty basic. And yeah, put your body on the line, especially in the meaty part of the event, right, Kipes? Because talking about number 24 in the rankings with Luca right now, looking to make it back to the championship tour. And DVD, he's at number 31 at the moment. So this has a lot of implications already for qualification. Stop 6 or 7, so it's either this one or the next one where you got to get it done here if you want to requalify.
Yeah, and just the math is that you got to better your worst finish to gain anything on the rankings, right? Because you get your throwaway, so you want to better whatever the low result that you have. David Silva, 4 years actually on the championship tour, 30 years old, out of Guarujá.
In Sao Paulo, yeah.
Sao Paulo.
Good waves there.
Family man.
Mm-hmm. And, you know, he's truly earned his place at the top of the level, right? Former finalist at the event in Mexico back in 21 to Jack Robinson. He's been doing extremely well at the Challenger Series the entire time that it's been on. He's won multiple big events in his career, too. But right now, I think this is going to prove a point. If he can make it out of this round up against Messinas and Kauschman, and especially with Joey already having the excellent score on the board.
Yeah. The worst thing for the Challenger guys who are looking to qualify are characters like a C tier, like Cole Hauschman, and a talented local like Joey Johnson. Those guys are going to be just taking points off the board that they're not going to use.
Well, realistically, you have 3 guys that probably deserve to be on the CT right now, too. Luca, who, in my opinion, is going to have one of the best careers out of a South American surfer in the history. 2-time Pan American champion, 2-time Olympian, the first Peruvian male to qualify for the championship tour. Had a great result in Netaceda this year. That's why he's so high up in the rankings. But it comes down to consistency, and he's mentioned that that's something he's lacked over the last few years, and he wants to find it once again. So to me, this is a really good event for him. And I think the addition of Pipeline is one that benefits him on the Challenger Series schedule.
Yeah, I agree. He did well out here in his short CT.
Quarterfinals, first year.
Yeah.
Him and Kali too. Remember Kali, because he popped his shoulder out.
Yeah, dislocated shoulder for Carlos Munoz that year as well.
Some sets approaching, and Joey right here with priority. He used it very well and efficiently yesterday, Kaipo. But look at where he's at positioning-wise. He's on the other side of the peak. He's looking for another backdoor wave. And those are some good ones on the inside, those little rollers. Take a big risk going on that, though, and maybe not catching it and taking those on the head. I mean, he is so far away from everybody else. He is truly looking for that one right that's going to come through.
And the conditions continue to be pristine here. A little bit. We have variable winds, so they're clocking around ever so slightly. Swell, as we saw from our data from Surfline, that swell is going to be calming out through the day. We'll have a smaller day tomorrow, and then those monster swells coming through.
Yeah, and I mean, on a day with variable winds, if you're one of the first few heats in the morning and you know it's glassy, and especially if you know you're only going to compete once in the day too, that's kind of where I feel personally, where you got to take advantage of how good the waves are, you know?
Yeah, that's true.
Go out there. If you need to catch 8 to 10 waves in a heat, knowing you're only going to compete once, might as well get it all out right now.
And just your paced approach, right? So this is
correct.
This is the round of 64. There's 16 heats in this round. So every surfer will only surf one time today. Here's Joey using his priority, looking for the backup, finds a nice little pocket. Beautiful tube ride, just going to back up that excellent score, and he is likely going to go into the lead.
I am so impressed with his patience and, you know, how smart he's been using priority and making sure he's on the right waves at the given time too. Held on to priority for a while right there after Luca paddled for the 1, and then right here, he's going to take the lead in my opinion, so good effort right there from Johnston. I mean, 2:16 per second, there's no doubt that he's getting that, but if you look at the heat total from Luca, he's needing a 3 to move up in a first.
Yeah, he got it.
Good stall right there. I mean, you can clearly see the nose of the board the entire time, but he was deep enough to be able to get a situation change, Kipes.
Yeah, goes to the lead on this one. This is a 4.67.
And casual right here. Easy approach into it. Got in early, made sure to get the completion, and a great ride out from Johnston. And that kick out to me is something essential that a lot of people can learn from too. You always want to pencil dive. We call it a soldier dive in Spanish right there, Kipes. Instead of going with your head forward. Never want to put that at risk, even with the helmet too. But 11 minutes, competitive heat out here. Haushi now in third, only needing a low 4, Kaipo.
Yeah. Excellent, really excellent heat to start off the day. David Silva has got to get in the conversation though. He's got priority, so he's in the front of the line. We'll see how this set eventuates for DVD. You can see him a little further inside in that white jersey. He's gonna pick up on this one here, and here he goes. Silva stalling. And that one did nothing for the Brazilian surfer. So that puts him in a tough situation, goes to the back of the line and not improving on his score. Meanwhile, Luca Messinas funnels that end section. That bonus section would have served him well, but he just clamped on him. Taking a break right now, first break of the morning, but we're just getting going here at the Lexus Pipe Challenger, presented by Billabong. Local favorite, Joey Johnson's in the lead. Sakura, Betty Lou Sakura Johnson coming in from a free surf. Women are off for today, but I can't wait to see what they're going to bring when we continue competition on the women's side. Some fan photos with Katie Simmers. It's good to see Katie here at Pipe. She says it's for the girls.
Oh, yeah. Oh, she charged white male yesterday, too, with Molly Picklam. How that would about a 10-0. But yes, Pipe is for the girls. Something else included in there that we obviously can't say, but she had a good time.
I dare ya. 7 minutes remaining, and the local Joey Johnson out in the lead. Cole Hauschman, our top-ranked surfer in this heat, in second and advancing position. And that's going to be the way throughout this entire competition. 4 surfer heats, top 2 moving on into the next round.
Yeah, and situation change right here. Hauschman up into second place. So right now for Luca, number 24 in the rankings, we talked about the implications of him requalifying for the championship tour. This is a must advancement heat right here for Luca. Same thing for DVD. Only has a 3, needs close to a perfect ride right now, a 983 or better, Kaipo. So Joey with a big chance right here to play spoiler to everybody else.
Yeah, if Luca exits this heat with a third place, that's an equal 30-30, a paltry 700 points. That's not going to help his cause.
So then he'd pretty much need to either make the final or win the event at Newcastle afterwards to, you know, earn his spot back on tour. 6 minutes to go. This is where you earn your stripes, Kaipo. This is where experience comes into play. And there's obviously a couple of waves out there. Talking about a very experienced surfer in the lineup out there in the blue jerseys with second priority. But Haushi, I mean, efficient. He's only caught 3 waves. All 3 of them have been complete kites. The 7 and the 5.83 and thrown away the low 3 as well.
And Cole was actually on the alternate lists, and so got in with late call into this event, but has been spending a lot of time here in Hawaii, going back and forth between here and San Clemente.
Yeah, because, you know, certain spots only allocated at the Challenger Series level for C-tiers, and with the addition of Pipeline to the Challenger Series schedule, everybody wants to surf here, right? So Haushi, one of the few that got in, and this is actually the score that moved him back up into second place, Kipes.
Yeah, 5.83. So this turned the heat for Cole Hauschman. He's been working on his boards here on the North Shore with Matt Biolas. Some unique designs and some old faithfuls like this one right here.
Yeah, I got a round up myself, a 6'10", and then a driver 2.0, 6'8", and you know, they've been using the Formula One, the step driver quite a bit too, and driver 3.0, so it all comes down to feeling. I know a lot of people tend to ride boards that are a bit shorter right here for competition just because you want to be under the lip the majority of the time, but I feel like for Cole, he's such a large dude, something, you know, that's easily a smaller step up for him, a 6'6", potentially a really good board out there right now, even a 6'4".
And you know, he, like, for his boards, they're big, but they're not over volume because he's so fit. You know, I talked about the work that he does with Cody Farah over there, and in training, and he, like I said, he trains with really elite athletes, if you would. A lot of crossover from MMA with the training for Cole Hauschman. Here we go, judges' notes, Mitchell, on how you get those excellent scores.
Yeah, right here, barrel riding, always the primary scoring element. A lot of emphasis according to the conditions, of course. Commitment, degree of difficulty. I think takeoff, depth is probably one of the most important things. Duration, yes, of course, you want a longer barrel. But when it comes to maneuvers, which could potentially come into play if it does get slightly onshore later, progression, innovation, I think the commitment is a major one right here. And of course, no disruption of flow, Kaipo. So barrel riding always going to be a top priority, but if you can combo it up with a couple of great maneuvers, you're going to be looking good to advance. And good work by the judges too. Yesterday, I felt like the scale was pretty even all day long, and today they've obviously set a standard with the 8 and the 7, and even Lucas' 2 openers, the 6 and the 517. They want to see you on the heaviest waves out there at this moment.
Yeah, we have an international field of judges when it comes to the Challenger Series, just like the Championship Tour. So,
and we actually have our head judge for the Championship Tour here as well, Luli Pajeda. He made the trip over, made sure to be at the first CS event at Pipe. I think it's great. I think having the majority of the CT judges right here at this event too gives them that feeling that they're eventually going to feel once they qualify there.
Priority with Silva. He's going to take off on this one. Stalls off the bottom, looking for a barrel. Needs to stall a little bit more. Again, out of position.
Yeah, quick one. I mean, I don't know if you can do it right now with just under 3 minutes. It's been good, but it hasn't been as consistent as you pointed out as comparison to yesterday. So right now, 2 minutes 30. Well, I feel like if you at least could move up in a third, that would be beneficial to you points-wise.
To look at the surfing that David's been doing, he's been taking off, but he hasn't been deep enough, so he's always had to stall. And that time that is taken away from him to try to slow down, by the time he does slow down, there's no barrel on offer for him.
And he's riding a pretty long board for his stature too, so that plays into it. If you're riding a longer board, it always means you can be deeper. And as barrel experts say, if you come out, it means you ain't deep enough, Kaipo. So I think, David, that's the only play right here.
That's I always thought that was a funny quote, Mitchell.
It is.
Because obviously everybody wants to...
You want to exit. I mean, that's the whole point of barrel riding.
But I've heard that quote before. You weren't deep enough. But if I come out plenty deep, man,
yeah.
I'll take a make any day.
Exactly. But I mean, now with the 10 pretty much that he needs, it needs to be the best wave of the event.
It needs basically a miracle.
Yeah, I mean, you need to be deep and steep on the heaviest wave possible in 90 seconds.
Really, the story is in the 90 seconds is Luca Macinas with priority and needs a 6.84. So he's all set up for success. He just needs a wave.
Well, and there's comparable scores out there already. You have the 7 at Hashi, you have the 6 at Luca. It has to be a point higher than that. And, you know, right here, with priority, he has unconditional right away. And if you're Cole, I feel like just be completely out of the way. You've done your job with that 5.83, retake second. And Luca now, with pressure, Kipe, 60 seconds on the clock, needs pretty much a 7-point ride here. Haven't seen him go right in this heat so far, and I feel like that could be a big play for him right here.
I agree. Well, the highest single wave score in this heat was scored on a right.
Yep.
So that's an indicator of maybe what you got to do. A couple of lines here, and a little ruffle as well.
Well, 35 seconds right now. It's going to be a matter of not something just breaking. He's got to be on the move, though. He can't just wait and expect this wave to come towards him. 30 seconds. It's either this one or the next one, Kaipo.
Yeah, just 2 chances given the swell period. Looking to the beach. Cole under priority. He's just going to take this wave in.
And give everybody else something to think about, too.
Stalls on a small wave, gets in the barrel. Now it's time to get to turns. Taps the lip there. Like I said, he's just going to take this one in. Oncoming section. Let's see a little flare, Cole. Oh, there you go.
That's a big dude moving that board around, too. And despite it being smaller than yesterday, that is still a pretty meaty section right there at the end. But unfortunately for Luca, Kaipo, time's running out, and it's going to be Joey, the local boy. 3 heats, 3 wins, and Hashi moving through in second.
That's right. Yep, clock's off, and all the scores are in. Hauschman and Johnson into the next round. We got a big heat, and we're bringing in Brody Sale as well for the next heat. Stick around, more action from Pipeline after this.
The Lexus Pipe Challenger, presented by Billabong, is brought to you by Lexus, experience amazing, and by Billabong, official presenting partner of the Lexus Pipe Challenger.
He did it again. Joey Johnson winning another heat, advancing into the round of 32, along with Cole Hauschman. Both of those surfers, some smiles on their face, knowing that they're going to continue through competition here. And we're continuing through right here on the set. Welcome to the set, Brody Sale. Thanks for coming again.
Thank you. Stoked to be here again.
You're becoming a regular in here.
Thanks to Billabong. Billabong sponsored the event.
Yeah.
That's
no,
cool.
and we love your work. What do you think about this next heat that we got coming up here? Mateus Hurdy, Morgan Siblick,
Oh, here we go, Jacko.
JB.
and JB.
Yeah, it's a great heat, actually. There's obviously Mateus and Morgan are kind of in the talk for qualification, and then Finn and Jackson, I think, can still get it done with 2 big results, but obviously I'll be rooting for the Hawaii boys,
Yeah.
good friends, and then it'll be cool to see how Mateus and Morgan handle the pressure of needing results here.
You can see the number 7, number 14 coming into this event. Mateus Hurdy can qualify for the championship tour if he gets into the final and gets the second place or better finish. He either wins or gets second place, Mateus is on tour, which would be so justified, Mitchell, after Mateus coming just one spot away, just a couple spots away, both 2023 and 2024 for that CT qualification.
Yeah, and the big difference, oh my goodness. Morgs just packed one right there.
Clampy.
Oh, that was sick, though. That's a good indication of things to come in this heat. And this is the one we saw from JB. Just too much froth on the face right there, and just a quick in and out for Jackson. I think one of the better surfers in the event out of the Goofy Footers, too, going at pipe. But to your point, I mean, Mateus has been that close to qualifying a couple of times, and it's because the last events have always been in Saquarema. There's been added pressure there. Now here at Pipe and Newcastle at the last one, Kipes.
Side runner.
Morgs on a runner. You called it, Brody. Morgan Siblick, the Novocastrian, former number 5 in the world. That's going to be a good score.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that was a perfect little inside 4-foot runner. Kind of, I don't know if he had 3rd or 4th prio, but yeah, snuck it underneath Mateus and Finn that haven't caught a wave yet, and that's going to be a nice little score to open up his account.
Number 14 as well, Kaipo. Doing very well in the rankings. He at least, you know, makes the quarters or the semis here. Would be huge heading into home at Newcastle. Great line that he picked too, and you know the barrel was amazing. Obviously, I think this carve underrated too. He's going so fast, and to be able to control the fins on the board that way, especially coming out of the barrel like a slingshot, Brody. Well done by Morgs.
Yeah, it's sick to see Morgs. You know, it would be really cool to see him get back on tour. Like you said, he got 5th place that one year in the final 5, and then. Yeah, I think the last, like, I don't know, maybe 3 years, he's kind of just been, like, right there, you know, like one of the first 5 spots out. And I'm sure mentally it's really gnarly to not make the jump as far as, like, you know, money-wise, you know, sponsors, CT, prize money and all that. And then, but just to see him, like, just still surfing, like, better than ever and always keeping himself in the mix. I think, I don't know, what did it say? He's 12th place right now?
He's 14th right now.
14th, yeah. So he's right there, and yeah, it would be cool to see him get back on tour. He's definitely CT level surfing.
Yeah. Yeah, again, at the end of the year, we take the top 10 men, so Morgan's right in the conversation. A lot of expectations, right, Mitchell, on Morgan Siblick after finishing 5th on the championship tour in his rookie year, first go-around.
Yeah, and I think the question always won, how much did he, or the question was always asked, how much did he benefit off of those events being in Australia the majority of the time? I still think he's world class, as Brody's saying, and he's obviously made major improvements right here in the barrel routing too. JB looking back door.
JB.
On the backhand, Jackson Bunch stalls, little pit ride there for the surfer from Paia. Well, what did you think about that one, Brody? Oh, wait, we got more.
Finn, Thunders.
Finn Thunders,
Go, Finn.
McGill in a deep barrel, traveling through there. We don't want to give up hope on Finn, but...
Oh, it stayed open. Doggy door. Oh.
Wow, that would have been a 10 if he makes it out.
Yeah, that would have been a 10 for sure. Yeah, Jackson kind of seemed like on his wave he was a little bit out of position, needed to be a little bit deeper. Still be a score though right now. It's so funny, pipe, like you could, you know, that might be a 3, but at the end of the heat, if you have a 3, like needing a 3 is like a real score, you know, like you still need to get barreled. So just having that out of the way and don't need another one of those, but yeah, it's just complete.
Finn McGill, the 2017 World Junior Champion, a final with Joe Azuchi that year over in Kayama. Also, Finn, well, we'll talk more about Finn, but first this replay, Brody.
Yeah, like I said, he tried his hardest to slow down. I think he just kind of took off in the wrong spot. But he is so good right and left out here. So the waves are firing. I have no doubt he'll get a good one. At least one good one before the end of the heat. Wow, that wave was crazy. If he somehow was, I don't know how far he made it in that, but if he got over that first section, he could have possibly made it.
Live action with Mateus Hurdy getting on the board for the first time. That left at pipeline, not a super deep barrel, but at least he's activating, getting things going, Mitch.
He's on the board. Number 7 right now. He made the final at the US Open. In my opinion, I think one of the best all-around surfers worldwide too. And, you know, high expectations from the Brazilians for him to get on tour right here. But, I mean, Brody, you can attest to this, you know, being a prodigy yourself out of the Hawaiian Islands. it's a big amount of pressure that, you know, people expect out of you, especially once you compete on the Challenger Series and you have a bit of success there.
Yeah, for sure. Mateus is like been right there. Same with Morgan. I don't think he's really ever made the jump. He's got CT wildcards and done well, but yeah, he's been like Morgan kind of like the last 4 or 5 years, just been like right there, you know. And yeah, it'll be interesting. I looked at the points kind of before this heat, and he's at 7th, and there's kind of a big gap between 7th and 8th, and he definitely needs to, you know, get that confirmation of like I qualified and before he relaxes, but he's definitely sitting pretty good with the points. But it'll be interesting to see how he handles the pressure, you know, with the last 2 events and just needing to, you know, probably incrementally just better one result or something. But yeah, it'll be interesting for sure.
Yeah, and the math on who's going to be taking away points here. Morgan Ciblic in a funnel cake right there, but not hitting the spot. But talking about, you know, taking points away and how points disappear for some of the challengers. Joey Johnson, the local. Joey's taking those points away from the Challenger Series, guys. Let's hear from Joey. He's on the glass with Jess.
3 heats, 3 heat wins, 3 excellent scores. You say you're not a comp guy, but you're absolutely nailing it right now. But I mean, Pipeline is cooking this morning.
It's, I mean, these are my ideal conditions. Super clean, couple rights, and everyone knows I love going right. And I'm stoked that we're running today and the waves are firing, and I hope that everyone has a good time and stay safe and, you know, get the waves that they want.
I saw you chatting to Callie Vass this morning. Even with the likes of Charlie Crevant, he was going backdoor just based on your waves yesterday. Are you giving out a couple of tips to some of the competitors here?
No. They're just my friends, and I only get to see them during the wintertime, so anytime I get to talk to them and just catch up with them, you know, they're really good friends, and like I said, they're not here all the time, so yeah, I'm just stoked to be here with my friends that I don't see all the time and, you know, keep it a good winter.
And of course, we're not going to see you compete again today, but Off the Wall is also cooking. Are we going to see a couple big Joey barrels out off the wall now?
I don't like off the wall. I'm not going to lie. I'm not a big fan of it. It terrifies me more than going on any wave at backdoor for whatever reason, but probably just going to rest. Body's a little sore, so just hang out, chill, and just get ready for the next day.
We love it, Joey. We'll let you go get warm. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, Joey Johnson's gonna. He earned the day off. Hey, Joey, take the rest of the day off. You did your job for this morning, advancing into the round of 32. Mateus Hurdy, 4.17. So Mateus in second right now. We talked about Mateus and how, you know, important this competition is, but also, Brody, you talk about some of the math there, like Mateus looking pretty good on the rankings, you know, with 19,460 points for the Brazilian. I feel like right around 20,000 is where you're going to feel pretty confident in qualification.
Typically.
Yeah, it's a weird one, right? Because it's like you're never safe till you're safe, and these guys, until they get that, you know, text or the Instagram post saying that they're safe, they won't back down until they are. But yeah, like right there, 7th place, like that's looking pretty good. I mean, I don't really know. I think this year there's more events, but yeah, it'll be interesting to see where it all ends up at the end of the year.
Yeah, and you can see the difference. You already pointed that out, Brody. 19 and in number 8, Liam in 16,000. So there is that gap right there, a little bit of padding. Now, a lot of things can happen for Mateus to qualify, but he can guarantee seal the deal, makes the final here, 1st or 2nd place, and he's on tour.
I feel like 1 and 2 are pretty safe too. I feel like Eli and Sam have pretty much done their job at this point as well. There's a lot of former champ tour surfers in the top 10 though on the men's side, and that's where experience comes into play. I would love to see Jacob Wilcox back on tour as well. But personally in this heat, I feel like Finn McGill is one. He's a local surfer. He's deserving of a big result. He has to earn it, of course, but a former world junior champion that is looking to do damage right here at home at Pipe.
Here's a replay, Brody, of Morgan Ciblic.
Oh, that was a mental drop. It kind of stayed open for him, kind of pinched a little bit.
He's going for it.
Yeah, he did well to make that drop, though, for sure.
Yeah, but going back to Finn McGill, actually Jackson. Going back to Jackson Bunch in the barrel. Come on, Jackson. And but going back to Finn McGill, Mitchell, on your comment there, Finn's had a great winter. He's like on the QS level.
Oh my goodness!
Won
you
at
kidding me?
Sunset. He won at Haleiwa. He was kind of on his way here at Pipe in the QS, and did some weird stuff happen.
Yep.
But he did win the entire Hawaii, Tahiti, Nui region. So we'll see Finn at full time on the Challenger Series next year.
Yeah, he's been on a roll. His dad Mike texted me yesterday. He's like, "Hey, rooting for my boy tomorrow. Let's go out there and have fun and stay safe." But I think overall, there's a lot of people that would really enjoy his presence on tour. Much like Alan Cleland, he just brings that fun energy vibe, and of course, a talented surfer too that never shies away from big surf. And in position right here, Mateus. Oh, bomb kipes.
Big opportunity here, drops to the bottom, drags off the bottom, needs to slow down. That one just tapers off into the channel, not giving him any opportunity for a barrel. This one rolls through. Finn, the local boy, knows better than to take off on that. Shouldery one pulls back, holds on to priority. I like the composure right there from Finn McGill.
And Brody right here, you look at the 6, you look at the 4. I mean, the first place is still wide open in my opinion, given that Morgan only has the 2 as the backup right now.
Yeah, for sure. It's half the heat's gone by. I feel like Jackson's kind of gotten a little bit unlucky on a couple, kind of just pinched or wasn't quite in position. But honestly, on paper, like looking at this heat, even though Morgan and Mateus are high up on the Challenger rankings, I would still have put Finn and Jackson as the favorites to make it out of this heat. And right now they're losing. So let's see if they can turn it around in the second half of this heat.
Yeah, definitely way more local knowledge. Way more reps out here on the reef at Pipeline for those two surfers.
And remember the buzzer beater from JB when he got the wild card at the CT event a few years ago too, Kipe. So he has good memories right here at this location.
Mateus, hoping that this one barrels through more kind of the sandbar section. Not going to do it there for Hurdy.
Yeah, back to Finn as well. Like, he won, I forget how old he was, maybe like 16, 17. He won like the pipe trials.
Oh, that's right.
Into the CT, and like it was a gnarly field, and he was like 16 or 17. And then I think he went out and maybe close to beat Parco in a heat, but went on a great run there. And obviously that I'll never forget that run he had too out here.
Well, Finn, much like yourself, Brody, both of you guys had a lot of expectations, and at a very young age, you guys were already kind of highlighted as surfers coming out of Hawaii. And so with that comes some pressure too, I would imagine.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. I mean, any sport, you have expectations to succeed is definitely pressure, but it's a privilege, like pressure is awesome. It's awesome to be able to like get the opportunity to compete in the best waves in the world against the best surfers and try to, beat them and come up with good results and good waves. And yeah, for sure. Finn also, I wanted to say, I forgot to mention earlier, like, it wasn't like an official WSL Triple Crown, but like we just had like our QS.
Right.
It was all the Triple Crown, Sunset, Haleiwa, Pipe, and he won Sunset and Haleiwa, and he didn't do too well out here at Pipe in the heat, but he won the Triple Crown. Like,
yeah.
A few of us did the math, and he won the Triple Crown, even though it wasn't like official like
right.
WSL. It was like he won it and was the best out of the 3. So that's a big accomplishment as well.
All right, we're taking a break right now. It's Morgan Siblick in the lead, Mateus Hurdy in second in advancing position. Can Jackson Bunch come through? Can Finn McGill come through? Also, waxing up, Kaoli Voss in the next heat. We're back at Pipeline. It's the Lexus Pipe Challenger presented by Billabong. Kaipo Girl, Mitchell Salazar, Brody Sale on the call here. Second heat of the morning, the round of 64. And the two local boys trailing the two visiting surfers in this heat. But Finn McGill, a lot of expectations from Finn Thunders McGill. Picked this one up during the break, Mitchell.
Yeah, going back door. This is what we expected from Thunders right here. A deep one, throaty, and traveled a good amount of distance, but to me, the depth was the big key to that one, Kaipo.
Mateus Hurdy, Brody got one as well.
Yeah, and it's not as good as Finn's right there, but Finn, wow, that was insane. What did it come through at? A 6-point ride, so yeah, threw him right back in the mix. That wave was kind of got pretty square and gnarly in there. Definitely didn't look like an easy wave.
Brody, what do you think about the winds and the conditions right now so far this morning?
Oh, it's perfect. It's so buttery. It's so user-friendly, especially like for most of the guys that don't get to surf out here too much. It's still like, you know, scary and intimidating, but it's not like super like, you know, got its teeth out mega right now. So it's like super clean and just buttery looking out there. Perfect like 6-foot backdoor pipe, and yeah, it looks super fun.
Today's a fun day. Yeah, you go out there and you're gonna have a good time. A couple of, you know, roll-ins every now and then, wash-throughs, but you get those good backdoor waves and it can change your life.
100%. Yeah, this is pretty much as good as you could write it up for backdoor. I feel like right now it's really fun looking out there.
Yeah. Take a look at our Waimea buoy and the reading on the Waimea buoy. That's our buoy. That's our NOAA buoy that's closest to here. So that's the most recent information on the swell. And Waimea buoy coming in about 7.2 feet at 13 seconds from a 317-degree angle. What does all those numbers mean to you, Brody Sale?
Let me look at this. 7.2, 13 seconds, northwest. Yeah, this is just perfect backdoor. I mean, I go right a lot out here, and those are the numbers right there. If I'm thinner, yeah, if I'm looking for a fun backdoor day, that's it right there.
Angle.
So, yeah, definitely still some pipe waves, but yeah, this is, I think, the biggest scores and the most waves you'll see today are going to be rights.
Yeah, and I'm going to give my input too. As this swell eventuates, it's going to turn more north, so it's going to be even more favoring
Primarily the rights.
The rights. As the day kind of continues to present itself and this swell, you know, kind of ages and goes past the islands.
Yeah, for sure. It'll be interesting. Remember at the start I was saying, like, obviously Jackson would want more than a 2.2 right now, but even like he's still got the 2.2 and he only needs a 5.5 right now. You know, like 8 minutes left. It's going to be hard to get 2 more opportunities for these guys with, you know, just pipeline being pipeline. And yeah, just even though it's not what he wants, having that 2.2 instead of needing like a 7, you know, right now is going to be interesting to see how he can turn priority into hopefully a 5.5 or something.
Yeah, well, it seems like he's got adequate time given what we've seen so far this morning. Who's on the paddle here? We're going to turn our attention. Mateus Hurdy, backdoor, slots himself, gets the completion for Hurdy, wants to better a 2.03 that he has. A 3.64 will take Hurdy into an advancing position over Finn McGill. What are you thinking, Mitch?
It's smaller wave, but it's right there, and I feel when you see a lot of the 4s so far, especially his 4.17, they're comparable. The big thing right here on the backdoor side, you want to be much deeper than that, and if you look at the 6 from Finn, you know, that was a decent-sized wave, and they didn't go that high with the score either. I mean, looking at this angle right here, Brody, you can see the nose the majority of the time. He only needs a mid-3, though, so it's right there.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be close. He wasn't super gone, and like you said, it was a smaller wave. Yeah, it'll be interesting. Either way, Finn's only holding on to a 1.8. Is this a replay of a recent one?
This is the 6,
yeah. Oh, this is the 6, yeah. Yeah, like Finn, like even if he does get that score, Finn's only needing to replace a 1.8. So, yeah, we'll see if that's a score or not. It could be, yeah, just the score.
Oh, Jackson Bunch backdoor grabbing rail. This is a much bigger wave. Big 2, and he comes out.
Let's go.
These heats are so tight, just like you said, Brody. Just because these scores can eventuate at any given time. Morgan Siblick. Whoa. Second wave of the set, double armbar hand drag coming through the section. The Nova Castro, and can he find an exit? He sure does. Wow. That's going to shake things up.
Yeah, it is. We got a heat on our hands. 5 minutes left. Morgan just got his backup. Finn's got his 6. Jackson, I don't know what Jackson's is going to be. It's going to be, in my opinion, the best score of the heat. So,
But especially as a goofy footer. I mean, like for a goofy footer to do that, that's gnarly.
And Mateus went temporarily into second place right now with a 3.67 on his last wave, but we're waiting for scores for Morgan Siblick, Finn McGill, and Jackson Bunch.
Yeah, JB only needs a mid-5, and I feel like this is going to be more than that right here. Really big wave, and you can see much better positioning for this one on the back door. And, oh, Finn just unfortunately wasn't able to get the drop right there, going at the left at pipe. But it was a split peak, and JB right here, much taller wave and much deeper on this one, Brody.
yeah, that was the wave of the heat, in my opinion. Biggest, tallest wave. Like in the perfect spot, rode it perfectly, came out, little no claim. Let's go, Jacko.
Well, JB got the job done. We felt it was excellent, and it was. Morgan Siblick right here. We're still waiting for this score.
That was a big wave, too. A lot of froth on it. Whoa.
Oh.
2 sections. Oh, he's going to go back into first right here with this one. And I'm telling you, this guy is hungry right now. This is the best I've ever seen him surf at pipe at the moment. And just going on these 2 large backdoor waves right now, he should be improving on the 6 at the moment, Kaipo.
Oh, no doubt. So we gotta get some math done right now, you guys, and catch you up. That score for Morgan Siblick, 7-point ride that keeps him in the lead. Highest single wave score, the backdoor backhand barrel by Jackson Bunch. That went excellent, 8.5. Mateus Hurdy now in a pressure situation, needs a 6.57. Finn McGill, 4.74 is what the North Shore boy needs. You can see Jackson Bunch and how we got to that 8.5, Brody. What do you think about those numbers?
Yeah, I think they've nailed those numbers. Morgan definitely deserves to be in the lead with even though he doesn't have the best wave, he's got, the two definitely deserves to be in the lead. Jackson, best wave of the heat, and I said that 2.2 earlier.
It's a counting score, right?
It's a counting score, and it's even though it's not a big score, he was complete, and he doesn't need to go hunt for that 2.2 right now. Instead of replacing a 0.5 or something. So now he can kind of. Who's he got prio over? Yeah, he can kind of sit on some guys and try to manage this last 3 minutes and see if he can better the 2.2 instead of chasing like an inside 2-point or 3-point wave. Yeah.
And if I'm JB right now, I'm trying to pull Mateus off of the peak too. Try to move him a bit more towards the shoulder over the back door side. And not to say that Mateus doesn't have experience at this wave with positioning, but just talking about 2 local surfers that have so much more experience out there in green and white at the moment, Kaipo. And second place is still available. I mean, Finn needs pretty much a 5, and Mateus needing a mid-6. The seat's far from over with 3 minutes to go.
Yeah, it just depends on how that northwest swell is going to treat us right now. If we're going to see another opportunity for these surfers with just 3 minutes remaining. I feel as the day kind of comes through, we're going to see some of these periods of lulls as the swell is on the decline. But with that being said, here we have some lines.
This looks like a good shape.
And Mateus with priority 2 might be in a good spot for this. Yep.
He needs a fairly large number. Here we go. Hurdy.
Oh.
And he's a little too far out, so not going to get the score, and that's going to eat up the clock for Mateus Hurdy.
Yeah.
He needed a 6.57. He would have had to get deep in that barrel for that number.
Yeah, it's going to be hard for him to come back now, especially without, yesterday with the jet ski assist, he could have gone whipped back out, and he's that back door on the inside, and it's gnarly in there. It's really, just a washing machine. So if he can make it through and back out, he might have a chance to find one at Aints, but under priority of these guys needing scores, and obviously probably Jackson wanting to sit on him is going to be hard, but yeah, let's see what happens.
This is a tough part when you're friends, right? Jackson with priority over Finn.
Yeah, now I think about it, Jackson's probably going to have to sit on Finn because Finn's got the 6. Yeah, it's a tough one, but you got to do what you got to do for sure.
You got to
right.
What are you going to do?
Yeah, there's no friends in a heat, no matter how good of friends you are. Like, these guys are great friends. We all golf together every day and surf together every day, and these guys are great friends. So it sucks, but it's like you got to do what you got. It's either you or me making it through the heat.
Who's the best golfer?
Jackson's actually really up there. Yeah, Jackson's, I think he's like a 10 handicap right now. So
Really?
yeah, he's up there for sure. Eli Hanneman's on fire. Eli's like, he's on fire on the Challenger and on the golf course. He's
No
like,
way.
I think he's like a 7 handicap right now. Yeah. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
You guys. Well, Finn, he doesn't want to have to book a tee time this afternoon. He wants to continue on in competition. Needs basically, like you said, Mitch, a 5-point ride. Needs Pipeline to do him a favor right now and send a multiple wave set.
That's really it. And we saw Jackson yesterday get sneaky with Tully Wiley too. So, you know, he has done those kinds of things before where he's used priority to his benefit. Mateus made it back out in time, Kipes.
Sneaky.
So there's a few waves in the set though. Finn needs to be on one. I mean, JB can just sit out there if he wants to and make sure it just goes on an insider that, from his point of view, won't get things done. But I mean, look at him. He's just chasing him down at the moment.
Well, Mateus is going to not make it out once, but twice it looks like. He could even, this could
Sneaker towards Ames.
Shift wide here. He's got to get on the gas, though. 12 seconds. Ooh, yeah.
Hands need to leave the rail, Kaipo.
5 seconds. With 5 seconds remaining, I don't think anyone's going to get a chance for another wave.
It's a good wave, it looks like, though.
Oh, well.
Oh.
Just a little too tardy right there for Finn, and JB, he's going to be moving through.
Yeah, I think that's after the horn, right? For Jackson, doesn't matter. He's in second place. He's going to advance into round of 32, along with Morgan Siblick.
Good heat though, competitive one right there, even with the 4 and the 6. And then Morgan right here, good surfing, Kaipo.
There's the numbers. Siblick, Bunch, onto the round of 32. Thank you, Brody. Always enjoyed chatting with you. Hopefully we can come back in for some more heats, more action. When we return, we're going to have an Olympic gold medalist out in the water here at the Lexus Pipe Challenger, presented by Billabong.
Jackson Bunch having a chat with Keiko Bacalso after a stellar performance. 10.73 to advance on into the next round with Morgan Siblick. Ray Shito behind him there, the beach marshal that's always around for the events on the North Shore of Oahu. Thanks for being with us. Joe Turpel, Ross Williams, Shane Dorian here for the call. Two guys that were in Focus, the surf movie.
Nice.
Remember that one?
Yeah, I do.
That was great. Gosh, what a premiere day at Pipe and Backdoor. It's just so groomed. We've already off to a great start. What a contrast from what we saw yesterday, Ross, into this morning.
Yeah, it's a lot more playful. It's not as sketchy as yesterday. We have a shorter interval, so a lot of these peaks are standing up tall, giving the surfers a better entry. A lot of really kind of mouth-watering backdoor barrels out there, Shano.
Yeah, that's a good description, Ross. Mouth-watering is right. Yeah, these days, like a lot of times a pipeline, I'm looking at it like, I'm going to put that on the avoid list today. It's like, but this morning I was like, wow, like if you minus the crowd, it was like as good as it gets, just pristine peaks. As Ross said, like almost everybody in their right mind would be salivating to get out there.
Shane, congratulations on your Wave of the Winter entry.
Oh, thank you.
That was amazing. Wave
Thanks,
of backdoor.
Thanks, dude.
How was that session? The crowd lining up a wave like that?
Yeah, I was psyched. I'm going to be honest, Joe. I was pumped. Like, those waves don't come to me very often. I don't put myself in that position a whole lot because pipeline is so intense, as Ross knows. Like at this age, it's easy to avoid it, and it was fun to get out there. It was an uncrowded day. It was a weird day with not many good waves, and that one just came. It just sort of just came to me as they do.
As we have one coming to Cade Madsen. He is looking for some shade at backdoor. A guy that spent some time on the championship tour, and he's looking for his spot back. McConaughey, local boy, still on a roll from yesterday, as he'll start off with a nice make at pipeline. So the story this heat, McConaughey, 2 big heat wins in yesterday's competition to now get to the round of 64. Representing the local crew, father, a master shaper and charger as well. You've got Carlos Munoz, who would be the oldest in the pack at 33, but here comes Kauli Vast from Tehupo, deep in the pit at pipe. And he will get clamped on his way out. Rare to see Kauli fall on opportunities, but we'll probably get another look to see what happened, Ross.
That's the X factor today. Like we were saying, the waves are so good, and all these surfers are really psyched. So that's kind of one of the key things to take care of when you paddle out in the heat today, is just to calm yourself down, because these types of things can happen. You can pull into a really nice wave and get pinched on. Next thing you know, there's 8 minutes left. You don't really have a score. You start kind of freaking out. Happened to Finn McGill in the last heat. And so these surfers that are really good out here, sometimes heats just don't kind of go your way. You still have to take care of business and find some open barrels out here. But some of the waves that are not as good will pinch. And that was a really nice drop from Akana. He's so good at bottom turning while he's dropping in the barrel. He's a little guy, and he just keeps that toe edge rail in really nicely. And there's that pinch, and you're going to get a few of these today because it's so teepeed out. It's shorter interval. You'll get those pinch barrels.
Carlos Munoz grabbing the rail, gets the exit into the sunlight. Nice, cool, lazy little cutback to get out of there. Now 33. It's amazing how long he's been around. Remember, he's getting wild cards at the CT. We're going back to like 2014. He had a fun heat with Gabriel Medina where he did a giant alley-oop, coached by Jimmy Hogan. There's so much fun on the beach, and I remember Jimmy Hogan setting a game plan with Carlos. He's like, you're a wild card. These guys are in the world title race. Go big every time you get a chance. And Carlos is like, well, that makes things easy. And he was just throwing Hail Marys on every section. Looking at this wave, Shane, what'd you see?
Yeah, it was one of those, as Ross said, a lot of these little lefts are they're not really like knuckling up really hard. They're not really scooping on the reef, so you're going to get that hollow begin. Like the very start of that barrel was like really hollow, but then you could see that pinch as Ross was talking about. And we're going to see a lot of that today. It is a little bit of a shorter period, which thins out the swell quite a bit. There's like a bit less power, a bit less double up, like a little bit less intensity. But having said that, that's what makes the conditions so perfect for backdoor. That wave that Kauli Vast got, the right was a 10. The right was a absolute 10, and Carlos was right there and paddled right over it. And I don't know if it was just like early in the heat or like he was thrown off by Kauli going left, but I actually turned around and watched that wave, and it was like an 8-second perfect barrel. Like you could have just stood there without having to pump.
And Kauli had goofy footitis.
He had goofy footitis for sure.
He's looking left only.
Yeah. Such an opportunity. Like if you have a couple goofy foots in your heat and your regular foot, and you're just a little bit sneaky and your eyes are open, it's a wrap.
Wow, good read, Shane. That's a big story at the start of this heat. What could have been at the moment. We're looking at 1s and 3s at the moment in this matchup. McConaughey out front with his 3.93. He said growing up on the North Shore, he was always ready to go for it. His dad would paddle him out with Moana Jones-Wong and her dad Dawson at like 10, 12-foot sunset, and they were just getting smoked. And so it was kind of normal for him to just start pushing it and not worry about his size, because that was always a topic of being small and people wondering if he should be out there. And he said he didn't realize it at the time, but that was some quiet motivation he had to kind of keep showing that he was going to be out on the biggest days. Here comes McConnell now, scrapping into that one. Great paddler, just classic little positioning there under the hood, and he's starting to get on a roll, Russ.
I like it. You know, his size and stature, it helps him actually because he's super brave. He's not timid. He turns around, he turns and burns on really psycho waves. And he's got good technique. So actually the fact that he's kind of smaller, it doesn't bother him because he's still on that toe side rail and pulling into real sketchy waves. You know, you don't need to be a big, powerful guy to do that. You just need to have the technique, and Makana does it. You know, it's all about that bravado and technique. He's got the best of both worlds there.
Makana Pang having a look again on this angle, Shane.
Yeah, you know, as Ross said, his technique, his level of comfort out here at Pipe is pretty incredible, actually. And I think his size has actually really like played into his psychology over the years. I think he, you know, as he was growing up, all his friends were getting, you know, bigger and stronger, and they became like, you know, he had something to prove, I think, psychologically, and you can see that. He's a bulldog in the lineup. Like, he doesn't want to take any crap from anybody out there, and like, he will, like, exactly what Ross said, like, he identifies heavy waves, and there's just no excuse. There's just pure accountability. I'm going on every heavy wave, and I think some of that is just like that, like, I'm going to prove all you guys wrong forever, you know?
Love that. Still a ton of time in this heat. McConnell enjoying the lead at the moment as Morgan Siblick is on the glass with Jesse Starling.
Thanks, Joe. Morgs, haven't competed here since the CT 2021, but you're back in a very fine way. It looks super fun out there.
Oh, it's pretty pumping today. I don't know, felt a bit of pressure. Didn't have a good heat here in the CT, and I know the waves are cooking, and I was, feeling a bit of pressure going out, a bit nervous, and I was just thought to myself, like, holy shit, we're surfing Pipe with no one out. Like, let's just enjoy this, and kind of paid off. I got like a fair few waves, only made 2, so hopefully increase the make rate next time, and go dominate.
Morgs, you only need 2, so it's actually fine, only making 2. Obviously, the Hawaiians, they've been dominating. Yesterday was crazy. Today, obviously, it's pumping. Everyone has a chance out there, but you took down Jackson Bunch. So I know you were feeling the pressure, but to get one over a Hawaiian, it's actually a big leg up for you.
Yeah, I know. the having all the Hawaiian specialists in the event's so sick. It's like, really shows you how to surf Pipe. And it just makes the heats so much harder, which is it's a bit frustrating sometimes when you look at your first round heat and you got all of the best guys ever out Pipe. So no, it's sick to have heats against them and hopefully take a couple of them down and increase the confidence. But yeah, it's going to be fun watching it for the rest of the day. Like, McCann is out there now, and he's a pretty big inspiration to watch out here. So hopefully learn a thing or two.
And tell me, what's the Hog warm-up like? You and Hog obviously been working together for a little while now, and he's maybe the best hype-up man there is.
Yeah, Hoggy's good. He's got like just a good like charisma around the event. He's just pretty calm. I feel like he's portrayed to be super hectic and a lot of energy, but he's really calm and around an event and just makes you believe in yourself, which is kind of all you want going into an event out Pipe. So it's super good having him in my corner, and having just a whole Surfing Australia team over here just supporting all of us Aussies, and hopefully helping us go deep.
I'm going to sound not very biased at all, but go the Aussies. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, Jesse, let it out. Morgan Siblick, proud Australian, representing Meriwether Beach and Newcastle, former top 5 in the world, one of the craziest rookie breakthrough performances we got to witness back in that shortened season in 2021. The Hog, Nathan Hedge, what a fiery competitor he was, and just as fiery as a coach giving back. As you guys know, Australia hasn't made those high-performance surfing centers that they've got guys like Nathan Hedge, B. Durbidge, and such an amazing crew helping out the next generation. I mean, Morgan's just soaking up all that knowledge and turning into a bit of an animal himself.
Sure, yeah, and it's good energy. And Nathan Hedge reminds me of Doug Silva in a lot of ways. You know, he's kind of quirky in a fun way, and keeps it light for his surfers, but a lot of intensity too. Yeah, that's a good man to have in your corner. It's good to see Hog over here too. I haven't seen him in a while.
What a breakthrough year for Morgan that was. Then fell off at what we used to have as the mid-season cut. That's all in the rear view now. And so Siblic's just been working on just growing with his surfing. And I think he's done a really good job of making improvements each and every season on the Challenger Series. And also through some wild card breakthrough moments last year, we got to see him on the Gold Coast as well.
Well, it almost came too easy for him at the beginning, right? He didn't make the top 5 real easy all at the beginning there in his rookie year, and he's like, oh, he took down John a couple times in Australia during that COVID year. And then everything came back crashing to reality, and he had to like kind of earn his spot back on tour. So it's funny how surfing on the big stage is, it's sometimes it seems easy and sometimes it seems really hard, and Morgan's experienced both.
This is where it gets heavy for guys trying to qualify. We lost Mateus Hurdy in that last heat and lost the guy that's been on a run this winter, Finn McGill. Cade, a late takeoff there, but is able to completely disappear backdoor. A risky takeoff, Shane, and pulls that one off.
Yeah, that was great positioning there from Cade. You could see like before, like it'll be great to see the replay. I think we kind of talked about this yesterday, but like a lot of your scoring potential comes in the positioning before the wave breaks, or even before you get to your feet. And on that occasion, Cade was able to really paddle deep. He had priority. He was able to paddle towards the left. You can see him. See right there, his board's angled to the left, trying to maximize how deep he was going to be in the barrel. And it was very similar to the first wave. The first wave he got was kind of cute. He was a little bit pocket ridey and it was like really apexy like that. But on that one, he really put himself a little bit deeper, stuffed himself back there, and I think we're going to see that score reflect that.
Cade in a good position to try to earn his spot on the tour again. Action continues. The Tahitian Kauli Voss grabs the rail, heading backdoor. And he will come out. Well-read wave. Maybe he had a glimpse of what he missed when he went left on that previous wave he took off on. So eyes wide open, looking right this time, Ross.
And also things are organized now in terms of priority. So less hassling at the beginning of the heat. There's no priority. It's a little more stressful and unorganized. Who's going? Everyone's looking around at each other. Who's going to snake each other? So we'll give Kauli a pass for missing that killer backdoor wave earlier in the heat, and now he can position himself where he wants to. If he wants to go right, that's no worries. And Kauli is one of the best barrel riders in the world. He's just so smart, really reads the water and where to sit anywhere in the world really well. He's just one of those guys that has that talent, knows how to find the shallow reef and the sort of the doubling up waves, as Shane was saying earlier. He looks for that hollowness really well. And kind of an almondy barrel here backdoor, but you got to compete at the end of the day. 4s and 5s are good backup scores right now.
Talk about the game changing over the last 50 years of tour surfing, going back to 1976. In the recent times of when they announced 4-man priority rotations on the QS level and beyond, that changed everything, especially here at Pipeline. I mean, as you guys both know, 4-man heats out here, when there was no priority rotation, guys would just get shut out. They could just be sitting in the spot and have 2 people just boxing them out of waves, and they'd come in with a 0. Not because they didn't want one, just they couldn't get one, Shane. Yeah,
it really made the game plan so much more difficult back then, because you could get a couple mediocre waves to begin with, and if your opponent didn't have a decent start, you could basically just box them out and kind of mess with them the rest of the heat. And like if there's no priority, you can kind of get as deep as you want and just keep like kind of messing with everybody in the lineup, and there's nothing more frustrating than that.
Especially when a surfer that has all the ability to win an event just got taken off of waves, and it wasn't about surfing so much, just about crazy defense. Loving life these days in 2026. We're gonna take a break. Stay tuned. Back in Pipeline for more of this. Here's a flashback Cade might not want to look at from 2024, one of the scariest wipeouts we had at the Lexus Pipe Pro in his rookie debut. He was absolutely rattled like you think he would be. Posted it on social media later that day and was just like, oh my gosh, I'm just so thankful that I walked away, Ross. That was frightening to watch.
That was brutal. Cade rides a touch smaller boards than normal guys out here, and yeah, he got hung up really bad. And just falling on his back like that at the apex of the bottom, that was pretty brutal.
And here he goes now, 2026 Lexus Pipe Challenger, presented by Billabong, making adjustments, growing with his knowledge of one of the heaviest waves on the planet. Good to see Cade learning a lot as we funnel down the line with Carlos Munoz, Pura Vida.
Wow, Pura Vida, for sure.
That was a sick one. Carlos was always involved and usually part of the highlight reel, those Volcom Pipe Pros for many years. That was his main sponsor for a long time, so he got a lot of winners where he was right here with a great view on the top balcony, looking at pipe and back door. So a ton of experience for the 33-year-old Shane.
Yeah, I can't wait to see the replay of that wave from Carlos. That thing was apexed out. It had the full, like, kind of elbow on the thing, kind of wedging at him. He's the best, dude. I saw him out at Pipe the other day. I paddled out, and he's like, man, so fun out here, man. So happy to be back in Hawaii, man. He literally said man like 10 times in like 1 minute. This is so awesome. But he just has the best vibe, man. Super Pura Vida. He just always has a huge smile on his face, and you could bet he was smiling after that wave. He rode that wave perfectly. He lined it up perfectly. Those little pumps in the barrel, that would have felt epic.
Oh,
That's a really good impression of Carlos.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, he gives you that really psyched feeling no matter when he sees you, whether it's in Foodland or in the water.
He's all hair and teeth. Big old hair and like big old smiles, always smiling.
Hair and teeth.
It's great.
Well, 9 too. That's well deserved. The
Yeah.
scale's a little bit higher in this heat. Kaoli's 7.8. I thought was going to be like maybe a 6.
Yeah.
And so the scale is a little bit higher. So the judges, you know, as long as they keep that theme, that's fair, and they did, because that was Shane. You could attest to this more than anyone, but that looked like a loud barrel. That thing was so hollow and it spit so hard. Those are the kind of barrels that you hear it just as much as you feel it.
And just the intensity of the drop, how it was really, you know, there was that big TP and it was apexed out. It wasn't almondy at all. There was no moment of that wave that was almondy. It was extremely throaty. Like all the waves like before had settled down and it had gotten really glassy and still on that reef, and it hit that slab just perfectly. And his positioning, he was perfectly deep. His style, his poise, he just handled everything perfectly. It was pretty damn awesome.
Love that. Just touching on the setting the scale idea that you were bringing up, Ross. I think the thing is you don't want to go too high and run out of room, right? You know, there's a couple of stories that you could reference. Conan Hayes in the late 90s at Chopes, you know, where all of a sudden there wasn't room to go higher above a 10. Right. He needed an 11 or a 12, but the scale was maxed out. And judges are always so aware of that, seeing what's left in the scale so they have separation between waves. Right now, even if it is leaning high, they're going to make sure that they get the proper scores to balance out the heat. 8 minutes on the clock here. Priority was with Maconapang. Needs a 7.51 to keep this run alive on his local lineup. Makana said he grew up in the time where it was really serious about putting in time and earning your spot in this lineup. And it often goes by age. As we look at Makana now, searching, holds priority. Kaoli takes an extra look. But even as he said the group ahead of him, wow, that thing's gonna unload there.
You can see Makana too setting himself up to be deep for a left. Here he goes.
And a little Powell late decision to pull back. That's going to cost him his priority. So now he's in the back of the line.
And he had to. That was a good call. That was a safety call. You know, that thing was filled up with whitewash. That would have been really sketchy to pull into. And that's that local knowledge. He's like, nah, this is not worth it. I don't want to get injured. And even though he's well aware he was going to lose priority, which sucks, you don't want to just sacrifice yourself pulling into a frothy, weird one and get lipped on the head.
I even think his best waves yesterday, his keepers, were actually in fourth prio. So you'll maybe lean on that local knowledge to try to get himself in a better spot in this heat.
If you were going to coach him up right now, you'd say, hey, don't go to sleep on the rights. You know, the rights are arguably better right now. And Makana's got a little bit of goofy foot-itis, so maybe with fourth priority, he'll look around a little bit.
the challenge of backside at backdoor. You know, one of the greats that we got to see, you know, at the Pipe Masters, Gabriel Medina getting a 10 going that direction where he can really just chase down big sections. It's pretty rare to see that kind of a connection, and how dangerous it is oftentimes at backdoor when it's absolutely pumping. As we look at this decision here, Shane, what happened here?
Yeah, this wave was pretty darn good. I'm surprised nobody actually went on that wave. And then McConnell looked at the next one, which looked really good as it was approaching, which is typical of Pipe. But then the wave kind of fizzled last second. You can see there's a lot of white water on the face. The wave gets really jumbled in the barrel there. Really hard to get deep on a wave like that and make it. And McConnell knew it. He made a really big mistake by not going on that first wave. And then he kind of misread that second wave, which is, you know, I mean, it happens all the time, you know, out there. It is a mistake with time winding down, like nearly 5 minutes left, and then all of a sudden you go from first priority to fourth, needing over a 7, right? Is that what he needs? So I mean, he needs a great score here at the end of the heat, and he just kind of threw priority away, which is brutal, because, you know, it's pretty clear when a really good one comes in right now. It's really obvious. So having priority when that magic wave comes in, you kind of, and not having anyone like be able to sort of even paddle around you or anywhere near you is pretty amazing.
Cali Voss, first priority in a big moment in his career. If he makes the semifinal at this event, he'll be a rookie on the 2026 Championship Tour. Remember, we lost Mateus Hurdy from the heat before. His story's been pretty heavy, like a heat or two away from qualifying the last like 4 seasons, it feels like. And he just got knocked out. He does have Newcastle left. He's still in a great position, but for Cali Voss, he wants to get it done here before heading into Newcastle.
And he's up there 6th or something like that, I think, in the range. Is pretty high.
Right,
but
number 6.
So his work is not done, but he would be looking at this event like, hey, I'm one of the favorites. He knows how well he surfs out here. And I would say Finn McGill too in the last heat, but you have to be careful, because at the end of the day, like Shane was saying, priority kind of dictates when you're in the zone for a good wave, and the rights are a little bit better than the lefts. You got that short interval that's making some of these waves pinch on you, and you know, it's you can't rely on every wave being perfect. You still have to put together a little bit of a heat.
Cali Voss taking out the Olympic gold, and talk about pressure. He was expected to win that for about 4 years, and he had the help of this man, Jeremy Flores, in his corner, who's turned into one of our favorite coaches. Same passion, same fire that he had when he was competing on tour. A 2-time Pipe Master is Jeremy. As we look at a jump from McConaughey, Shane.
Yeah, you know, I think we're seeing some desperate measures right here from McConaughey. He knows his back's up against the wall now, especially not having priority out there. It is pretty brutal, and there's not a ton of waves. So it's not like the rotation's happening super quick. So he sort of has to look at anything at this point.
More waves on the way. McConaughey jumped, but he had 4th priority, so that stays the same. He's slowly looking at everything that's coming through. He'll hold his position, and the focus is on our top seed, world number 6. Won in Portugal over George Pitar, and then finaled with Jacob Wilcox at Newcastle. Cowley locks in, focusing at backdoor, a wide open pit. Much bigger cave than he had on his 783, and that fires up Jeremy Flores, Ross.
Yeah, and that's why we like watching Jeremy. You know, he really tries to inject these surfers that he coaches with his fire. A lot of it is about that when you're in the heat. You know, if you get too cruisy, you can slip and miss a wave. But Kyle stayed nice and patient. He waited for the right wave and was rewarded with a cave. That was a short barrel, but it was really hollow.
Then a wipeout from Cade Madsen as he's working his way back out. Caught a rail, poked the nose right on the takeoff, went straight down, so he's got his 8.6, 3.83 out front. Priority goes to Carlos Munoz, 2:20 to go.
That was clutch.
Cowley again, Shane.
Yeah, this was clutch from Cowley. I was thinking it's only a matter of time before he gets his chance, and wow, he really made the most of it. Needing what did he need, like a 4.18 or something like that. But that was insane positioning, really well read on that wave. You know, being in the channel when he won the Olympics last year was insane. The energy was out of this world. So I've been there to see him level up and under pressure, like make these clutch moves in the dying seconds of heats in the past. And he has a pattern of doing that. He has like a crazy self-belief. I got to see it at the Olympics firsthand, and seeing like Jeremy all fired up like that is just really cool. I would love to see Cowley. He has he has CT talent. He's a real CT type surfer. He's not so much of like a, I don't know. I just think he's big. He's super powerful. He's really polished, and I think he can, you know, match talent with some of the best guys for sure.
And I think we get reminded in performance type waves, you know, finaling at Newcastle, almost winning the event in a close decision with Jacob Wilcox. So he has the benefit of that event next again, where he remembers that he finaled at the start of the season. That 8.2 comes in for Cowley, so Carlos Munoz uses priority. Needs a 3.43 here. Gets out in front. There's the carve, but he already packed the pit to start. And only needing that mid-3 to come through. Munoz giving himself a shot, Ross.
It's right there. We'll have to take a look at this replay and see if he got deep enough to impress the judges. That's a real funky score to need. You know, you can't do it with just a couple little snaps. You need to get barreled, which he did. So excited to see this. Let's see if he gets deep enough. Really a pretty technical drop. He even got airborne for a second. I think he's going to get it. You know, that's just enough. It's like a mid-range score. Probably like, if I had to guess, going to be right in that 4-point range. But I'm not the judge. We'll see. The scale is set a little bit funky, and there it is.
4.63, right on the money, Ross. Great call. In the 4 range.
Oh, I was really nervous for that.
Yeah, and I like when you stick your neck out there. That's great. You started wiggling your seat a little bit.
I did a little bit, yeah.
Leaving yourself. Great call. Munoz to second. Cade Madsen gets into this one in time. Real deep, starting to drive. It's staying open for Cade.
Wow.
Oh.
That was the score. That was the score he needed too. That was insane.
That would have turned it for
all the way to
sure.
the end, too.
And now we've got the time running
switch
out.
Foot.
Yeah, McConnell.
Switch foot from McConnell Peng.
Oh.
Stays in 4th.
That was exciting.
Wow, what a finish. and that was such a meaningful wave for Cade. If he could have stayed on his feet. He's world number 15 on the CS. So he knew this was a huge heat for him in the scheme of him coming back. He's going to have to really rely on a massive performance at the final event of the season at Newcastle. Meanwhile, Cowley Voss getting a step closer to qualification. Carlos Munoz moves on to surf in the round of 32. We've got Baron Mamiya coming up next. We'll be right back.
I feel like Andy surfed not using his brain, just using his heart.
He was the happiest I've ever seen him in the water. The happiness shone through him, like he could see it coming glowing out of his face.
Everyone is so excited about it, and seeing the boys in it means the most to me.
Check out Billabong.com and see the newly released Andy Irons collection. It is amazing, and always remembering Our hero, 3-time world champ AI, giving us so many memories globally, especially here at Pipe, multiple-time Pipe Master champ, along with those world titles. And Ross and Shane with several AI memories. Recently, it's been really fun with Billabong. Shane, you were over on the North Shore of Kauai, and then even right over here on the North Shore of Oahu doing talk stories with a really cool crew like Aki, Parko, Barca, Bruce, sharing your best memories. I showed up at the Oahu one, and man, that was awesome. I could hear that stuff all day. How was that experience?
It's been fun, you know. It's such a cool time to have this AI collection drop and to have Bruce involved and Barca involved, and you know, be on the North Shore of Kauai and seeing all of Andy's old friends, and they all came to all of the like parties we had and the get-togethers we had. We had a really killer big barbecue where everybody came like luau style, like total family style, and all of Andy's best friends and family friends were all there. It was insane. And I have to say, that little content clip, like, we all have seen the influence that Andy had on Ethan Ewing surfing, but to see Ethan in Andy's trunks surfing like that, you're like, whoa. It's like, it's almost like full chicken skin like moment seeing Ethan's style. It has so much Andy in it. It's insane, but it's like magnifies it when he has those trunks on. It's pretty cool.
It really meant a lot to people close to Andy when Ethan came on, and they're like, hang on a second, I'm seeing some sort of influence here. You know, I remember talking to Sebastian Zietz about it, and it was cool to see how Ethan brought that into his own game and created his own style as well.
Sure.
But see how many generations will continue to be inspired by AI, Ross. It's really cool how that's just always going to be forever.
Yeah, and Ethan could, you know, he could probably use a little bit of that Andy Irons competitive fire too. Ethan's so mellow and chill, but even in that little, in that ad just now, that first bottom turn of Ethan on that like 3-foot wave, it's so mind-blowing how good he is, how technically sound he is. Because AI, you know, they do have similar styles, but AI was so like up and down and in the pocket. Ethan's almost the opposite of that, but somehow he surfs like him.
Lucas Cassidy kicking things off for us in a hollow pit. That thing's gonna spit him out to safety. A good read from the man representing Todos Santos in Mexico. Got a jump start. He'll take the lead with that effort, and a massive heat for him, getting compared to maybe the best in pipe right now. Baron Mamiya in the red jersey. Bronson Mady, world junior champ from Lakey Peak, is out there in blue. And also Lucas Silveira, who won his world junior title back in 2016 in Portugal. Lucas Silveira, probably the first surfer that Leandro Dor coached all the way to a very successful junior title. Fun one here, Shane.
Yeah, you can see him just relaxing. He was loving that. That was like, he was like, you could tell he was like kind of scratching at first. Then he was pumping, like really, you know, I got to get down the line. And he realized he's in the perfect spot. And you can see his body language just completely relaxed and just, he is fired up. I mean, this kid surfs super good. I've seen him at a lot of like nationals events and a lot of the events down at Lowers as an amateur. This kid's a hammer. I've seen him get like heats where he had like 4 9s. He was like throwing away like low 9s. Like he's a definite hammer. So it's cool to see him in these kind of waves. You know, mixing it up with guys like Baron Mamiya. I'm really excited to see Bronson Mady. There's some serious talent in this heat. I'm a huge fan of Bronson. He's probably one of the best free surfers and definitely one of the best aerialists in the world. I think most people on Earth, including guys like John and like the very, very best guys, Yago Dora, would say that Bronson's probably in the top 5 aerialists in the world.
Gosh, such an exciting surfer representing Indonesia. Paddling for this one in blue will split the peak. Bronson went left, and it still was some room to move. Looked like Lucas trying to punch out Silveira on the split peak.
He was trying to get rid of both his ACLs right there on that doggy door.
Gosh, it's brutal.
Yeah.
It's crazy how quickly we move on from that, right? You know, like that guillotine coming on these guys in the middle of a heat.
He was trying to doggy door through a brick wall. There was no door there. He just tried to go through it.
Lucas still punching free. Let's see what happened on the split. Bronson on the left here, Ross.
Wow, really clever, pretty cool takeoff too for Lucas. Yeah, under the hood right there. He didn't have a time to bottom turn, just went right into the barrel. So that was very cool to see Lucas Silveira show that much skill underneath the barrel like that. But that wave stretched out just a little bit towards off the wall. didn't quite give him a chance to come out.
We go live. Baron Mamiya, local boy, one of the best at backdoor. He is slowing down a bit further for more time at his home break inside the pit. Well done for Baron. He'll salute the sky there. And now Bronson Mady trying to get a bit deeper at pipe. That wave's gonna spit, and even though it clamped on him, he had such a solid line, he punches free. 2 scores to be locked in for Bronson. Best wave so far for Baron will be locked in. Now let's catch up with the winner of the last heat, number 6 on the CS, Cowley Vost, is with Jesse Starling.
Thanks, Joe. Cowley, I mean, we know you're really good at riding a barrel on your front side. Obviously, at Chopu, you're the king of that place. But you go to pipe, you get 2 massive backdoor barrels for the win into the next round. It's a little bit more pressure off just to be moving deeper in the draw.
Yeah, it's true. We don't have that much ride at home in Tahiti, and yeah, stoked to find 2 rides in my heat. I've been trying the last few days. Even like a month ago, I was here for the QS, and then I never find a ride like this. But finally, to be 4 people in the water, stressful because it's only 30 minutes, and also you have really good surfers. And yeah, you have to find these little ones, and yeah, I managed to got 2 waves and made my heat, so I'm super happy.
You know what you need. Your biggest life goal is coming up. You need a 3rd place to qualify for the championship tour. Obviously, that can weigh a lot on people's minds, but feel free to answer this one for all the French fans back home. How are you feeling this week, knowing that you need a good result here?
Oh, it's part of the goal for sure. The goal is to go in the final for sure. Here in Hawaii, it's like one of my best places on the planet, and love these waves. And yeah, the goal is to do final. The goal is to qualify. So yeah, hit by hit, stay focused, and enjoy also the time here, because we don't have that much opportunity to surf pipeline, perfect pipeline with 4 other guys in the water. So yeah, just try to enjoy as much as I can, and yeah, having fun.
And for your friends and family back home, feel free to say a message.
Yeah, thank you for everybody's watching. Made this heat today, into the next one, and yeah, let's keep going.
Awesome. Thanks, guys.
Thanks so much, Jesse. Cowley Vost, 1 step closer to qualifying for the championship tour. He's got to get to the semifinals to make it official. His mentor's excited. Jeremy Flores, a 2-time pipe master. Michel Perez, a pipe masters champ as well. And he wants to take out the CS at this series. Just getting waves. I mean, he talked about coming here for the regional, and well, I didn't see waves like that at backdoor. It makes surfing so interesting, you know, where these guys are practicing and learning on the fly. You know, where skaters and snowboarders, if they've got a big ramp they got to compete on, they've hit it a million times before they perform, and Cowley's just got to hope everything comes together and he's ready for the moment.
It's a weird thing because as we watched Baron get an 8-point ride right here, just a smaller wave at backdoor, but it had really good shape, stayed hollow, and got a little extension here. But to your point, Joe, getting reps at backdoor is so tough as a competitor, especially if you're not a local and you're not here for months on end. You know, getting opportunities, it's really hard for these guys to get reps. And you know, you talk about other sports, and things that make practice really functional is repetition and muscle memory, and that doesn't really come with surfing. You know, surfing, it's like you better hold on to that 1 or 2 good rides per year, because that's going to be your practice.
18:55 on the clock. I know both of you guys are really good friends with Rizal Tanjung and Chandra and the family, and it's such a cool story with Bronson. You know, they adopted Bronson when he was about 10 years old. And then Varun had a younger brother, and he was like, stoked, I got this younger brother who's got a huge future. And it's really because of that family support that he is where he is today. You know, Shane, what have you seen, you know, watching him grow up?
Same, yeah, I've been going to Bali for the last, 30 years, and yeah, there's Rizal right there on the front, and there's Bitet off to his right. Classic characters for Bali, but Ross and I have been going to Bali really consistently for 30 years, and to see what Rizal has done with Bronson, to bring him from Lakey Peak and really unlock this full-on opportunity for Bronson has been insane. He has all the opportunity in the world, lots of support, where he grew up in a place that wasn't super easy. Like, making money is, like having a career is really difficult. And Lakey Peak is super limited. So just neat to see him get the opportunities. He's one of the world's best and most exciting surfers, and I'm a massive fan of Bronson's. My son spent the whole summer basically like living at Rizal's house off and on and spending a ton of time with Bronson and always sending me his clips and just being completely baffled every time he would paddle out. He would get all these crazy A+ clips and massive airs and super relaxed about it, like paddle out last, paddle in first, but just like do 10 crazy airs in between, like super casual, just like he's just like a savant, you know?
Have you surfed Lakey Peak before, Ross?
Yeah, it's incredible. It's actually very similar to the conditions today. It's this classic, it has the right name, it's a classic peak. It's very hollow, super rippable when it's smaller, and then it gets really dredgy. It's a great barrel, both right and left. So it's no surprise, and also really good for airs there. And so Bronson, you know, even though he grew up, you know, after Rizal took him under his wing, he grew up in Bali essentially, he went back there all the time. So, you know, getting reps on a wave like that, speaking of reps, imagine practicing getting perfect barrels and perfect ramps and doing huge airs. It's exactly how he surfs. You know, he's very comfortable and nonchalant doing massive airs. He does it like it's an off the lip. He's almost cocky about it.
Lucas Cassidy lets go and looks at a short view. Before that, we saw Baron Mamiya just continue his roll backdoor. Baron had an 8 before, and the last one we were watching on replays, a 5.17. Back-to-back titles at the Lexus Pipe Pro for Baron. It was the opening event of the season the last couple of years, and now Baron will get to look forward to that as the finale this season as the Pipe Masters returns to that December waiting period. And you think about the importance of starting with Pipe for Baron the last few years with the cut, and how important that was for him to just get a ton of points before heading into those events he was working on. Now that he's gained momentum, 3rd place in Peniche last year, you know, 3rd place in Tahiti in the past, you know, he's really growing with a lot of the other venues and looking at him. And now with Pipe at the end, what does this mean for Baron with a world title shot this year?
You know, what's really cool is out of almost anyone on tour, the 1.5 points could really benefit Baron. Shane could probably remembers this too. I remember the year in 1993, Derek Ho won the world title. He came into Pipe 6th in the ratings and really didn't have that much of a shot, but he just kept climbing through heats, and they won the event, won the world title. So Baron could follow up with good old Uncle Derek and do something similar to that with all those points available.
What a drop. How about that control? Super late and somehow got traction at the bottom. Lucas Silveira in need of a big score. And that was a fun one to watch, Shane.
It was, yeah. That was a cool drop. I was actually kind of surprised he made it. That wave was like really compact, got really hollow. You could see Baron behind him really wanted it, but he slid down the face. It almost looked like he slid into the lip, was able to get his board on rail enough to get up into the pocket there. He kind of, for where he was positioned, he would have liked to have been deeper, but from where he was positioned, he rode that wave pretty darn good. I think he made the absolute most of it. He liked it. He loved it.
Yeah, he sure did. And you know, you got to show the judges that you love that ride no matter what, right,
sure.
Ross?
I'm interested to see what the judges will do, because he wasn't, you know, on the right takeoff spot, but he made it exciting with that. He was basically sliding like a skimboard sideways for a good couple seconds, and he held on. You know, that was like a funky ride, but it made it very exciting. So be interesting to see what the judges do. Like, did he have enough control to impress the judges, or will they think, hey, that was very critical, let's give him a big score?
And maybe seeing where Baron wanted it, where you would have got real deep and he was a little closer to the shoulder. He was trying to kind of bring that score up from where he was sitting. And you know, if he didn't slide like that, he just would have shot out in half a second.
It was really strong. He's a big kid. That's a unit. You know, he looks like a football player. That took a lot of strength to wrangle his rail like that and hold on with his right arm to keep the board from sliding out. That kind of reminded me of Johnny Boy. You know, it was like a power move.
Lucas Silveira turns that moment into a 7. 7-point ride. He's now in 3rd. I think he did a best job he could have to get the most points possible from where he took off. He needs a 4.35 now to move to the top 2. As Baron's out front setting the pace here, like we expect in Heat 4 of the round of 64. We'll return for more action of the Lexus Pipe Challenger presented by Billabong right after this. Flashing back, last 2 years in a row, Baron Mamiya going back-to-back at his home break called Pipeline. Lexus Pipe Pro Champ, 2 consecutive seasons. Close decision against Leo last year and a tie-break decision year before against John. John beat John twice, eerily very similar type heats with that crazy late drop at Pipeline where he was able to get perfect 10, Shane. Wild watching this highlight clip for the last 2 years.
He's kind of arguably the biggest freak at pipe. Like freak show, magic man. He can make a wave that looks like you don't want any part of it into the best wave of the day, which is crazy.
We roll in with Bronson, that short one there back door. He made it short because he knew he didn't have much time to enjoy the pit with that end section coming at him quickly. Bronson chasing a 7.34 and also chasing this guy, Baron holding down priority. Last year, Baron called up Luke Egan for some help at the other events. Didn't call him up for pipe. He's like, I got that one figured out, but let's do everything else
That's funny.
after that as we'll get back to Bronson Ross.
I can't help but to think about Bronson. I know we're just looking at barrels. It's not the time to talk about airs, but the Kono ends is coming up a little bit now. It's meant to come in around lunchtime. And I just selfishly want to see Bronson just do a big old flip. Something, big backflip. You know he's looking at those ramps, but it's about the barrels. I get it, but let's see it.
Yeah, I'm surprised that Bronson even looked left in this heat. It's such a no-brainer from a coach's point of view. I would be like, if you're going left, you're losing, especially in this heat. You need to get priority and find those boxed out rights. It's just that simple. It is a miracle that Lucas Silveira found a left to get that 7. And the fact that he got a 7 is a pretty high score for that kind of wave. It surprised me a little bit. But it was only because of how technical and tricky that thing was. But I mean, we all rave about Bronson's air game, and it's incredible. But he is an insane tube rider. His home break of Lakey Peak, the right and left are both insane, hollow, dredged out barrels, and he's super comfortable in barrels. He's kind of a freak when it comes to barrels. So I would love to see him kind of get priority and get one of these super nuggets.
He's so talented with a crazy make rate, even in his tiny waves where he's developing his own speed in the Philippines for his World Junior title. That was one of the most entertaining junior championships I've seen in an air show with himself and Winter Vincent. Meanwhile, just stretching this one out well is Brazil's Lucas Silveira. DVD, Jadson Andre, the Brazilian Storm, is his family. Growing up, learning a lot from Leandro Dora, Adriano de Souza. Lucas got a wild card in Rio back in 2016, and he actually won the first heat, which included the reigning world champ, Adriano de Souza at the time. And one of those guys, too, that was just signing up for giant wave sessions. You know, he was still, in the junior series, and we'd find out that he was over at Jaws. Shane, did you ever run into him out there, like kind of that 2015, 16 era at Jaws?
Lucas Silveira? No, I didn't. But he's such a good surfer, and he's really well-rounded. Like, his backhand in good waves is incredible. Like crazy under the lip, like really technical surfing, and he read that right perfectly. Like that was such a cute, long, just drawn out, perfect barrel. Like, I have to say. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Baron Mamiya just making it look way too easy. How much fun is he having? Just a nice drive down the hill. Lives very close to Ross Williams and finds himself in the barrel. This is just really another day, and he acts like that, doesn't it, Ross? He's just got that cool, calm demeanor all the time, even when he's getting really pitted at home.
He's doing a good job in his heat, finding waves that are a touch more square, and that shape means everything right now. The judges identify that as more critical. It's a more hollow wave, and you get more points. Baron's so good at reading that. Shane, you were talking about Bronson, how he's got so much skill pulling into barrels, but you got to find the right ones.
Lucas Cassidy lets that one breathe on him. Now he wants to get a little bit more. He's able to manage a nice little end section view, and he'll fire himself up on that one. Lucas started with a 7.17, so Cassidy needed that because Silveira's score, a 6.8, bumped him down to third. So that ends up being an important wave at backdoor for Lucas Cassidy, Ross.
Interesting. The last 6 minutes, Baron's kind of cruising, right? He probably bettered his 5. We're still waiting for his last score. but it's going to be a battle for second, seemingly.
As we look at 6:15 to go, Bronson needs an 8.4 to move on. And we'll see what happened on the left with Bronson here, Shane.
Yeah, you can see him just tucking into another one of those kind of almondy short lefts. Like the max score he could have got is like a 2.5 or something. And look at that right, just insane. Like really great wave selection there from Lucas. 2 barrels on one wave. The thing was boxed out at the start. He arguably could have been a bit deeper at the start and got really like deeper in that barrel, but it was really well ridden. He doesn't need, I mean, he has a kind of an attainable score that he needs right here. It'll be interesting what the judges go with this.
Judges doing a great job just making their separations from the good ones to just the mid-range ones. This is a good view of Lucas here, Ross.
This is what Shane would call a cute wave. These are the kind of waves that I still want to surf at the
me too. Make no
tender
mistake.
age of 53. I'm like, I could probably take off on that and pull in. It looks like a fun day at Backdoor.
Yeah, what a day for sure. Cassidy's loving life. 6.63 is what he needs to advance. His scores are coming through, hitting that 5-minute warning. As Barron mixing it up, getting a nice warm-up for this year. He's not worried about qualification. He's already turned into one of the best on the championship tour. For Lucas, it's been a long road to try to get on tour. The pressure comes in hot when you win a World Junior title. Qualifying immediately. And, you know, for Lucas, his title was 2016, you know, 10 years ago at the junior level. So he's not giving up the fight to pursue that passion of being on the Dream Tour. He was very close to the late Ricardo dos Santos as well. Ricardo, and kind of inspired Lucas, who's like this hard-charging effort coming out of Brazil at the time, really changing everything of how they're approaching pipe. And Ricardo dos Santos was one of those guys, who a Billabong team rider as well, who is always in the running for Wave of the Winter year after year, and had big wildcard showings at not just pipe, but also in Tahiti. And Lucas got to have a front row seat to all of that. Silvera now lunging into this one and gets spat out quickly, Shane.
That was really well done. That was all positioning. That was all positioning before he got to his feet. He really maximized how deep he was able to get, and I think the judges are going to absolutely froth on that wave.
This has turned into quite a battle. Remember, Lucas Cassidy from Mexico needed the score. He got it. So Lucas Cassidy got a 7.3. Lucas Silvera just dropped to third again. Now needs a 7.47, Ross. Will this come close?
It's the battle of the Lucas. And the only thing that I'm a little bit cautious about this wave, it's small. You know, it's a little overhead. And the judges, they want to see critical. You know, they want to see bigger, kind of crazier waves out there today. So interested to see where they throw this score. And wow, they gave it, Shane, you called it. That was a massive score, 8.5. I'm a little surprised because it's a pretty small wave.
And it was short. It wasn't long. Like Lucas Cassidy's wave was a lot longer, but they kind of went high with Lucas Cassidy's wave, where he really didn't get very deep. And Lucas Silvera, he was super deep. There's no way you could see it any other way.
They're giving that the highest score of the heat.
Yeah, that's interesting. It's been a little bit of a tricky heat, but it's. I mean, they've had a lot of opportunities. It's really exciting for sure. Yeah, kind of interesting to see.
So Lucas Silvera, 8.5. Now the high score. Barron, remember, had the 8 on his second wave. And so Silvera out front. Barely spent any time in the third spot. Barron drops to second. Cassidy now needs an 8 to move on. And Bronson, unfortunately, is comboed to advance. And Shane, you called it early. You know, you just wanted him not to look left. And he has been just haunted by the perfection of these little fun barrels, but it's really taken him out of the heat at the moment. Let's compare the 8s. This is Barron's 8-point ride, Ross.
Yeah, a little bigger. I mean, quite a bit bigger, and a pretty heavy drop extended through the inside. To me, this is the wave of the heat. Spit right there, secondary through the Aints Bowl. Here, this is a half a point higher. A much smaller wave, but well positioned, very deep. I liked it. You know, I thought it was going to be like 7-ish, but either way, these guys are kind of stacking up a lot of 7s in this heat. And that was Lucas Cassidy, 7.3 there. So a lot of similar rides. This is where the judges really get pressed and are asked a lot of them, because when you get all these rides where there's no clear separation, it can get muddy.
1 minute 30 on the clock. Silvera doing a good job to now take the lead. He knows that Barron's the guy out here, and that's got to feel amazing that he's so far in the lead of heat number 4. Cassidy asking the beach announcers for an update on the situation. You can look at his Apple Watch, see that he's in 3rd in line for priority, but now it requires an 8. Good thing for Cassidy, he's really warmed up. He knows what 7s feels like, and he's going to try to just get a little bit more if he gets the chance, but we're down to the final minute.
I think a lot of times at Pipe on days like this, we all think, okay, you got to get this one type of wave, but that wave Barron got, the 8, that wave was a 10. Like, had he been slightly deeper, like in positioning, that wave, it had the potential of a 10. I think the judges are starting to separate people not only on the quality of the wave, but really, really being super critical on how deep they're getting. Like that Lucas Silvera wave wasn't even close to as good as Barron's wave, but he was as deep as he possibly could have got. I think had Barron been as deep as Lucas Silvera, it would have been a high 9 for sure.
That's a great breakdown. And it's seeing what's available, and the judges want you to be as deep as you can, hunt down the foam ball, be really risky with your positioning, and Silvera rewarded for that effort.
Yeah, they want you to have to like shift into 4-wheel drive in there. Going over the foam ball, just...
It's just not typical. That's what threw me off. They typically don't reward a wave that's not high risk, you know, but he was nice and deep.
Here we go. This one will end with Barron Mamiya just jumping into a small left at Pipe, and the guy who's won the last 2 at the CT level, the Lexus Pipe Pro, one of the biggest, if not the biggest name in the drop pipe and backdoor these days. It will be moving on to the round of 32 underneath Lucas Silvera. Silvera taking a big win.
Wow,
that's a big win.
Huge one there. Much respect for Silvera moving forward. We are having Heat 5 get set up, led by the top seed, Samuel Pupo. We'll bring in Kaipo Mitch and Josh Moniz for the call.
Here on the North Shore, looking at how many people have passed away in, over the years, over the decades, and how radical the ocean is here and how dangerous it is and the surf, that's who you want coming for you in a bad situation, is Hawaiian Water Patrol.
Years of collaboration with Billabong. Hawaiian Water Patrol, founded in 1985. Terry Hui and Brian Keolana, and the tradition continues today. Vision here of Lucas Silvera, who's just been successful moving into the round of 32, along with Barron Mamiya. Heat number 4, round of 64. All done, all pow. Time for a new heat and a new guest, Kaipo girl, Mitchell Salazar, and thank you for joining us, Josh Moniz.
Thank you for having me. Happy to be here.
Oh man, what are we thinking about today? It looks nice out there.
Oh, it's insane. these are the days you dream of, especially for a lot of the guys without experience out here, like the Challenger guys. I'm sure when they've seen the schedule, they're hoping they're going to get at least one go in waves like this. You know, it's not too heavy, pretty friendly, inviting, and you're like not going to be second guessing yourself when that big set comes. It's pumping.
If there's such a thing as user-friendly pipeline and backdoor, would this be it?
Oh yeah, this is for sure it. You know, it's 6 foot, maybe some bigger ones, and with the shorter periods, well, they kind of just let you in a bit. They can get a little teepeed up and a little hard sometimes, a bit steep, but as long as you're behind the peak, it's you just got to get to your feet, point your board, probably going to come out of the barrel.
Well, we got a great heat here, and we'll start off here taking a look at a replay. Jorgen Kuzne representing France.
Yeah, number 20 at the moment on the CS rankings. This is going to be a good starter for Jorgen. Won a QS in Morocco last season, and looking right here, wants some redemption after Brazil Cup, but remember, early exit over there in Saquarema, so this is a big event for him right there in range of qualification.
Charlie Couvon, another Frenchman.
Yeah, and this guy rips, Josh.
Yeah, Charlie, I'm pretty close with Charlie. He spent a lot of time in Hawaii, grew up at the Volcom House pretty much, so he's going to be feeling pretty comfortable. I'd say he's probably like the favorite going into the seat, just experience-wise, but man, the seat's pretty stacked. Sammy's he's known for his high-performance surfing, but he's so underrated in the barrel. He's so technical, so, he hopped on tour and did a lot better out here than guys probably thought. So it's cool to see him having a good year and pretty much going to be on tour, I'd say. I think he's second in the rankings, pretty far out there.
Yeah, he's second in the rankings. Sami Pupo, our top seed. If he makes the final here, he's qualified for the championship tour. He's done it a number of times, Mitch, where he's fallen off the championship tour and then through this Challenger Series got back on it. 2023 he did that, coming in number 2 overall in the rankings, and 2024 he did that, winning the Challenger Series to get back on tour. Looks like Sammy's on his way one more time, but the math's not final yet. Math is final for Lucas Silveira, where 15.5, 2-wave total, ushered him into the round of 32. Lucas is with Jess.
Thanks, Kaipo. Lucas taking down Barra Mamiya, who is incredible out there. You were saying it was pretty hard to contain yourself.
Yeah. First of all, I just want to say happy birthday to my wife back home. She asked for a 10 for her birthday, but I didn't get a 10, but got a pretty good one. I think she'll be happy about that. And yeah, it was so pumping, so perfect. It's like what we dream of, of when we think surfing and competing at pipe. We just want exactly that. And yeah, when I saw the heat draw against Barron, he's been like dominating all the free surfs and won the last 2 CTs here. He's definitely like the main guy at the moment. But I've been coming here for, I don't know, like 20 years already, since I was 11 years old, and I'm confident I can barrel ride as well if I have the opportunity to get waves, and then, yeah, it started kind of bad for me. He got an 8 right at the beginning, and Lucas Cassidy got a good one to start as well, and I have a few wipeouts, like one almost made it, would have been a good one probably, but then it was nice to like come from behind, needing a couple scores, and then I turned the heat, and then Lucas got that bomb again, turned again, and I was, okay, that's what we compete for, let's do it. And then found that nice deep one, was able to make it out, and so very stoked.
Love it. Can't wipe the smile off your face. Now, one in Portuguese. We're talking about your equipment setup. You've gone for a quad today. Talk me through the process.
Yeah, em português, right? Yeah. Então, fiz o Kiver com o Dylan aqui antes de vir, e ele botou a pilha para fazer quad. Eu até estava assim um pouco preocupado de se fazia quad ou não. E ele falou, não, pô, eu só uso quad em slab, e confiei nele. Ele é muito especialista de tubo e nas pranchas para essas condições. E aí ele fez algumas quads e eu tô adorando. E obrigado. Thanks, Dylan, if you're watching. Thanks for making us a few quads. I'm loving it, and the boards are magic.
Well, happy birthday to your wife. Big present moving on through to the next round. Thanks, guys.
All right, yeah. So Mitchell, Lucas saying that the quad a lot of time works better in the slabby waves and the more hollow waves, right?
Yeah, and he also mentioned too that it was, a big consideration from Dylan Longbottom, his primary shaper right there, to somebody who's excellent in these types of waves. He actually modernized basically the toe boards that you see nowadays that are used at show-ups in different places. So props to him working so closely with Dylan Longbottom on the shapes.
And the goal is excellence. What about this, Josh Moniz?
Yeah, here's Sammy. Jeez, that was like...
that was excellent.
Yeah. Like I said, you just need to be behind the peak and point your board to the corner and stand there. The wave's going to do the rest.
Sounds simple when you say it. It ain't that easy, though.
Hey, spider-like reflexes from Sammy Pupo. Slang in the webs, huh, Mitchell? 8.33 for Pupo. And look at the conditions. Look at the swell. Look at how beautiful day number 3 here is at the Lexus Pipe Challenger. Franco, our Argentinian competitor, stalls, gets in the barrels, gonna have to fight for an exit, unable to punch through.
Yeah, much like yourself, Josh, he comes from a big lineage of surfers in Argentina. His dad, Luis, a great surfer. His sister, Maya, also an incredible surfer. But this has been a great location for you. I was here when you won the Pipe Pro Junior about a decade ago, and then you actually beat your brother and your best friend, Benji Brand, in that final. But then you also won the Vulcan Pipe Pro, the QS level. So what's it about Pipeline and your relationship? Obviously, your dad, too, big legend here.
Yeah, I mean, when you go into the final days at Pipe, I feel like she picks you and you get on a crazy rhythm and you just commit to your decisions, and yeah, it works out a lot. Sometimes, or most times it doesn't work out, but sometimes it does. And for me, I got lucky a few times, and yeah, I was just making good decisions. That's all you're doing out here. It's all about positioning and playing the game a little bit, but not getting too invested in playing the game. Kind of like put yourself out of the heat if you get worried about playing the game too much out here, I feel like.
Well, and I think it's time put in. I mean, Josh, you've been surfing this wave out here since you were 13, 14 years old, putting in your time. I mean, and some brutal days when you guys were Groms that you guys would paddle out here, big gnarly days.
Yeah, I was really blessed. Billabong had the house right off the wall, and I spent all my winters out there since I was 8, 9 years old in the house every winter. My family managed the house, so if it wasn't for them, I definitely wouldn't have had all the opportunities I got at Pipe. And this is the 1-few wave. You can't really just show up and think you're just gonna, oh, here we go. It's Charlie. He was a little deep. Never know, but
be rad if he came out.
Yeah, yeah. But like I said, you never really know out here. You got to spend the time. And Oregon, late one. He might come out of this. Yes. There you go.
Dude.
That was cool.
That was sick.
Yeah.
Under the lips, super late.
20 minutes left. He's gonna be pretty happy with just finding the exit on one, and he can kind of probably hunt for one of those proper ones after that.
It's a big brother right there too, Kaipo, fitting in that backdoor wave.
Yeah, Jorgen Kuzna, I mean, he's been trying to qualify for the championship tour going on, 10 years, a decade, 32 years old, currently number 20 on the CS rankings. This could be his year. Keep on doing stuff like this, Josh.
Yeah, that was really well done. He'll be very happy with that score and probably just work his way up priority and get a, whoa.
Oh, sick.
Those late ones are so fun. When you're behind it like that, you can kind of just point your board to the channel a little more, and you're gonna cut that late drop a bit. And yeah, as you see, did that easy. It's super cool.
Well, had the 4 initially, Kaipo. I feel like this one's going to be better. And as Josh said, it just slingshots you forward the entire time. So actually probably going to take the lead with this one.
Yeah, 7.17 just checks in for the Frenchman. He takes the lead, Sammy Pupo in second. There's the breakdown of all the scores from all the different international judges.
Pretty tight. I mean, you see a lot of the average nowadays. There's not a big difference between the high and the low. And personally, Josh, I feel like having an international panel good. But the representation of the locals, the people that know this break more than anything, obviously just as important, if not even more important too.
Yeah, for sure. It's good to have a mixed panel, in my opinion, especially like a lot of the guys who are like challenger judges. They can kind of keep the scale in check, and then obviously they got the local guys who are out in front of the wave a lot. Even on free surfs, they're seeing what's going on and understand like the idea of barrel riding and what it takes, so they can throw their input.
Well, enjoy your time at home, Josh, but you got to be making plans right now. You finished number 4 in the qualifying series over here in Hawaii, Tahiti Nui. You're on the Challenger for the next year. What are your plans?
Honestly, I'm not too sure if I'm going to do it yet. I'm like 50-50, but more so on the yes side, I'd say. We'll see. I've kind of just been battling a lot of little injuries the last couple years, and so we'll see. If I feel like I'm surfing good and I'm excited to put a jersey on and travel and chase some points, and I'll do it for sure. But yeah, just really depends on where my mind's at the time.
Okay, well, hey, you make it on, I'm around the event, I'm buying you dinner, okay?
Yeah,
so if that motivates you to get on the road, take it international, bro, okay?
He never does that for me, just so you know. So.
I've bought Mitchell many, many dinners.
Oh, the grilled chicken does not count, okay?
Usually it's in reals, so the conversion rate's good.
It's really cheap. He buys the cheap ones, all right? Hey, no, but I mean, just from, perspective of somebody that does this for a living, that's not easy to take that step back and analyze it that way. If you're not 100%, do you fully want to commit to doing it? And I think that earns a lot of respect and it deserves a lot of respect, John.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, for sure. I don't really want to take a spot away from the kids behind me if I'm not going to be like 100% in. I know how hungry and good all the kids are coming out of our region. So if I'm not, like I said, if I'm not 100% in, I'm not going to take an opportunity away from a kid. So
yeah, who are some of the standout kids for you right now?
Oh, geez, there's a lot. Oliver Zietz to me is like probably our best competitor we have. Just like structuring his heats and just getting the job done. I'd say Nalo Diodata is talent-wise is probably my favorite kid. Just has such a unique style, and the way he attacks the lip is my favorite. But Luke Swanson's that once. He's so good. I feel like those kids that are at that like world champ level, which I believe he is, it's kind of hard for them to click. But once they click, kind of like an Eli Hanneman, how he's clicking right now, it's like they're pretty hard to stop. And once Luke figures that out, he's still so young and works really hard, trains with Ross all the time. He's, John kind of took him under his wing a bit. So once he finds that little recipe and one good heat, it just takes him one good heat, and I think
I agree. Mitch and I were talking about that just yesterday in regard to Luke Swanson, is that his competitive results are not reflective of how talented he really is. So if he just turns the corner, which he could do soon. I mean, he had an outstanding first showing out here yesterday. Swanson did.
Yeah.
He had an 8.67, a 7.5. He had an excellent heat yesterday, so hopefully that's turning the corner for young Luke Swanson. We'll see him later on today in this round of 64 as well.
He was in cruise control in that heat, in my opinion, too. Just went out there and put on his best performance ever. And you would know, Josh, I mean, it's hard to earn your spot out there, and especially in a lineup that's so crowded on the good days. Everybody wants to be the big dog out there when it's great.
Yeah, for sure. That's half the battle. You kind of have to not be nice to get good waves out here if you want to get a lot of them. Unfortunately, that's how it goes out here. And Luke is like the nicest kid in the world, so it is a little harder for him in the free surfs because he is so respectful. And but skill-wise and his technical ability is one of the best guys out there. So once he just needs a little more time, and he'll be on all the good ones.
Oh, Franco, up and down.
Yeah, a little late for Franco right there, but he's got the right idea.
Yeah, he does. Going for it, too.
Yeah.
So Franco's still searching for a meaningful score. Sammy Pupo out there with that 8.33 needs to find a backup. How is this all going to play out? We'll be back with the conclusion of heat number 5, round of 64. Sammy Pupo already going excellent right here. Lexus Pipe Challenger. Stop number 6 on the Challenger Tour. Look at how we've globetrotted this year, starting in Steel City, Newcastle, all the way to South Africa, Ballito, Huntington Beach, Levi Slauson taking out a win there. Sarah, where we saw Kaoli Voss just dial in on the backhand there. Sakurema, Sammy Pupo taking the win there. Pupo in the water here. And we're going to conclude it all in Newcastle, March 8th through the 15th. Taking your top 5 finishes out of 7 chances. And Sammy Pupo looking pretty good to get back on the championship tour, Mitchell.
Yeah, number 2 at the moment, and I mean, just looking at the points, he's pretty far ahead from everybody else. As Charlie, he's looking for a bounce back result, Kipes.
In the barrel, streaks through here, second section for Crevant. And this is going to make it a very, very competitive heat. With that completion, Kuiper Girl, Mitchell Salazar, Josh Moniz on the call. That was a speedy one.
Yeah, that was a cool wave. I'm sure he would have probably liked to hit a little better, but at this point of the heat, he just needs to score. And ooh, here we go. We got Sammy. This wave looks crazy. Wow. Oh my God. Yeah, that wave that's the look you want. Sometimes they kind of just stretch out like that, but you got to give it a crack. And then here's Charlie's wave. These are really fun little waves right here, and picked a good line and didn't get as deep as I know he would have wanted to, but at this point in the heat, he kind of just needs a completion with 10 minutes left just to give him himself a shot. So
yeah, just to settle in there. So Charlie Crevant, 6.84, takes him to second, which he does. 7-point ride for Crevant. That bumps Sammy Pupo down into third place. Pupo needs a 2.17 to get back into that advancing position. Jorgen Kuzne in control currently with that 7.17, 4.17, and priority.
Yeah, and Franco right here pretty much needs a pair of 5s. A 5 and a 6 will get it done for second place at the moment. And even, Jorgen right now with the low 4 as the backup, he's not safe either. And, you talked about Sam being so diverse in his approach, Josh. I mean, he's good everywhere. They come from Matacias, Kaipo, heavy beach break over there in Brazil. And remember, a few years ago, he made the quarters here as well as a rookie. So this guy's world class, in my opinion. And as you said, I also think he's one of the guys where his results on the championship tour have not reflected how good he is.
Yeah, for sure. It's crazy to think Sammy hasn't stayed on tour. He's so good, and everywhere. Maybe Pipe and Chopu aren't his bread and butter, but he can still get it done in those waves and at all the other waves. I watched him surf Haleiwa the other day, and the waves weren't even good, and the surfing he was getting done was just like, I can't believe this guy's not on tour.
Yeah.
Much like yourself, he comes from a great surfing family. Older brother Miguel, just a fixture on the championship tour, one of the longest personalities that we've seen on tour, and Dad Wagner, a professional surfer himself, as well as surfboard shaper.
Yeah, it's cool. The Pupos are all really nice people, They have a really good family, and they're all so kind and mellow. And yeah, I like those guys. They've always been super cool to me on the road, and yeah, happy to see all his success this last year.
Yeah, really, really nice having your dad to be able to dial in your boards too.
Yeah, that's cool. They're probably a bit ahead of the curve growing up with understanding what surfboards do and surfboard design, and I believe they're both on JS now.
Yeah. But it's interesting because Wagner Pupo that had Ohana Pupo surfboards, but he's also the license for
cool.
JS in.
Right
so
on.
he's making the JS boards over in Brazil.
Oh, cool. So I'm sure their dad's still scrubbing a lot of their boards at home.
Yeah.
That's incredible.
I got that right?
Yes, yeah. The Pupo family, they bought the license over there, and Sam was asking for a block and a priority switch, so let's see if Charlie actually did keep him off of that wave or not. And an interesting situation, and a situation right now with just under 8 minutes, guys, that could be deciding the outcome of the heat, too.
100%. I mean, Sammy Pupo, he gets priority over Charlie Crevant. Let's take a look at this again. So, did he block? Did Charlie act like he was going to use his priority? 1, 2.
Really close.
That was tight. Those are kind of 50-50 calls.
Well, here they matter more.
Yeah.
Because there's the danger factor of it. I mean, if you're fully keeping somebody off of the wave, there could be potential for, that person to get severely injured.
100%. He can't instantly just whip around and jump to his feet. That would be so dangerous.
Yeah, this wave's tough. You don't want to ruin the positioning for the other guy, so you're trying to give him space, but at the same time, if you give him too much space and he backs off, then you're in a funny spot. So it's, I mean, you gotta watch guys like Barron and McCunningham and how quick their decision making is. It's insane. They'll be fluttering on the lip, and they're sweet.
I think your brother Seth is one of the best to do that too.
Yeah.
And just personal note, I love surfing with you and Isaiah and Micah, but surfing with Seth, he's one of those guys where waves just come towards him.
Yeah.
And I remember the entire time just trying to catch like the right waves out here. He'll catch one good one, he'll pile back out and be on another next best one in the next set that comes.
Yeah, he's got one of those, some people got it where good waves just come to him, and Seth's definitely been like that since we grew up. Like, he'd go sit in the channel and a wave just comes to him. So some guys have that, like you said, like Barron has that out here, John has that out here, and then they're also just so good at riding the wave themselves.
Yeah, that is true. Well, you know what? The priority judge obviously didn't deem any kind of block. The priority stays the same. So the challenge is up for Sammy Pupo, needing a 2.17, sitting in 4th priority.
And you can't let it get to you at this point either. I mean, you have the 2 for a drop and a barrel that you rode. So it just needs to be slightly better than that. And pressure would actually be on Charlie right there because, as we've been saying the last 2 days, guys, a 3 is not an easy score to get at this venue. I mean, a 3's either an incomplete barrel or a real short barrel rad, or it has to be a couple maneuvers by today's standards.
Yeah, those mid-range scores are weird out here. Here we go. Franco's on a decent-looking wave. Nice, got a little barrel. That's actually not a bad call from him. He doesn't have a wave yet, and with 5 minutes left on a day like today, you only need 5 minutes to flip a heat, especially with everyone only sitting with one good score. So he's definitely not out of the heat with how good the waves are. On a normal day out here, he'd be a bit behind, but he still has a chance for sure. Especially with these guys jockeying, they're gonna kind of be a little out of position, probably just pushing each other around.
And they're still going at it too.
Yeah.
I mean, right there, Charlie was about to pull the trigger, and I feel like if Sam forces it just a bit more, he might get him to bite Kipes.
Yeah, I mean, this is some cat and mouse between Sammy Pupo as well as Charlie Crevant. And, unfortunately, not like a beach break. There's not a lot of, I feel, and I'm going to ask Josh, you're more of an expert, there's not a lot of kind of second options of where Sammy can go.
Yeah, it's funny. Pipe's such a small lineup, but at the same time, it's so big because if you're a foot off the mark, your wave could be a 10 or a 2, So as small of a lineup as it is, your positioning needs to be spot on. I feel like the most important part about surfing pipe are like the 10 seconds before you even get the wave. Just your positioning. You get good at positioning out here, so it becomes a pretty easy wave to surf. But right now, they're kind of just playing the game. Charlie's going to shadow him. I'm kind of surprised Jorgen's not also hanging around them because...
Yeah, Jorgen's just like, hey, that's between you two guys.
Yeah.
You two guys work it out. I'm just...
I got priority. Nobody drop in on me.
Yeah.
I'm trying to better the 4. Get out of my way.
You guys are good. How's it going?
Yeah.
He's also a big guy, too, so he's pretty intimidating.
Yeah, Jorgen's a unit. Really good surfer. He's definitely just taking advantage of having priority at pipe right now and sitting on the main peak and not too worried about playing the game, but it's such a close heat that if he's not in the area, those 2 guys can pretty easily flip it and he can go to 3rd, so we'll see what he does here at the end.
Oh, you said forcing the issue. There you go. So now it's up to Charlie to come out of this barrel, and he does. That is going to be, yeah, that's right. Appropriate applause on the beach there. Charlie Crevant kissed that 3.5 goodbye.
Oh, yeah. And turn defense into offense right there, Josh. So 2 for 1 for Charlie.
Yeah, that was really well done. Small little wave, but looked like he was riding the foam ball the whole time. So the judges will like that. And then now Jorgen's kind of forced to play defense because Charlie will probably go to first after this one. Nice and deep. That little chandelier kind of helped him, kind of put him nice and far back. And yeah, Charlie, pretty underrated for his barrel riding. They got big, heavy barrels in France, and he's always out there on those big, cold days over there they get in the wintertime. And yeah, you can't underestimate guys like him.
Heck no.
Here we go. Sammy needs to answer back right now, going to turns. Pupo needs a 3.01. So now recognizing that, going to turns, and I feel like someone like Samuel Pupo is going to absolutely milk this thing until he runs out of water. Ooh, which he did right there.
Yes, that's shallow right there, pretty much where it hits off the wall right at the end of back door at Ains. And I don't know, you know, I don't want to get ahead of myself, but I don't know if that was the right decision at this point of the heat to try to already convert on turns. A 3 by today's standards is a pretty hefty score off of maneuvers, even though it is much smaller than yesterday, Josh.
Yeah, I'd say that was a bit of a mistake for sure. Once you cross that inside section at backdoor too, he probably won't make it back out.
Jorgen got a wave too.
Wow.
So did Jorgen Kuzne make, and he made that one. So that's going to actually heighten the need for Samuel Pupo. We're still waiting for that score.
Franco at seam right there, incomplete one. So he dropped the 3 on the previous one, Kipes, but yeah.
Sammy's going to need way more than that 3-point ride once Jorgen gets his number in. So we're waiting for the last score for Jorgen Kuzne.
Well, and Sam didn't even get it on the turns anyway, so it was a mistake, as you're saying, Josh.
Yeah, on a day like today, you're not doing turns. Oh, here we go. Charlie on a sick-looking one. Wow, go.
A keg. Oh. Open, spit.
Let him out somehow.
Can he come out? And no go.
No go.
But Team France right now dominating this heat.
Yeah, the boys did good. Everyone did pretty well. Unfortunately, Sammy just got a bit out of rhythm. That little priority situation probably got a little bit in his head and just pulled the trigger a little early on trying to go to turns, in my opinion. But, you know, he's
number 2.
Yeah, he's number 2.
Get him out of that. Heading into Newcastle is going to be extremely difficult. I mean, he's going to remain in the top 5.
He can't buy into this loss too much. I'm sure after tomorrow he'll be sweet and focused on Newcastle. You know, I'm sure. I don't know what his low result is, but I'm guessing it's just 1 heat or so. So once he makes a heat or so, I know he needs a final, but it'll be really hard to get this guy out. But good job to the other boys.
Yeah, well, it is. The 2 surfers hailing from France coming through into the round of 32. Jorgen Kuzna and Charlie Quevant both moving into that round of 32. Thank you so much, Josh Moniz.
Yeah, Josh.
Yeah, don't be a stranger.
Yeah.
You know the code on the door. Come in here anytime you want to talk surfing.
Easy, for sure. Thanks for having me. That was fun.
All right. Back with more action from Pipeline as the Lexus Pipe Challenger presented by Billabong continues. Check out this barrel from Jorgen Kuzne.
The Lexus Pipe Challenger presented by Billabong is brought to you by Lexus, experience amazing. By Uncle Ed's Premium Spirits, official partner of the Lexus Pipe Challenger. And by Open Water. Join the post-plastic era.
The round of 64 rolls on at the Lexus Pipe Challenger presented by Billabong. New heat out on the water. 4 men in this heat, jet chilling. Ian Gentile, Oscar Barry, Taro Watanabe. And we brought a surprise for you. You've been calling, requests have been coming through. More Ross Williams, guess what? We got that for you. and the super special guest, John Pizel, Pizel Surfboards. Thank you for joining us, John.
Thank you. I'm stoked to be here.
Nice.
John, how are you?
Good.
It's nice that you blew off the foam dust and everything to get back in here.
Yeah, not quite today, but yeah.
No?
It's a Sunday.
I just had a quick
Oh,
little.
yeah, you had to surf.
I got off the couch watching this.
Cool. So everyone with your custom boards, it's going to be maybe a couple more days just because today's a day off. Today's a day of rest, Sunday.
Everybody needs to take a break.
Yes, yeah. Well, hey, you're not taking a break here. You got a team rider in here. Taro Watanabe is out there joined by Oscar Barry, Ian Gentile, and Jet Schilling.
Yeah, it looks like I just watched that end of that last heat. Looks like a lot of rights, but there's a little left.
Yeah, it looked like that was Ian Gentile, 29-year-old out of Paia, Maui, trying to get back on the championship tour after 3 years on the CT. Gentile, Ross, he's had a pretty good run here at Pipeline. 24, he made the semifinals, going down to John Florence in that semifinals.
He did. Yeah, he's sneaky good out here. Not like the main topic of all, there's like such a list of kind of gnarly dudes out here, but Ian can send it. I do have a good punt for Pizel. You know, we're talking about him not working today, but he does have a good ghost shaper.
Oh, yeah.
All right, it's okay.
Speaking
Only
of-
one cup of coffee today. I'm warming up still.
Definitely
Speaking
punished for that pun.
Speaking of ghosts, Jet Schilling just disappeared and reappeared just like a ghost for a 767.
On a left.
Oh, that's a good start.
On a left.
Lefts are still doing it.
Yeah, that last heat, it was just all rights the last like 5 or 6 waves I saw.
No, it has been. The rights have been better for
Yeah,
sure. A little
as
more
it's dropping and
a little
kinda
shallower,
cleaning up.
a little
Yeah.
more better shape.
Yeah, the wind's holding up right now too. It looks like it's supposed to get variables later, right? And kind of swing around a little bit maybe, but this is perfect.
It
So
could come more Kona winds too, so
Yeah.
and drop. But hey, that's good for airs, Kipes.
Yeah, and Jet Schilling knows about airs, but he knows about barrels. So it's good to see Jet, you know, back in health. He had an ankle injury that took him out for part of the season, so he had to rehab through that, come back. Jet Schilling, our 2023 World Junior Champ, or one of the stars coming out of the San Clemente storm. And good to see him healthy once again here.
So many storms.
San Clemente cyclone. It was a San Clemente cyclone.
Stormy.
European storm.
No, that's a Euroforce.
Oh, gotcha.
Euroforce, Brazilian storm, San Clemente cyclone.
what are the Hawaiians called, Kipes?
Hawaiian hurricanes.
Oh, they're
Wow.
Hawaiians, brah.
He's
Nice.
That was really well done. That was instant. Ross has had his coffee today.
Yeah.
Hurricane Iniki.
I feel like a real amateur next to you guys. I just got to say, you guys are kind of on fire.
Dude, you're on fire. We've seen you in the comments before, bro. You know what you're doing. What do you think about this ride?
I like it. It wasn't really deep, wasn't that big, but it was a nice little nugget to get going. And he kind of did what he could with it for sure. Wasn't, you know, what about the little sleeve pull down thing, you know? I like that. I think that's
Style points.
Slater started that one, I think.
Slater was more of a nose drainer guy, wasn't
and
he?
the cuff adjustments, kind of cool.
Yeah.
John did a lot of sleeve
that's-
adjustments.
Oh,
too.
yeah.
I was going to throw that out there, but I didn't want to sound too John.
Oh, they're too early? Yeah.
Kipes, it was John, not Slater. But it's
Okay, okay. Well, I've seen Kelly do it too. It's been, but
yeah, it didn't really catch on with him.
It's
though,
a
until
surfer
later.
thing. Like, you do need to pull the sleeve down. I don't know what it is, but it happens.
Or your shorts, like a little butt drag and pull the
and
leg
the
down.
adjustments, yeah. It's a subtle claim.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was kind of deep. I was stalling. I got to fix my wetsuit.
What do you think about that Deep 6 surfboard by Kelly Slater and how that influenced the Ghost model that you came out with?
I don't really remember that board that well.
That's so good. We are enjoying our time here. Thank you for joining us here on the Sunday and just talking surfing. Taro Watanabe, Oscar Barry, Ross, both of those surfers sitting quiet right now, 7 minutes off the clock.
Yeah, and it's cool we have John Pizel here because his team rider Taro, he's one of my favorite surfers. Very stylish, unique technique. He's really fun to watch.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's definitely become one of my favorites. He's like, you can't help but enjoy watching that guy surf pretty much no matter what.
Let's talk about equipment with the Sun Cruiser board check on Taro Watanabe. And what is he riding?
I'm guessing he's probably on like a 6.0 next step. I didn't talk to him before the heat. It's kind of a lot of stuff going on down here. I don't like to kind of mess with guys before their heats. But I would think he's on a 6.0, probably maybe a 6.1. Next Step, which is kind of the board that most of my team riders would ride out here.
I hear
if
that,
it's
yeah.
decent size, or it's not. Basically, every guy is riding that board pretty much, except John likes a Ghost a little bit more here.
So you have more guys.
Yeah, that's the
Next
little,
Step.
Little yellow rail. That's a little nod to Tom Curran. He's like, yeah, I want these Curran yellow rails. He has this little memory of Tom Curran.
Tom Curran on that Maurice Cole yellow rail board with the reverse V on that board.
So Next Step, a little more rocker, a little more curve for the
lots of
curvy waves out here.
Yeah, exactly. And then just kind of pulled in tail, so it's nice and you can knife it, holds in really well, and just kind of overall like good board for barreling strong waves.
Yeah, you got quite a group of surfers that are competing here on your boards.
I do. It's funny.
You got a lot of guys you got to make boards for.
Yeah, it's usually I'm kind of used to like on the CT, it's just like I got John and that's kind of my focus. And then on this, it's been interesting over the last year. I think I've got 6 guys right now on the Challenger, and a woman, India Robinson. And yeah, it's kind of weird to see like my guys against each other in heats and stuff. I never really liked that, but yeah, it's cool. It's fun, and everybody's riding similar boards. They all kind of like some of the same models pretty much, and but a wide variety of like sizing. You go from like Taro's pretty small and light, and then all the way up to like Tully Wiley from Oz, who's big. Yeah, his boards are like 2 3/4. Like Ross, you might like his boards.
I would,
like,
That's even thicker than my board.
Yeah, they're beefy. It's like, whoa, it's a 6'3", it's 2 3/4. Like it's pretty gnarly, but it's fun to it's fun working with all these different guys and seeing how they've been doing this year. Nobody's really like sitting at the top right now, but they're all surfing really well.
Well, Benji Brand actually like blew our minds yesterday.
Yeah,
he was trailing the whole heat, and then he just did magic Benji stuff.
Benji stuff, yeah. Benji's, he's always, you can never count Benji out in a hollow wave anywhere in the world. No. And performance-wise, the guy's amazing too, actually. I don't think I see him often in a contest that is like full performance surfing, maybe Haleiwa or Sunsets. Haleiwa is probably where you see him really excel. But if you put him to any sort of a barrel, he's like one of the best in the world, I would say.
Yeah. Jorgen Kuzne won the last heat. Let's hear from Jorgen. He's with Jess.
Thanks, Kaipo. Jorgen, it's cooking. What a privilege to surf Pipeline the way it is. And I mean, pretty stacked heat as well, that heat. You had to fight for it a little bit.
Yeah, definitely. At the beginning of the heat, I got a bit stressed because I let Sammy go on sick one. He got an 8.33. I think I was perfectly placed to get maybe a better score, so I was like, oh no. And then I don't know, I just got the 7. It felt great, and yeah, I don't know. I was waiting all heat to get another wave, and I just kept I kept going like, okay, you gotta be cool, don't stress, it's gonna come. And yeah, I did everything to do another score and be safe.
Now, feel free to answer this one in French. Obviously, yesterday it was massive, it was pumping. Today, we've come down, it's pumping again. To have a Challenger Series event here this year, it feels like we finally got, the proving ground of surfing on the CS Tour.
Ouais, c'est sûr que c'est c'est incroyable en fait de surfer une compétition ici. Ça fait des années que je voulais surfer cette compétition, mais c'est vrai que là, je suis parti à l'eau, je me suis dit waouh, t'as trop de la chance, c'est parfait les vagues, t'as juste à profiter du moment et faire des scores, et puis c'est ce que j'ai fait. Mais c'est vrai que j'étais assez stressé quand même. C'est tellement parfait que tu peux te mettre beaucoup de pression. Donc ouais, je suis content d'être là. Je voulais faire un gros bisou à tout le monde à la maison. Je vais essayer de faire de mon mieux pour ramener le maximum de points pour pouvoir me qualifier à Newcastle ou bien ici. Et puis, let's go. Hein?
Through to the round of 32. Merci, Jorgen.
Jorgen and Charlie Crevant, both representing France going into the round of 32. Wow. All right, well, what do we got here? We got Jet Schilling out in the lead, Ian Gentile. And actually, to tell you the truth, Ross, we got the number second in advancing spots is just wide open right now.
Wide open, yeah. And the waves are dropping a little bit. The Kona winds is getting a little more fresh, so we could see these guys start leaning on turns a little bit more here as the afternoon comes closer to us.
I like to keep on talking boards with John Pizell. You got the Next Step, right? You got the Padlock, you got the Ghost. Those are all for big, good waves, right?
Yeah.
But you make some boards for just like normal pedestrian people. Because, for example, I'm loving my Tiger Twin.
Yeah.
I'm just going to drop it on you, and this is like an honest assessment, you know. And so talk about some of the boards that you make just for like everyone who just wants to have fun surfing.
Yeah, we have a lot. I mean, obviously you get known because of these kind of things through like the top end performance stuff or whatever. But yeah, the most important boards really realistically that people are riding are like the fun boards, you know, and that's kind of the majority of surfing that's going on is people having a good time. And boards like, just like you said, the Tiger Twin, the White Tiger is another one that's just super fun, small wave board, and kind of like a daily driver for California kind of waves. The Radius is one thing that a lot of my team riders ride, which is still for kind of good surf, but it's a just high performance shortboard. And then one of the favorite boards that we've had in the last year is the Red Tiger. Won the contest on last year or the year before, he won the title, and that was a board we designed. Here we go, as like a daily driver performance, but like user friendly performance board. You know?
Right.
What do we got here?
We got Ian Gentile here, but what makes a performance board a little bit more user friendly?
We're just flattening out the rocker and kind of like blending things so that they're not too curvy, so you get a lot of like flow through waves that aren't so pushy. Like if you, it's easy here to think of like boards work so well because the waves are so good so much, but when you get somewhere where there's a lot like slower waves or slower spots in waves, you have to kind of adapt things for that, and a lot of that has to do with like thickness and like where your volume in your board is, where your float is.
And you want drive.
Yeah, you always want drive.
Like Ian Gentile just got right there.
Yeah, that was nice.
I think the Red Tiger is cool because it reminds me sort of a 90s board. It's got the slight bump, deep double concaves, even a little bit of V off the tail block. It looks like boards sort of in the 90s.
Yeah, it's just like something, it's real simple, you know, and it's like just like kind of following the simple principles of stuff of like keep it going fast, keep it flowing, but also keep it maneuverable.
Okay.
You know? So kind of everybody from like somebody like a world champ to somebody as an average surfer can have a good time on that board, I'd say.
So I'm going to put my order in for Red Tiger.
Yeah, it's super fun.
We'll figure that one out.
We'll get the Go Shaper on it for you.
Yeah.
Me?
Hey, but you know, that's a whole nother subject. I mean, like there's shaping, but then also the design element is so important in surfing now because all the CAD design comes into play, and you guys are tweaking like really, really intricate little specs on a surfboard.
Oh yeah, we just like even in that, talking about that the other day, John called me and he's like, hey, I want to take a Ghost and just like chop the nose and the tail off of it and shorten it up and like ride the middle of a Ghost.
Wow.
And so we made a board called the Chop Ghost right now. But and so I took a 6.4 and basically made it a 6.1. I cut 1.5 inches off either end of it and kind of re-templated everything and blended it. And he's like, this board's so sick. And it's like, that actually is a really user-friendly looking board with kind of like a rounder nose and some stuff. And he's only ridden a couple of them so far, but he's super psyched on it. But that's all on CAD. Whoa, look at this, jet going down. That was all on the computer. I didn't actually go in and make a 6.4 and chop it off. I did it all through measurements ahead of time.
That's the beauty of CAD, right?
Yeah.
Is that you can do that without physically having to go in there, get the board cut, and then do the fine tuning.
Right, because if I do it that way, which is totally, it's not that hard. Let's see, this thing is
awkward the way he fell backwards in the barrel. That was scary.
That hurt my shoulder just looking at that thing.
He's sans helmet too.
Yeah.
But
that was an ear slapper.
Yeah, very awkward. When you go backwards, when you're on your back looking at the top of a barrel,
Yes,
it's not a good feeling.
Never a good thing. You don't want to be looking up.
Oh,
There.
good one for Oz Barry right there. Oscar Barry, we didn't really talk too much about the 23-year-old, number 3 on the Challenger Series, this guy. He's waited a long time to really get things going. But Oscar Barry, he makes the final here, and he gets first or second place. He's on tour. He's already looking pretty good.
Where's he from? I mean, I know he's from Oz, but
yeah, I
part?
don't know specifically from. I know he rides Luke Short designs though. So the LSD boards, we haven't seen those around for a while on tour.
Either.
Like Noah Dean. Noah Dean is riding those. I think he still is.
He's a big unit.
Yeah.
We've had a return to that. A lot of big units on tour. A lot of big guys. Yeah, they're real heavyweights.
I think Oscar's from the Gold Coast.
Okay.
But yeah, he's just kind of burst onto the scene, to tell you the truth. And he's a great surfer. Also, Oscar was juggling whether he was going to be a professional skater or not.
Oh,
he's
really?
a really good skateboarder.
That's cool.
Oh, sick.
Yeah.
So obviously he must be pretty good in the air.
He's good at he's good at aerials. He's got but he doesn't have like this power stance to him too. You know.
He's got some style.
Here he goes on the replay, John.
Yeah, it's pretty. I mean, he didn't. It was a short barrel, but it was nice. And with what's happening out there, he backdoored that section. It's pretty sweet. And it was just a short one though, but.
Good positioning.
Yeah, totally.
Got himself behind it, like you said.
Got himself a 6.5 and got himself into second place. So getting the job done, chipping away. There's all the scores there, Ross. What do you think about the numbers?
Yeah, I think it's fair. It was a short barrel, not a huge wave, but the swell is starting to drop a little bit. I am anxious to see Taro. You know,
you are.
That is your team rider.
Yeah,
we want to see the board.
Yeah. We got 11 minutes left, buddy.
We want to critique
this.
the board. If he catches a rail, we're going to look straight at you right away.
Yeah.
We're going to zoom in on your face.
Yeah, well, he's sitting in priority. He's going to wait for something good at this point. He's probably like, he's done that like wait too long thing, and then you have priority, and hopefully he won't sit there waiting for a 10. He's going to take something.
But how
not
do
get locked up.
How do you shape for someone like Taro who's like, he does those crazy turns where he buries his board?
Yeah.
And so there has to be some kind of compensation with a board to be able to stick to his feet.
He's just, that guy's so talented. It's funny. He's funny. He's one of my favorite team riders because he loves every board. Like he literally is just like, this one's the best, and then he gets another batch of boards. And he's like, these ones are even better. Like, it's been really fun working with him.
Okay, pretty good feedback.
Wait.
Yeah. No. Well, no. But now we're working on feedback. He's all, I want to give you feedback. Like, can I come over and talk about boards? It's like he's getting there.
John, who's the pickiest though? Who's the pickiest? Drop the name.
John's not picky. He's just knows what he feels. It's not like he's not like, oh, this board sucks or whatever, but he's like, he's very helpful. Here we go.
Taro.
There we go.
In the barrel on the Pizelle second section. Waited a long time for this one, but made it count.
Oh my God.
Geez,
the board just didn't
tough.
want to go on rail. Just kidding.
That was
who scheduled me to sit here with Ross? Like, what's the deal?
I mean, it was the technique was perfect. Yeah. Something must be wrong.
Let's
with the
just
board.
say he got the points he needed with the barrel in the beginning there. Okay. He'd been sitting for 20 minutes.
Can
His
we
legs are
slow-mo
stiff.
the cutback and just really figure this out?
No, let's not. Let's cut.
Oh,
let's just cut right here.
It was a wave. There was a rib there.
It's as if he knows you're in the booth.
Yeah.
He's messing with you.
He's just like, oh, here, this one's for John. Usually right here would be beautiful. Instead, it's a little wonky. Yeah, a little far forward on the board. His position was really off.
There's so many things
normally
to say.
He's really,
I'm trying to be mellow. I'm trying to take it easy on you. But.
Oh, boy. All right, well, he's going to get a score for that barrel at least, right?
Oh, backup town right now, too. Look.
There we go.
Finds a little bubble, little trainer, gets the back.
Try again,
See what happens
again.
here. Oh, there.
Oh,
redemption. Redemption. Thank you, Taro.
That was just his talent.
Yeah, that was the board for sure. It's not him. It's not him when he falls, but it's him when he rips.
He figured it out. He's like, I can't step here, step there.
You notice he doesn't have a tail pad on that board. He's just got wax.
Oh my gosh.
And does he usually not ride it?
No, he usually does. I think maybe he came over here without any pads or something, and he just was excited to ride those boards, so he waxed him up. But that might have led to that missed foot placement on that first cutback.
Yeah, we'll go with that.
But he found his placement on that other turn.
He did. That was nice.
Yeah. That guy, interestingly, Brad Gerlach called me up years ago when he was about 17, maybe 16 when Taro was, and asked me to make him a couple boards. And I can't remember what he was riding at the time, but I just remember watching him, and my first thing I did is I made his boards an inch shorter than he was riding. And it immediately helped because he has this very like narrow stance and kind of a tail riding style at the time, even more than he does now. And it was cool because he really clicked with the boards right away. And I'm super stoked. I'm real grateful for Brad for passing him along, passing him my way. And we've had a great relationship. Taro and I have had a good relationship since then, and it's been fun.
So this was the exchange right here, and Taro was a part of the exchange. This, I believe, is the second wave. The first wave, Taro got a 5.70. We're still waiting for the score on this second wave for Watanabe and see how that affects the situation in the heat.
Ian Gentile was inches away from a 9-point ride. It was such a beautiful, it wasn't very big, but it was a throaty little barrel and just got caught a little too far behind the foam ball. And there's that cutback again.
Yeah, so that was the 5.7. And
We've seen enough of that cutback, guys. Don't need to keep running that. Thanks.
He made up for it with the tail side. It was beautiful. Yeah, I love that. And so Taro is from Malibu.
There he goes. Just went up to second.
Yep.
Yeah, he's from Malibu.
That's so good for your boards. All that time on a face to figure out rails and how boards work.
And he's fun. You can throw boards at him, like fun boards we were talking about. Like anything I make him, he's like, oh yeah, let me try this. And he's pretty sick with that stuff. He's real open-minded to it. He does a lot of stuff between contests and like films a lot of stuff, and he's a pretty productive guy.
Well, we saw his Snap 5 part was incredible.
Yeah.
It was insane, you know? And that's another cool thing is when you have surfers who are able to wear a jersey, but at the same time invest that time to do all those free surf trips, because you have to be at such a high level to even make the edit for someone like Snap 5.
Well, and that's where it comes back to just his pleasant style and like everything about it. It's like people want to watch him surf. It's fun to see, you know?
You know, you said Gert turned you on to him, right? And Ger's all about style, right? Wave key is technique, but Ger's always been a style master, master, right?
Yeah.
Ryan Huckabee warming up. Jadson Andre is going to be in the heat. Dimitri Poulos and Winter Vincent coming up next.
Speaking of style, I love the way Winter Vincent surfs too. Another stylish, tall, regular footer from Australia.
Yeah.
I like Dimitri's style too. I think he's pretty sick.
Style is back.
Yeah, it's
we
nice.
hope. We hope. You know, we keep on saying that like flow is part of the criteria, but you can't really judge style, but it's pretty important.
I think so.
It's hard to really put it into words what it is too, right? It's like you're a surfer, you know what looks good and what doesn't look good.
I think a lot of it comes from softer angles. If someone's real kind of boxed out with their stance and arms, it looks kind of ugly and edgy.
Yeah.
Maybe they surf fast, but it looks a little off. But when someone's well, here we go, Jet.
Jet on a bombing pipe wave, barely pulls in and unable to make it out. He's going to remain in second spot. Meanwhile, Oscar Berry on his last two waves, a 6.5, a 6.27. Berry goes into first, and Oscar Berry has heat control at the moment. He's got the lead, he's got priority, he's got 5 minutes, 20 seconds on the clock. Taro Watanabe needs a 5.98, Ian Gentile needing a 6.35.
Yeah, just buttoning up on that whole, like my opinion on style is like when surfers can have their arms a little more loose and their knees and their legs a little more loose and things kind of bend so they can fit in tight pockets, stand tall, compress, do a little bit of everything. Those typically are the like easier on your eye kind of style, whereas surfers that are more skatey and kind of skim across the water tend to be more boxy.
I like just like a little bit of not looking like you're trying too hard.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like it's just natural. Like the guys that have the best style are kind of just natural surfers. Usually they're kind of just, they came that way almost.
Well, guys
to a certain degree.
Guys like Joel Parkinson, Ethan Ewing, they've actually had to try to sometimes dirty up their surfing a little bit because sometimes both of those surfers have been accused of looking too smooth
making it
look too easy,
right?
Right? Sometimes you got to get the comp boots on,
which is unfair because
throw some pizzas.
In their mind, they're
a little
trying
layback
hard.
after the I barely made that.
And sometimes it's a maneuver choice too. That's definitely the conversation for Ethan.
Yeah.
You know, he's so carvy, and his again, you talk about soft knees. He's always just pistoning and pumping because they're available, and he's so good at it. That's why he's arguably the fastest surfer on tour. But every now and then you like to see him square up and do like a messy, flatter turn.
Yeah.
We're so used to him on rail.
Yeah,
it's a
he's
weird
doing
thing
this.
to say.
He's not doing like that. He's not like blowing tail much, and he's just,
Right.
I mean, his surfing's beautiful.
Or even like pop and ollie. You know,
Yeah.
he's real carvy, which is a beautiful thing. Don't stop, Ethan.
Yeah. Taro kind of mixes it up. It's funny. He'll do like these crazy blowtails, and then he's doing these big carves.
And a big tube here. You got to come out, and he
there we
does.
Go. There we go.
Yeah.
That was sick.
Yeah, that was sick.
Wow.
Well-deserved claim.
Yeah, that was awesome.
So he needs a six.
Perfect.
He needs
Perfect
a six.
timing.
He needs a six. He should get a 6, right?
I love that celebration.
Yeah, he's like such a grom.
I mean, it's a big wave, Kaipo. That could be excellent.
Yeah.
Could be like an 8-point rider higher.
Wasn't that was for sure the best wave of the heat, right?
Yeah, that was a dangerous wave. Judges will like that.
Yeah, he should be going into first right now.
Well,
or second at least. I mean,
talk us through this, John. What are you seeing on the? Look at the board. What's the board doing?
It's just cruising right through that. He didn't really do much. That wasn't like a super technical barrel. The drop was technical and pulling in here.
Really
but
deep.
then at that point, he's just kind of pointing and shooting to come out, you know? And then
He was really deep though.
Yeah,
he went
that
over the
was
fumble.
that was just a millimeter away from getting smoked by the lip right there too.
That was super technical. He went. He
Yeah, I
was deep.
guess-
He went up over the foam ball and then doggy doored it. He had a lot of surfing going on in that barrel.
Guess what, you guys? He got a massive number. Way over a 6, a 9.27
nice.
for Taro Watanabe.
All right.
A couple of judges going 9.5.
That's epic. Stoked for him.
That Go Shaper is good.
That board does look pretty good, doesn't it, Ross?
It does. It looks good. I love the celebration.
He's just psyched right now.
Good for him.
Yeah, that's cool. Good to see.
Hey, that was actually on cue. After we're doing all this board talk, we have all the drama going on. Can Taro do it? And like the guy just delivered.
Can I ask you where he is in the ratings? Because I see you have some notes there.
Watanabe. He's number 25 coming in.
Okay, so he's got a chance.
He's there.
Still 20,000 points available on this tour.
Yep.
Wow, that's crazy.
He's a fan favorite. Like, these are the guys you pull for.
Yeah, for sure. Well, and he should do, like, he has a good chance of doing well in Newcastle, too, you know?
Right.
It's like he's a pretty well-rounded surfer. The guy will send it, too. He's pretty impressive.
So Jet Schilling with that barrel there here on the replay.
Only needs a 5.1, but just a little too mellow. You know, it's a smaller wave. So he'll be searching here.
The lefts just don't look as impressive today.
I think to confirm, I think that 9.27 by Taro Watanabe is the highest wave so far of the event.
Very cool.
Wow.
That's awesome. I guess that was worth the bike ride down here. For
that
me,
was worth, don't you think, John? Don't you think?
Stoked.
It's crazy to think about because yesterday was so big, but the waves were kind of grumpy. You know, it was difficult yesterday, and today is more perfect. So
yeah. What about Benji's heat yesterday?
What about you?
Wait!
Wow, he made it! No way! Get out of here!
Oh my God.
He just eclipsed the 9.2.
That was crazy.
What kind of sorcery is
what
going
was
on
that?
right now?
My guess is it's higher than a 9.2.
But what's his backup? He's going to take out first place right now, huh?
Yeah, well, he's going to take out second, Oscar Berry.
Ian,
yeah, but he might go to first.
Oh, yeah.
No, it's unlikely.
Yeah,
it's
he
impossible,
never
right?
fails to surprise me, this kid, Ian. He's so awkward. Like, he has kind of a funky technique, but he rips. He's one of those guys you keep waiting to, like, maybe catch an edge or fall.
Yeah, and then he pulls it.
All of a sudden, he kicked out of a wave. You're like, wow, that was a gnarly wave.
That's what he did.
We're just like, we were watching him eat crap.
Yeah.
He's
just waiting. But he caught a full rail in the barrel and was able to
Oscar Berry is pretty high in the ratings, and he's just about to get clipped.
Yeah, yes. Oscar Berry's number 3 in the ratings.
Wow.
Ian needs a 7.44. He's going to get a 7.
Got that.
Look at
this.
I mean, my guess is it's higher than a 9.2 from Taro. That was so gnarly.
But, like, isn't that a mistake? Like, do you take away from that?
It is, but it was so critical and deep. And for him to recover in the barrel while he was that deep.
Yeah, look at this. Dude, look at this view.
What's going
on?
That was great. Board talk, too. He just slipped out there, but he recovered so nicely.
I can't even bend over as far as he did right there, just on dry land.
There it is. Hey, look at me. I got my judging cap on.
And Ross is right. A 9.47. That is now the highest score of the event. Ian Gentile, Taro Watanabe, thank you for the show.
Whew.
Right. Oh, yeah, Paizel.
Oh, sick. All right, my guy won, though. That's all that really matters.
Oh. Thank you, John Paizel,
Thanks
so
for
much.
having me, you guys.
Bringing the good vibes. Congratulations, Taro Watanabe and Ian Gentile. What a monster performance from the Maui boy.
Oh, that was sick.
There you go. Yeah. Wow. Whew. Well, we'll see you again, John. Hopefully.
Yeah, maybe.
Come back in here. You got the code for the door.
Yeah.
Ride that bike back here.
I left my bike over by the guard.
More on the way, but just digest this one more time.
Oh
my.
Wow.
Magic Morning here on Sunday continues at the Lexus Pipe Challenger presented by Billabong. Lexus coming on board with professional surfing in the WSL a couple of years back in 2024 and doing great things at Pipeline, US Open, award shows, and beyond. Now a heavyweight CS with some big names getting knocked out of the mix. World number 3 on the Challenger Series exits out Oscar Berry in the last heat, and we're really focusing in on the top 10. Winner Visit, 10th in the world. 11th in the world is Dimitri Poulos. That is going to be a big one, potentially in the big picture for qualifying for the tour. Thanks for being with us. Joe Turpel with Jesse Starling, a standout from North Narrabeen, and really close to everyone on tour, but especially these Aussies that are going to be holding their breath heading into Newcastle.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie, that last heat was tough to watch. Oz, he's one of my really good friends, and it was just in that dying stages, but that barrel from Ian Gentile was crazy. But I think Wint as well, you know, a lot of these Aussies, they've been doing seasons over here for a couple of years now, but someone who really stood out to me yesterday, even just in the confidence factor of how crazy it was yesterday, Ryan Huckabee. He was really eager to get out there and throw himself over, but this guy, Jaddy, I mean, he is excited, but unfortunately, just copped one to the head to start this one off. But I think Jadson, he has the biggest smile on the Challenger Series and was the most excited person to be out there this morning.
It was really fun when you had a chat with Jaddy, because you both obviously big smiles on your faces, but what was his energy like this morning?
He's so funny because Jaddy, he's kind of just like always buzzing around. He's like a little Energizer bunny. And we were standing there getting ready for the interview, and I was like, Jaddy, come on, like, just stand with me. He's looking left, looking right, but yeah, it was good to hang out with him.
The veteran from Brazil pulls up and under as you see a little bit of fluff on the face now with some wind, but he's still able to get the completion. A warm-up play for Jaddy, and now Ryan Huckabee deep on this one. The man from Flagler Beach, Florida, will get tripped up along the way. There's a surfer that made that area very famous, Frida Zamba, as we look at a late takeoff and a giddy up from Dimitri Poulos. Talk about not needing to paddle to get into the pocket. However, he goes down, so a few failed attempts, but making it very exciting to kick off Heat 7 today.
You know what always happens, Joe, is when you're traveling and competing, you usually have your travel buddy, someone who you consistently stay with, routine, feels easy, it feels like home. Dimitri and Ryan. Right here in Hawaii. Actually across the world usually, but it always happens.
It's happened for years on tour. It's like, hey, you want to stay together, split the cost, traveling's expensive, and oh, look at the heat draw. What do we do now? Yep. And it always gets awkward, even if you pretend it's not. You're there for the same reason, traveled around the world, and you're going to send your roommate home. Well, you know, we'll see how this one ends up with 4-man heat. Maybe their plan is to work together out in this lineup if they can.
Yeah, that would be sick. I mean, those guys, they kind of act like brothers. I'm pretty sure they actually on and off live together as well back in America. So, yeah, I mean, Ryan, like I mentioned, he was such a standout yesterday. Just in the confidence-wise, it was big and scary yesterday. There was a lot of people who went out when they really didn't want to just because of how big it was and maybe how unexperienced they were. But Ryan said he's been here for about a month now and he's just been forcing himself to go out on those really big wash-through days until he's starting to feel more and more comfortable. So I think that's a bit of a superpower for him.
Jadson Andre pulls in at backdoor. Just survived a wild drop when he got his rail up and above the surface. However, the thing freight trained on him and stretched out. Jaddy competing at Pipe for several years now, spending over a decade on the championship tour full time. Kind of like where Al Cleland might be, you know, the mascot of the tour these days. Jaddy was before Al, for sure.
Yeah, I think that's a really great kind of comparison between the two. Super deep on that one. That would have been a miracle and a massive score if he had to come out of that. But I think Jaddy as well, he's taken on this almost father figure, uncle figure to that Brazilian Storm that's on the Challenger Series. Everyone looks back to Jaddy, and he is there even once he's knocked out a competition, watching every single one of their heats. He's such a light that we have on the Challenger Series.
Fading the takeoff and putting himself nice and deep. Dimitri Poulos still has some light shining at the end of that tunnel, but he'll just move on him towards the tail end and keep him underwater for 2 consecutive wipeouts. 2 great attempts though, as he has to jump off that Timmy Patterson surfboard, and he'll pick that up on the other side. trying to keep it intact, being shallow. You can't afford to punch too deep, and also the wave's so powerful, usually takes the board out of your hands anyway.
Yeah, I love the little fade right to go, fade left to go right out here. I mean, he was really deep. He's got a great way that he can generate speed in the barrel as well. We saw him travel a long time in his last two. But Dimitri, I can really appreciate that he's trying to get deep. You know, he's not trying to get some short, sharp barrels. He wants to deep. He wants to have that travel time to really show the judges he's got that X factor to go big.
What a performance in that last heat into the nines. 14.97 combined total for Taro Watanabe, hanging out with Mitch Salazar.
Yeah, thanks, Joe. Taro, you dropped a 9, Ian dropped a 9, and actually the best score of the event right there at the end. Oscar momentarily moved up in a second. What was going through your mind right there, knowing that even Jet had a 7? Congratulations on a big win.
Thank you, Mitch. Yeah, I just kind of waited super long. I was like, oh, like I know there's good waves out here, but they just weren't coming to me in the moment. And then I think around like 10 minutes, I just had to like pull the trigger and just get a little score. And then I like paddled back out, got a little aints one, and then just somehow like I just kind of been sniffing out the little inside rights, and that one just, I knew it was a closeout, but I knew if I could like get in for a second and come out, I'd get like a 6 or something, and it stayed open, and just so stoked.
When you came out of that 9 right there, your reaction was everything. John Pizell was in the booth, and he went crazy with Ross and with Kaipo. Just seeing those kind of things from yourself, from the perspective of here, having the Challenger Series at Pipeline, what does it feel to compete at your first major event out here?
Amazing. I've been coming to Hawaii since, you know, like probably since I was 8. So I don't really get that many waves out at Pipe, but I try to sit out there and just watch all the best guys do their thing. And you know, big thanks to John Pizell. He's been making my boards for the last 8 years, and you know, I just feel confident coming into Hawaii. Even though I'm not from here, I come here a lot, so I'm just, you know, every year I come back, it's different, and the people are friendlier and nicer, and it's just a beautiful place.
Congratulations, kid.
Thanks, Mitch.
Joe.
Thank you very much, Mitch, and thank you, Taro. Kelly Slater, Watanabe, one of the best middle names in pro surfing.
Maybe the best.
Yeah, it's got to be.
Yeah.
It's got to be. Even because it's full. It could have just been like Taro Kelly Watanabe, but it's Taro Kelly Slater Watanabe. I mean, you're going to be destined for great things. And 9s at Pipe and Backdoor, one of the most celebrated approaches in pro surfing. You know, CT or not. Taro's one of those guys that you can enjoy surfing all day long, whether it's Pipe or Backdoor, or if it's Head High Rocky Point. The guy has a bright, bright future ahead of him.
Oh, absolutely. And I think as well, he has that really calm, nice demeanor that I think you need when you're surfing and competing at such a scary wave like this. Winter Vincent, he's one similar as well. He had a really tricky takeoff on this. You could see his board kind of fumbling around underneath him there, and then obviously just getting pretty deep, and he copped a couple on the head after that as well for Wint. But yeah, Taro, I mean, he's so good in so many different ways as well, not just barrel riding. Obviously, he's proving himself here, but he's got an incredible air game. He's got an amazing finishing turn on him. He's got ones that kind of makes you sit back in your seat and go, damn. You know, he's able to surf waves that aren't that good up, and I think that's a real superpower to have, and that's why we're seeing him really get better and better results and getting closer to qualifying for that championship tour.
And what a great example for Brad Gerlach, you know, with the Wave Key program, you know, having a student like Taro for so many years. You know, people see him surf and go, okay, Ger, I'm ready. Let's do that. I want to do the same thing. As we look at Winter Vincent late on this one.
Yeah, Taro actually this year he's been working with Chris Gallagher as well. So Gally was down the beach, and I think they've got this really cool unit. Levi, he's in that as well, Alyssa Spencer, and they travel as a pack, and I think it's really nice for them to feel like they always have family on the road.
Gally's one of the coolest humans you can meet, was on the CT representing Santa Cruz, but he moved to the North Shore a long time ago. His kids grew up right here at Rocky Point. He's one of those guys you walk by on the bike trail, and he always got like headphones on. He's listening to like real calm music, flutes, you know, maybe a John Mayer ride or something.
Yeah.
And he's just so calm, perfect posture. He'll take one ear off and just loads wisdom on you. Not just about surfing, just life. And I could see why people would just sign up to hang out with Chris Gallagher all season when you're trying to put together a qualification campaign.
Oh, absolutely. And I think as well, when you look at where everyone is on the rankings, yes, there's people who can qualify this event, but when you check out the points, it's pretty tight. You know, it's really close between all of the surfers. There's a big challenge to have that top 10 look completely different in the next 2 events.
Jadson Andre from Natal City in Brazil gets a funneler at backdoor. The man is a father these days. Always loves to compete. He was so busy when he got on tour. 2010, he was a rookie. That's when he beat Kelly in the final at Imbituba in Brazil. And that's when you do like 20 plus events in a season, because you're on the CT, but you're backing yourself up. It was a very busy time. And the next year he'd go, okay, I'm doing 20 plus more. But Jadson thriving in the jersey. He was the hero of the QS at the time, and an absolute legend on the championship tour. Some shaded names out of the event. Samuka, number 2 in the world, lost earlier today. Oscar Berry just dropped to 4th with his loss in the previous seed. And a heartbreaking one for Mateus Herdy as he's still in 7th. Winter Vincent in the water now, knows that there is a bit of room to move above him on the rankings.
Oh, definitely. And if you're Cowley right now, you're the only one in that top 10 that's competed and made it through thus far in this draw. So you'd be feeling pretty good about yourself, knowing that you're going to get more points than those guys who are really snaking around you right now. Chippo, he's coming through. Jacob Wilcox. So for me, a massive standout in the free surfs. Jacob, obviously coming from WA, not scared to throw himself over, and I just think he's done a lot of time over here, and experience is on his side.
Gosh, he's such a weapon, isn't he? Especially in waves of consequence, forehand, backhand. We've been enjoying his surfing for a very long time. Wilcox would be getting wild card call-ups when he was 16, 17 to go compete in the search events around the world or Bells Beach. So Jadson got to know Jacob pretty well in those early years. Wilcox, his whole goal to get back on the championship tour, and did well to pick up a win in Newcastle to open up the season. Back to Jadson Andre, Jesse.
Yeah, we've finally got a make in this heat. Beautiful threaded barrel here at backdoor for Jaddy, and you can just tell he's oozing experience. Look at this, tucks in, draws that line. You can see that knee really stalling him, making sure he's getting a nice amount of coverage here. The judge is keeping it relatively low, a 417, but I think at the context of this heat where we're sitting, that 417 is going to come through as a nice backup.
Winter Vincent pulling right in under the hood. Well-positioned make there for the man from Manly in Australia, the gateway to the northern beaches. He was just a super grom that would get wild cards into those events at Manly Beach. We're talking like Oz Open, Sydney Surf Pro. He was so little, but he'd have like the posters already all around town. You from the next beach over, you know, you would see Winter coming like when he was about 7 or 8 and just stickered up and just super cool. You know, for as far as personality, he hasn't changed a bit. He's so awesome and polite. And now he's about 10 feet taller and absolutely ripping.
He's so tall. He's found himself a really nice funnel through here as well. But I feel like Winter, he's really come into himself, especially these last 2 years. I think obviously that World Juniors campaign last year where he came second to Bronson Mate, he really did start to set him up for a solid year. But he kind of just grew overnight and didn't have that awkward stage of not being sure where his body was. He kind of just grew into his body and then started applying it, and he was surfing really good straight away from that. But he's got the coolest, calmest demeanor about him, and I think sometimes people maybe look at him and think, is he even trying? But Winter, he's got to stay calm, because if not, he can get a little bit noisy in his head sometimes. But he would know as well, like looking at the leaderboard we were just checking out, he's probably not feeling the safest in 10th position. I don't think anyone would sitting there. So he, now with a couple of those big names out, Sammy Pupo, Oscar Berry, he's got a real opportunity to make this heat and keep taking it deeper in those rankings.
So far, Jaddy out front, Winter Vincent in second. Dimitri and Ryan know they only need small scores to get into the top 2, as one of the biggest names in the draw, last year's runner-up in the world, Colapinto, pacing, coming up next. Let's look forward to the end of the big day for the 805 post show, where you see all the biggest highlights and all the big movers on the Challenger Series rankings. But we got a long time till we get there. We've got some big stories to tell. Here, heat number 7 of the round of 64 features one of the vets of the tour, Jadson Andre, coming from Natal City, rookie season 2010. We mentioned his win in that rookie year that he had over Kelly. That was a fun time in pro surfing. Dane Reynolds was in the semifinals. Owen Wright was also in Jadson's rookie class. Wow. He had another major standout performance in some heavy beach breaks in France, in the southwest there, when it was bombing, and he made the final with John Florence. John was like doing step-offs off the ski. You could see his comfort factor and just big old teepees. He was hunting him down as he was getting a lift back into the lineup. Jaddy, as he always does, catches 100 waves of heat, and by the final, he was getting smoked. He was so gassed, but he never gave up. And when I saw him on the podium next to John, he kind of looked at me. We just had this moment. It was like, he's like, how good is this? You know, one of the best days of his career to share, you know, the podium with best surfer on the planet and to go barrel for barrel with him. Even, you know, outside that win in Brazil, that moment in France is something that he still looks back on with a smile.
Through all your years of working on the WSL, you know, you talk about Jaddy and Owen being in the same rookie class. What year really stands out as the best rookie class to come through?
I think it goes back to John Florence, Gabriel Medina,
oh, yeah, wow,
and Miguel Pupo, when they all came up at the time. And it was an interesting time. There was a mid-season rotation back then that went away and came back in a different way. But at the time, John got called up because Jaden Nicol had hurt his shoulder. So he got the call up. Medina had already made it, and Miguel Pupo was on. You know, Pupo was like taking over the world with style, performance above the lip. Gabriel was already, you know, king of the Groms, this guy that was demoing people at 16 on the championship tour. And then it was John. You know, everyone knew his story from day one. So when they came on, we're going, okay, Rookie of the Year race.
Wow.
It's on. Let's go. That one always, you know, is the one that you reflect on. You're like, I don't know if it gets better than that, you know, with those guys having 3 world titles apiece. Miguel Pupo did talk about feeling like he was in the shadow of them, but then look what he's done and turned in more consistency than ever at this point of his career with his younger brother getting on tour.
Oh, Miggy and Sammy, they're so awesome to hang around. Jaddy.
Jadson grabs the rail, head down. It is going to knock him out at the end. 417 was his best. He was trying to improve on that low score of a 217. So a tough fall there. If he got another make, he's probably thinking maybe another high 3-4 Ranger, and have to go back to the drawing board now.
Similar to Jaddy, I feel like Miguel also really takes on that role of kind of uncle and father figure, but Jaddy, he read this beautifully, got himself nice and high, but you can see as he's come out, he's hit a bit of bump, and then that lip, unfortunately, just crushing him to the bottom there. So Jadson, he's got a 417, that 217, relatively slow heat, I feel like, as far as scores go in comparison to what we've seen. But I think as far as kind of that benchmark goes of being like a carer for a community, Jadson and Miguel would definitely take the cake for the Brazilians.
Judges have been loving life today. They love scoring all types of events, but everyone loves when the waves are firing the last couple of days. They always send out notes to the competitors and talk about the components that are going to get you the really good scores. When you think of pipe and backdoor, you can really lean into commitment. You know, when the thing's bottoming out and they just put their head down and go and make it, the degree of difficulty will highlight a big score. Also how deep you are, how you're exiting the wave, how thick it is, how wide open the cave is. That's what their favorite notes are when it comes to pipe and backdoor. Lunging into this one is Winter Vincent, and an easy make for him.
Yeah, Winter, that was, you could see Ryan had second priority there too, and Ryan was looking at that one and decided not to go. Winter moved himself over to Pipeline to sit deep on those backdoor barrels, but we've got a paddle here.
Dimitri's got that up and under on lock. He doesn't need time at all to set the rail, and he will make it. He had an attempt at that before, now successful. Jaddy's got to make this one. He's got a good line, a good pace of a wave at backdoor, but once again, the lip lands right on his head.
It's nothing like watching people pull into big barrels. Honestly, I refer to it as watching bull run. No, snapped board. Oh, Jaddy, you know what? He was so close to coming out of that one. When you're sitting watching someone travel so fast, you can't take your eyes off it. Ryan's turn now.
Ryan Huckabee takes his moment at backdoor and is able to achieve a nice open face hook. He's got power. He's got great airs for his size as well. Behind the peak, it's Winter Vincent's turn. We already see the spit. Where is Vincent? Few duck divers around that moment, and Winter unable to make it out free. There he is in red. Actually got stopped a bit early. And the Hawaiian Water Patrol with Jadson now. He's already signaling to somebody to bring his backup board, watching the time with 5 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, you can see him trying to wave someone to come down. Jaddy, quickly with that board change, has to make his way back out though. With 4.5, well, just under 5 minutes to go, we feel like there's going to be some nice scores start to lock in for some competitors. Winter already getting one of them. Dimitri's though, the judges are going to love the criticalness of that takeoff. The fact that he took off under the lip, I mean, like you mentioned, he's got them on lock. And I feel like what a cool, unique kind of approach that you can bring to yourself. Obviously, everyone wants to have that risky takeoff. The judges love to see control in those high pressure situations, just like these takeoffs are at backdoor and pipeline. And Dimitri, obviously spending a lot of time trying to perfect that, and I feel like it's going to pay off in a big way for him now.
Certainly will. Replay here, starting with Jadson.
Oh, Jadson, what went wrong? This felt like it was going to be a massive score. Look how deep he was. Could see, tried to get a little bit greedy for that second part of the barrel here at backdoor. Tucks in beautifully, has that perfect stance, that perfect technique. Didn't try and slow down too much. He was perfectly in the pit, but as he was trying to get a little bit greedy, that lip unfortunately crushing down on him. Ryan getting a nice cover up as well. He's been saying he's feeling super comfortable, but how is that hack after it as well on a bigger looking board for Ryan? I feel like he's going to need a little bit more. This was a great barrel. It's a nice, short, sharp, not too critical of a takeoff though. Could kind of take off and tuck in, so the judges will note that when it comes through with this score. But this is what I love. Takes off straight under the lip into this barrel, nice and deep, and you can see he had to fight his way out of the exit a little bit more. But as far as risk goes, that takeoff, I mean, wow. Dimitri just tucks in beautifully. You can see just the time he's spent out here to navigate those takeoffs as well. And there it is. It's going to be the best wave score of the heat.
Terrible timing for Jaddy to break a board. You know, when he needed a solid score to go with his 417, then the guys who needed numbers got on a roll with 2 makes behind him. Seeing Ryan Huckabee turn in a 5.93, Dimitri pretty much the same, just slightly better at a 6.0. Ryan takes second, Dimitri to third. Jadson gets shoved down to fourth with 2:45 to go.
Yeah, Jaddy, this is not what he's looking for. You can see he's checking his watch, he's paddling back out. Thing is, he's going to get back out there with 4th priority. That is never a good sign ever when you're in 4th priority and you're in 4th position. He only needs a 3.1. I was talking to Callie this morning. He said a 3 still needs to be something pretty substantial. You can't go to turns and expect to get a 3 out there, especially with the conditions we have today. So it still has to be a pretty good barrel. Obviously, yesterday we saw Makana Pang get lots of good scores underneath priority, so he needs to channel his best Makana and find those little gifts under everyone else and just get himself something of some consequence, potentially maybe pipeline, just get a nice short sharp barrel there for Jadson. But yeah, then you look at Dimitri, it's a 1.26, and if he gets that, unfortunately, see you later, Rumi. So it's a battle of heart and head here as well for Dimitri. And yeah, I just feel like no one's really too safe at this point.
Minute 45. Remember, Dimitri is number 11 on the Challenger Series. Winter Vincent is number 10 on the CS with 10,000 points on the line for a win. And some names above them already out of the event, like Mateus Herdy, Oscar Berry, Samuel Pupo. These guys know that there's some room to move to feel a bit safer heading into Newcastle. And Winter has the lead, 4.5 and a 3.83. Huckabee right behind him. Dimitri with 3rd priority only needs a 1.26. Dimitri and Ryan riding for Timmy Patterson surfboards. And typically on the next level model, when it comes to surf and pipe, they'll actually have a model that's been designed with Italo Ferreira, Jadson's best friend. The IF-15 model for usually the other waves around here, but that next level is perfect for hollow waves. It's got a little tail flip, nice high tail rocker, little nose flip as well for those late drops, and then a moderate rocker curve throughout the rest of the board as we look at Winter Vincent lunging into that first section, and he will call it a heat there with that closeout. First priority will now shift to Ryan Huckabee.
This is so hard. I mean, obviously these guys really good friends, but you've got to play the game. So Ryan, with that priority, he's got that whatever he wants to take over Dimitri right now. He's a big paddle. When it's so small, fair enough going this small wave here.
Because he only needs a 1-2-6. Ryan was aware of that, and Dimitri could have accomplished it on that wave. It wasn't much of a ride, and there's 9 seconds, and I see the blue jersey bounce of Dimitri Poulos. Meanwhile, Jadson coming into his second turn, leans back and punches the whitewater. Things getting scrappy with the swell getting smaller and the wind picking up. Jadson grabbing his backup board and got enough time to get one final effort in. Jadson left chasing a 3-1-0. From what we saw, Dimitri looked like he went straight down, only needing a 1.26.
Yeah, and I think that frustration probably solidifies where he sees that score coming in as well. A lot of these guys scoring themselves in the moment, seeing where they're going to come through. Obviously, Dimitri and Ryan, good mates, they'll drop it once they get to the shore. Jaddy, going to turns, it has to be more. It needs to be a 3-7-4. And if you're in another comp, you know, if we're in Brazil, Portugal, Newcastle, it's a super easy score to get, but I just don't think not having a barrel is going to get you over anything or two out there.
Tough one there for Jaddy. Had a couple of turns in, but like you said, JJ, not enough. Andre in fourth. Dimitri, world number 11, knocked out in third. It'll be Huckabee advancing on with Winter Vincent. Coming up next, Griffin Colapinto, Ryan Callanan, Vicente, and Joe Zucchi. We'll be right back.
When you're really connected on a wave, it's kind of like a spiritual moment. Like some higher power is taking your body and using it. I've worked so hard to get all aspects of my surfing to the highest level that I can and create no weakness, because then I feel like I deserve it. That's how much I want it.
Sometimes a loss is a good thing. It just keeps you hungry.
That was my biggest dream ever. I don't want to let that kid down.
The male pro Portugal champ.
Seeing through all the adversity that you went through, on the other side there was something beautiful. One of the things I see in Cade that I also had in myself is overcoming the nerves, harnessing them, turning them into fire. What motivates me to care and give back is just like how much I love these guys. They push me just as much as I push them. The more you care, the more focused you are.
I could listen to Griffin talk all day. He is deep, he is really focused, he loves his meditation, he loves goofing off too, man. He laughs maybe more than anybody on tour, and he is so happy that he created a partnership with Lexus in 2025. Griffin being the first ever surf ambassador for Lexus and really connecting the brand to pro surfing even further. He loves driving his GX on pull-up this morning and grabbed his favorite Mayhem, and he is ready to kick off his year competitively here in the round of 64 in the Lexus Pipe Challenger, presented by Billabong. Griff's got Lucas Vicente to deal with, Joe Azuchi, and also Australian vet Ryan Callanan. A fun heat on paper. Ryan already with a 1.5 during the break. Joe Azuchi with a 1.13. So those numbers are important because we're kicking off a priority rotation. So Griff and Lucas Vicente will work it out from here. Joe Trappell and Jesse Starling. Let's start with Joe Azuchi here, representing Japan. JJ, what do you think?
I love Joe Azuchi from Chiba over in Japan, which my friend Dai Wacko, we commentate a lot on the Asia QS. He actually got to do the World Juniors, and we always call Chiba the Gold Coast of Japan. It's where everyone goes. It's kind of the surfing hub. So he moved there a couple years ago. He's been training there a lot. It's quite cold there this time of year. So cool to come over to Hawaii, be in this warmth. He's here with his family as well. But let's see what he got done on this first wave. Just pretty wide of that barrel there. You saw a big spit, and unfortunately a lot of oncoming water came right towards Joe here, so it might hurt a little bit. You can see yesterday he was such a standout. He really was. He wasn't scared to throw himself over. Feel like he actually lifted as the swell got bigger. He really forced himself to grow as a competitor, but his mum down on the beach with a pretty cool kind of ping pong bat looking thing. Joe Azuchi, go Joe Azuchi with his face on one side and go Team Japan on the other.
How good is that? Family support here for Joe Azuchi. And if he gets a good ride, look for that ping pong paddle downstairs with his face on it. You know, I see his face all the time here on the North Shore. He comes here all the time. I see him in the water everywhere, from Rocky Point to Sunset Beach. That's awesome. Last heat we saw Winter Vincent, world number 10 on the CS, take the win. Winter is with Mitchell.
Yeah, thanks, Joe. Winter, the wind slightly switched in that heat right there. There was a lot going on in a matter of probably about 90 seconds. Jadson had one of the most incredible barrels. He didn't make it out, though. But you, Huck, and Dimitri pretty much had the same best score right there. What was going through your mind when you came in? Did you feel like you had done enough?
No, I had no idea what was going on. I was just like, what is going on out here? Like, that was a wild heat. But that's just, you got to take those ones. I mean, it's the second last event of the challenges, and you just got to do what you got to do, I guess. And I was just grinding out little backdoor nuggets. Felt like I was at like off the wall D-bar or something out there.
Format change at this event, Winter. Every heat leading up into the final will be 4 people right now. How does the approach change, especially knowing that you have much more days to pick from, especially here at the back door in a pipe?
Yeah, well, I've been working with Tori Meister, and legend, great guy. And he was telling me he was pumping all morning. I was going, I cannot wait to just I just want to get spat out. Like, I mean, those free surfs are tough. And I was like, I just want to get one, like just one sick one, just give it to me. And he was like, dude, you got to serve a smart heat. Like, these pipe heats, they're grindy. They can get real grindy. And I was like, yeah, but we were watching it all morning. It was spinning. And then I went out and I was like, I had no wetty top on. I was like freezing from that wind. And I was like, oh my God, what's going on out here? And I was like, all right, this is one of those ones where you got to grind. And yeah, I mean, Dimitri and Ryan, like, they're both pretty good surfers. And Jadson, like, every heat's tough. So, yeah.
I know you're very tight to your family. Your mom's watching back home. Anything you want to say back there?
Yeah, I got a lot of my mates back home, my family back home watching. So shout out to them. Love you guys. And thanks to the sponsors and everyone watching. Yeah.
Congratulations. Joe?
Thank you, Mitchell. Thank you, Winter Vincent. Yeah, things definitely changed with the wind, the scrappiness of that heat. The scores reflected that. Just they're trying to make sense of that lineup, and there's just a couple near makes in the beginning by everybody. It came down to 3s and 4s at the end. Winter on top, and an important one for him, being 10th in the world. Now he knows there's a little space behind him. Dimitri with 11th. He's now out of the contest as things are tightening up on those CS rankings. Ryan Callanan, he's one of the headliners of this matchup. One of the coolest guys you'll ever get to hang out with in your life. Always cool, super duper humble. We'll start with Griffin, though, as far as wave riding. He gets a well-positioned right to come out of. And snap to slide to dance with that lip line, and he's in motion.
I'm really excited to see the CT surfers come up in this Challenger Series draw. If we think back to the women, obviously we've only seen one heat of that next round, but Molly, felt like she was leaps and bounds ahead. Obviously, she's the world champion, as she should be. And I'm excited to see if we're going to see that sort of difference between our CT and Challenger Series surfers on at Pipeline here. But I feel like it's going to be closer than we think. Obviously, Barron losing out there this morning, but in a very Barron way. He was very exceptional out there, but I think it's going to be interesting for a lot of these guys to kind of size themselves up, compare themselves. Okay, how far am I away from being on that championship tour? Especially even with a guy like Ryan out there who was on the CT for so long, and in a lot of people's eyes across the world, as far as talent goes, should definitely still be there.
Yeah, it's always a good breakdown, and also to compare yourself to CTers, it's an opportunity. You know, I feel like we are so grateful that they get into the draw here as we look at Lucas Vicente getting eaten up on the left there, Pipe, a world junior champ that's trying to enjoy an uncrowded lineup here as conditions are changing. But yeah, even with the scores from Barron in that he had an 8, he looked solid. He had a great read on a wave, and then it was a good moment for Lucas Silveira to get an 8.5. And he going, wait, I got an 8.5, advanced on with Barron, but got the win. Those are those types of little confidence boosts that can take you not just a long way in this event, but throughout your year.
It's kind of like that. Everywhere has their certain specialty guy. Obviously, there's a lot of them out here, but Barron and John, they're the guys out here. They are. And I feel like for someone like Lucas, to get a win over one of those, that's going a long way. He's going to be feeling great about himself for the rest of this event and know that, you know, whoever he gets in the draw, he beat Barron Mamiya at really good pipeline and backdoor. So I feel like he's going to take that with him for quite the long way. It's the same as if you beat Geordie Smith at J-Bay. It's got that same kind of edge, that same sort of bravado about it when you take down the top dogs at their home break. So obviously we're going to see Barron again. And Barron is the type of competitor who loves a bit of revenge. He wants to get it back on some people who have beat him before, so I'm sure he'd love to get the chance. And I feel like, yeah, I'm really excited to see where we're going to see these Challenger Series surfers really start to rise to the occasion and maybe even take down what was #2 in the world last year.
1935 on the clock. What a run it was for Griffin last season. It didn't start off the way you would have hoped. He was awkward start result-wise, but he knew he had put in the time. So he kept telling himself that it was a matter of time before things turned around. Ryan Callanan up and under. Almost a chandelier type barrel as it squishes him. With that wind starting to pick up, that barrel just clamped on Arcal. But it was the size of the wave, a good look of a wave that he probably was hoping for. See if he gets another shot here. Ryan, one of the most decorated juniors, made covers when he was a teenager internationally for what was really focused in on his aerial act, because he looked like a gymnast, almost doing cartwheels above the lip and landing them. And he missed out on a couple World Junior moments because he would just have ankle injuries. Here's Joe Zucchi. Hollow moment there, but a really short barrel ride for duration. But he'll step off. And now Ryan's at this time of his career where he's, you know, now part business owner with Julian Wilson. He's a dad now, you know. Penny's here with Nina, his wife, enjoying some North Shore time. And he's still one of the best surfers in the world. And with all of that just valuable experience for Ryan, it's like, wow, he can really create this next chapter for himself.
I think it also slightly takes the pressure off as well, because it's going to make it, obviously people do see surfing as quite a self-centered sport, but I feel like when you have a daughter, a wife, a company, you know, it's going to be a lot more than just himself now for Ryan. And Ryan, he's such a nice guy. You know, he would take that in his stride. He'd want to make them all proud. And you kind of see that time and time again, especially with just last year, thinking about a lot of the competitors who became fathers. It felt like they really did level up. You know, I was calling it dad power last year. You know, Connor O'Leary went on to win his first ever championship tour event. And so to have, you know, a little girl to be doing that for, Zeke Lau, you know, her daughter was here. It's pretty cool. His daughter, sorry, but back to this one. Joe got a nice cover up. A lot of size on that wave, actually. You could see, though, unfortunately, just a little wide. Got a good amount of cover through that midsection there. There's a big spit to it. Obviously, he's not scared to throw himself over. It's going to come in as a nice wave. It's a big looking barrel, but I think he'd look to get deeper.
Lucas Vicente Takes off without a barrel ride, but has an open face to hammer. Nice patience, big vertical whip there from the former World Junior champ, and we'll hop out of there. We'll see if this ends up being a very important wave. We saw how, you know, Dimitri was chasing a 1-ranger in the last heat as conditions are changing. So I don't mind that now from Lucas to settle in and throw a couple of backside hooks.
Yeah, and I mean, we saw that, especially in that first day with the women's. You have to be able to have that moment where you go, okay, let's just get a score on the board. At this point in the heat, he only has a 0.77. When you're pretty much halfway through the heat, you go, all right, I just need something. Get myself into this heat. Let's bring that requirement down. People around me are starting to drop 5s. Okay, let's get something in that range. Obviously, didn't get the barrel. That's what he was chasing, but he's got such a good backhand. He is so powerful. The way he times those turns, just like that last one, he pivots off the top when he's connecting with the lip line. So Lucas, smart competitive surfing here. Drives really hard off the bottom, meets it with power. This wave bending back towards him through the inside of the reef, vertical, hook in the pocket. As far as surfing this wave, great surfing. Obviously, everyone wants to see big barrels at Pipeline, but at this point, it's really smart just to get something more than a 0.77 on the board.
It's fun when you see competitors just always ready to adapt. You know, you hear that word all the time in pro surfing when conditions change and you can't really rely on the same game plan as you might have had in the first heat of the morning. If you're surfing multiple times, you got to adjust. Okay, wind's up. Where's the scoring potential? And make a game plan. The best in the world are so good at that, of being able to have clear eyes in a brand new heat and start from scratch. Guys like Griffin are so good at that because when you're number 2 in the world, you get to react to everything in front of you. And we talked about his turnaround for a moment, just how tough it was to have bad results, to even consider falling off at the midseason cut like we had last year. He actually had to entertain that idea as it was creeping up closer to Margaret River. And then things just switched. You know, 2 previous years, he finished 3rd in the world. We're expecting him to be in the top 5 at all times. And he kind of showed that there's just different pathways to enter a world title race. The wave he got at the box, where he was levitating on the foam ball, and then he did the full road against Leo without priority. It's like he knows how to create magic when he needs it. There's that kind of maybe spiritual element in surfing. You know, that relationship you have with the ocean, you know, that certain surfers have, and Griffin certainly has it.
Well, Griffin, I think anyone who can enjoy his persona and just the person he is, if you know him or get to watch him through TV, he's a really spiritual guy. He's open about that and he's really content in who he is, and I think that really helps him thrive as a competitive surfer. And I love the fact with how honest he is about his mistakes as well. I remember that in post-heat interview at Bell's, I think he just made it out of the elimination round. He's like, I've had a shocking start to the year. I really need to start making some heats, because if not, my dream, you know, it's going to slip through my fingers. I'm going to be back on the Challenger Series. And we saw that for not just Griffin, but for Crosby as well. And they both had to dig really deep to find their way out of the kind of corner that they'd backed themselves into. And good on them for doing it. I mean, it takes a real competitor to find that light at the end of the tunnel and then just start charging for it. And Griffin, that 10 lives rent-free in my mind. Honestly, that was exceptional. And every single time I watch it, you just think, wow, the control he had in the air to not over-rotate on what was a ridiculous section coming his way as well. I mean, yeah, we could play that whenever we wanted and I'd still say, wow.
Oh, it's going to really age well. Over time, Griffin Colapinto, a Triple Crown champ, the first Californian to accomplish that in the best in a winter season at Haleiwa, Sunset, and Pipeline. As we have under 13 minutes on the clock, Joe Azuchi's the one with the lead. A 5-5 is his high score, and Vicente getting the 5-3-3 for 2 big backhand blows. There is the connection for Joe Azuchi for Japan. we go in the pit with the red jersey of Griffin Colapinto. Wow, we got the tail end of that just in time coming off the break. Griffin Colapinto, Lexus ambassador, reminding us that Lexus created a Surf LX model that is a custom design specifically to support this wonderful lifestyle that we're in for life. Griffin making that barrel, moving into the top 2 for sure. We'll see the takeoff in a moment. His low score will now be a 5 and scores in quickly at an 8.5. Let's watch it from the start.
Oh, we can always expect excellence for Griffin Colapinto. Kind of chandelier backdoor wave. It gets in right when no one else would. Lots of travel time there for Griff. And just, are you kidding? I mean, it didn't even look like they had a section to be able to tuck into. This is just Griff. The amount of time he spent here, gets in, it's chandeliering around him. Look how deep he is, traveling through, holding his line all the way through. I mean, Griffin, 8.5, big set wave. It had to go to excellence. This is just such good technique to be able to find that entrance he did. It wasn't clean. It wasn't easy to spot. Only people who have surfed this wave time and time again know that the entrance is there, tuck in, hold your line, and get a really solid exit.
2 waves during the break. The last one was the 717.
Oh, you're kidding. 15.67 points in about 2 minutes there. That is wild. Griffin, again, with not a clean entry into this one. It's cleaner than the last one. Tucks in, really solid amount of travel time. Look how deep he is, and got a quick exit before that one shut down and clamped out. Again, this experience that he has out here is exceptional. The way that he can find those barrels when it looks like it's going to chandelier and close out, turn it into an 8.5, and then go back out under priority, find a 717, and get out right before that wave's going to shut down and then end the opportunity for a big score. So, yeah, I think the other 3 competitors will be hearing that going, when did that happen?
Yesterday we were talking a lot about short turnarounds from when you're in a combo or you need scores, and Griffin did all of that in the break. You know, just getting to 717.85, just automatic. That's just his knowledge of this reef, all the winter months he spent out here, and his just unbelievable knowledge of heat strategy. That was a crazy turnaround to take the lead because everyone's comboed now for the win. Griffin, some of his best friends are from Hawaii, like the Moniz brothers. I think they feel like brothers, you know, when they travel together, joke around all the time. But that definitely made Griffin feel like home away from home. When you travel from California, you're trying to get your feet wet at pipe and backdoor. It's intimidating in a lot of ways, you know, with the crowd, the reef, the wave itself. And I think that really helped Griff just feel like he's had some friends looking out for him, and he learned how to get his waves out here.
It's so important, and I think that's something that these CT guys really do have that edge on, and these Challenger Series surfers are starting to get in their system, is finding routine and finding rhythm. Your first year on the Challenger Series, you look at most people, it's 9 times out of 10 usually a pretty shocking year, because they need to find where they like to eat, what feels like home. But Griff, he's nailed that around the world now.
Now he's loading up. How is that slob? Tail starting to drift. Doesn't land it, but here comes the fun factor for Griffin Colapinto. Starting to let go a little bit and mix things up. He's treating this just like he would a CT. You know, you want to get that muscle memory intact. You want to get that heat strategy. At no point is he going to just mail it in and cruise. You know, he's got his coach here, Tommy Whitaker, all of his sparring partners. Jake Patterson is almost like an assistant coach in that crew because Snake and Tommy are best of friends. So they're working on their surfing, preparing for the world title campaign, and all starting here at Pipe. But when the waves aren't good, they just sprint as fast as they can to the Turtle Bay Golf Course. And Griff got an eagle the other day on hole number 1. Yeah, he was beyond himself. And he looks for signs, you know. He was like, okay, that is a sign I was supposed to play golf that day.
Stop.
Yeah, and then he had a blast. All of his friends were almost cheering him up for that eagle.
It's pretty funny as well, you know, how much golf has come into surfing. Everyone has gotten amongst it. You look at Sierra Kerr, she's an exceptional golfer. Molly Picklum, she plays golf now. We're just in the Philippines on lay days, we're going and playing golf. And it's so new, but I love how much it's kind of intertwined into our sport. And if you're a good surfer, it's also a bit of a flex to be a good golfer.
I think it is. And maybe like a mental comparable is every shot at golf, you have another shot at redemption.
Yeah.
You know, it's like another wave. Like you fall the first 4 waves of your heat, then you're like, nope, I got this, and you stay in it. You know, you're focused on it, and I think golfers are good at that short-term memory, moving on, looking at the next shot as an opportunity, and when you fall in a wave, you're looking for their next wave is the opportunity to come back in a heat. Kind of how Colapinto played this. Started with a 5 and then just boom, lights out and back-to-back scores.
I think as well, golf is 90% technique. And I really do believe surfing is that as well. Even you look at Griffin, just the technique and the repetitions he's put in out here to know where to navigate those barrels, where to find the entries and where to find the exits. So yeah, Griff golf, it's all working out for him right now, getting the eagle. So obviously a really solid heat. When I was chatting to Cole Houshman earlier as well, and he was saying, honestly felt a little bit rusty for his heat this morning. And I think it's pretty cool to know that these guys have had a really big off season, but they're here and they're ready to be competing again.
And you don't want to be warming up in your first heat on the CT at Bells. You want to be ready to go. Remember, there's a lot of changes this year too. There's not going to be that 3-man heat to start where nobody loses. You know, it's starting off with elimination, one-on-one heats from the get-go. So it's not going to, okay, I'll feel the conditions, feel my board, feel the season out. You're going to be gone in that first heat if you lose. So now more than ever, these events are so important. You know, for Kanoa Igarashi, he's playing that game coming up next. A guy who loves being in a jersey all year. You know, it makes sense that Kanoa is signing up quickly to be a part of this event. So he can get a jump start on 2026, because last year for Kanoa was certainly stellar.
Oh, absolutely. You know, actually, a lot of CT surfers trying to enter this event. There was a lot of guys. Jake Marshall was shocking the Marshall tent for so long. He was there going, if there's a spot, don't you give my Rashi to anyone else. His first alternate to get into this. Crosby's here, ours here. Everyone really wanting to get a spot into this event. Obviously, rankings has come into it. Kanoa, Griffin having an exceptional year. But I think it's going to be a really exciting championship tour season when we start to see everyone show off what they've worked on in the last 7 months. And Griffin, I feel like looking more composed than ever.
Certainly is. 3:15 on the clock. A message just came down from head judge Lily Pereira to the rest of the field, the beach marshals, to pass on for the remaining heats of the day, noting that the scale is going to be adjusted considering the change in the conditions. While barrels are still the main focus for high scores, committed, powerful, and progressive combinations of maneuvers in the steep sections will also be an important factor for the scoring, as we are channeling an exit for Joe Azuchi that he can't find. With Griffin taking first, Vicente second. Joe's support crew right there with the flags are holding their breath now, because he needs a 4.0 to get back into the top 2.
Yeah, it's not much, you know, considering even that 5.5, he's got great technique in the barrel. Like you mentioned, Joe, you always see him here. He's done plenty of seasons over on the North Shore. A 4-point ride, you could see it was feeling a little bit tense in Team Japan. The flags weren't waving as vigorously as they have been, but I do think a 4 can be found under priority. Think about Griffin, he got a 7.17, Makana Peng over the last few days. So if I was Joe, 2 minutes to go, I think you just have to start swinging. And even look at that score for Lucas Vicente, 5.33 for turns. So if you have to go to it, go to turns.
Joe Azuchi's mom is going to be waving that ping pong paddle with his face on it.
Yep.
You know, she is rooting for him to win this contest. But she might have some backup surfers that she might be cheering for too. I wonder if Joe knows that.
I'm not sure if he does, but yeah, she's a massive Mason Ho fan.
Of course.
Massive. I think yesterday she maybe got 4 or 5 selfies with him and a couple of autographs. She was so excited. And you know, fair enough. He was absolutely incredible. He's an awesome human being. But if Joe gets knocked, might be peeling the Joe face off and Mason Ho.
Getting a Mason right there. I bet Joe wouldn't mind. Oh yeah, everyone's a Mason fan. Yeah.
It's too kind not to be.
Minute 22 though, pressure on Joe Azuchi. 4th priority, needing a 4. Arcal from Meriwether Beach with priority now needs an 8. He had that bigger wave at Pipe, but it really had a big section land on him and didn't have any room to exit. And remember, Ryan's last event of the CS this year is at home at Newcastle. So he'll be comfy, sleeping in his own bed with his family. Griffin rushing this section, winding up for a nice floaty frontside air awkward landing that he just got out of. But a classy showing from Griff. Back-to-back waves he got during our first break at the halfway mark. and turn in an 8.5, then a 7.17. 29 seconds. Azuchi starting to scratch into this one. Only needs a 4. And he was able to get away from Lucas Vicente, but the wave didn't do anything for him.
Yeah, I was thinking to myself, wow, it's a strange move for Lucas Vicente to let Joe go. I mean, if it was written in a handbook to have priority over the person that you're beating, you're going to sit on them. I feel like every single competitor in surfing or just fan of surfing knows that. So Lucas doing what he needed to do, but unfortunately, Joe's face might be getting replaced by Mason Hose.
Exactly. There we go. The horn is sounded. That heat is a wrap. Callanan, Joe out of the event. Lucas Vicente moves on with last year's runner-up in the world, Griffin Colapinto. Heat 9's coming up next. It'll be Kanoa's turn to represent the CT, along with Nolan Raposa, Mikey McDonough, and Luke Swanson. We'll bring in Kaipo, Mitch, and a 2-time pipe master, Jeremy Flores, for the call.
Welcome back to the Lexus Pipe Challenger presented by Billabong. Round the 64 has been on the water all day. Conditions have changed a bit, but we have yet another exciting heat for you and a special guest as well, Kaipo girl, Mitchell Salazar, 2-time pipe master, Jeremy Flores. Thank you for joining us, Jeremy.
Yeah. Hi, guys. Stoked to be here.
We're stoked to have you here, man. Yeah. This must be a special place for you, Hawaii, especially Pipeline.
Oh, yes. One of my favorite places in the world, you know, and I had to spend a lot of time here to get some knowledge, you know, like most people, but, you know, coming from Reunion, it's kind of similar wave, but it's the other side of the world. So I had to spend a lot of time here to get kind of comfortable.
Whoa. A lot of commitment, like that committed barrel by Nolan Raposa.
No wrap.
And let's take a look here. Mikey McDonough. Got in there and got out. Wow, what a way to start. How was that exchange, Jeremy?
That was so cool, man. He was like on his tiptoes, just hanging on the takeoff. That's what we want to see. And I mean, I was watching as a little bit onshore, but I guess, you know, second, third wave of the set looks like it's still barreling pretty hard, which is cool to watch.
It's really cool to watch. Yeah, our head judge, Lily Pereira, sent out, you know, changing in the criteria just in the last heat, but the barrels keep on coming. Kanoa Igarashi, former runner-up here at Pipe. Nolan Raposa, you saw him with that pipe barrel. Mikey McDonough the hard-charging Aussie with that great backdoor barrel, and Hawaii's Luke Swanson to round out this heat, Mitch.
Great heat, 2 goofies against 2 regulars. Kanoa's made finals at all 3 different locations here on the North Shore, at Haleiwa, here at Pipe, and at Sunset Beach, of course. Non looking strong after Brazil. That's actually the first time he's ever made a heat in Saquarema, which is just unbelievable. He's won in similar types of waves, though. He won in Arica, actually at QS back in 2018. So El Gringo right here at Pipe, there's similarities. And of course, Mikey got a lot to prove. And Swanson, I mean, best performance of his young career yesterday afternoon, Kipes.
Yeah. Let's take a look at the beginning, starting with Nolan Raposa. Jeremy.
Wow, that's a good way to start the heat. You know, they found those pockets. You know, like it's onshore, but it's still barreling. I mean, pipeline, backdoor. That's a good thing about these reefs, especially the sand's been like coming out the last couple of days, so it's really, really hollow. And look at this. That's so cool. That was gnarly. Whoa, so cool to see.
That's a big dude too, Kaipo.
Yeah.
Yeah. Get to enjoy it here in the slow motion, Mitch.
Yeah, and as Jeremy said right there, it was crazy because he was tippy-toeing the drop right there. I mean, he disengaged with this board just slightly, which made it even more intense. That should be a big score, especially considering the onshore wind right now.
Yeah, he almost got his head cut off with that lip. You know, he was that close, you know, but he's a big dude, so I guess he smashed that lip.
Yeah. Hey, you're working with a number. Well, first let's acknowledge some big numbers that are coming in.
Oh.
9.5, Mikey McDonough, an 8-point ride, Nolan Raposa. That spells trouble for someone like Kanoa Igarashi, who's very well proven out here. Here goes Igarashi, looking for an answer back. That's not going to be it for Kanoa. Kanoa, runner-up here in 2016 to Michel Borez, and a semifinal finish against you in 2017, Jeremy.
Yeah, Kanoa is sneaky good. You know, he's that generation with the Quicksilver team that we got to see growing up, and he's really, really good out there, especially backdoor. You know, when it's days like this morning, he's a really hard guy to beat. And he's been spending a lot of time, you know. I remember when he was younger, he wasn't as comfortable, and then he spent a lot of time here, and now he's always going like at least quarters, semis, like no matter the size. So yeah, you know, the more to spend time out here, and the more experience you get, and the more confident you get.
Yeah, and are you working with, because some of the French surfers have done pretty well today in the round of 64. I think Jordan Kuzle, Charlie Quavant, and
Kaoli
Voss.
Yeah.
All coming through their heats.
Of course, we're taking over, bro. hey, I didn't come here to just show up, huh? Nah, just kidding. No, they did so good. They did so good. I mean, Kaoli is really well ranked at the moment, and he has 2 really big results, and he's got like kind of smaller results. So I guess just by making 1 hit, it's really good for him. So it was a little bit of stress, you know. I mean, especially when the waves are good, you're so excited that you kind of like, okay, just lower your excitement and just do the job, no matter how it looks. And he did really well.
Mikey McDonough takes that pipe wave. Let's see if we can cue up Kaoli Voss in one of his waves in his heat, and take a look at how the French Tahitian got it done. And look at you, Jeremy. You're invested.
Oh my God, look at this guy stressing. Right now he needed a score, he needed a 4. And I was like, okay, just hold on. I was scared of that leap at the end. Just like, you know, just make it. You know, it's like 4 minutes to go, he got that wave at the end, and that's really important hit for him and wave for him. So, I mean, he's so talented, you know, like it's pretty easy. I mean, I have a really good crew around him with Joan Duru and the whole French team, and you know, we're really sticking together because, I mean, obviously there's a lot of, Brazilian, Hawaiians, Americans, Australians, and there's a few French guys, so we stick together, and then we try to stay really tight so we get that, you know, like strong energy going.
Oh, I love it. I love the positive vibration. Speaking of positive vibration, the guy who's always positive came out with a heat win and a high heat total, 15.67. On to the next round, Griffin Colapinto. Let's hear with Griffin. He's with Jesse.
Griff, it's nice to have you back. We missed you. We missed seeing you compete. How does it feel to be back?
Well, it feels great. I mean, start the year off here, and we're going to finish the year here. So, yeah, it's a great way to do it. And, I mean, North Shore is kind of like my second home. We've been coming here since we were 12 years old. So, you know, any opportunity to surf pipe, for me, I'm just like all in.
I want to get some goss. I want the inside tell. What's your last couple of months been like off? I mean, you would never have had a break this long in the last couple of years. How have you made the most of the 7 months?
I've been really switching off, just golfing a lot, which is super fun, and I definitely feel like I'm getting better, which is cool. And but yeah, I felt I almost treated it like as if I had an injury, because you know, you hear a lot of people when they get injured, they like come back way stronger and like more motivated. So I was like, you know what, I'm just not gonna surf for a while, because if I take a lot of time off, I'll come back like super psyched and motivated. And that's kind of how I feel. And like over here, like I'm still like, oh, a little rusty, like a few turns here and there, feeling rusty. So just like super psyched to get back to like my A game. And every day I'm just like so motivated to surf, which feels really good. And yeah, we got like our whole posse over here, so we're just having the best time ever.
Yeah, little someone told me you might have got an eagle on the golf course the other day.
Yeah, I got eagle hole 1 at Turtle Bay. It was crazy. Crosby actually hit my ball, thinking it was his, and then I realized that after, and I was like, Crosby, you hit my ball, and he had to run up to the green, grab the ball, run back, and then put it back, and we were like 140 yards out, and I used like a 48 iron, and boom, click, tick, 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 went in. So we started, and Leo was with me. He was like freaking out. It was so much fun.
And Griff, I've got to know, obviously last year, best result for you ever, 2nd in the world. There's only one more place to go after that. You've spent a bit of time switching off, but what's next? Is time to switch on and maybe head to Australia?
Oh, 100%. Yeah, I'm super motivated, and Crosby is too, so we're just like feeding off each other. Like, it's pretty cool. There's times where like maybe I'm like a little more lazy, or he's a little more lazy, and the other person's like ready, up and out, I'm ready, let's do this, come on, come on, come on. And then like, okay, I'm coming. And then next, you're just like pushing each other so much. It's like, it's the best thing ever, having your brother on tour. So yeah, we're super fired up for the year.
I love that. Love the Colapinto brothers. We'll see them both back in the Rashi soon. We get to enjoy you here for a little while. Thanks for your time, Griff. Enjoy.
There you go. So, Jeremy, I had a question for you. How Griffin talked about taking time away from surfing. What do you think about that? How important is that for a surfer to take a break?
It's so important because, I mean, it's intense. You know, it's a long year. You gotta really fix your health, and obviously it's going to be a lot of ups and downs, and it's how you react of the downfalls. You know, and like I remember talking with Griffin, I think at the start of the year, last year I think, or the year before, and he had a shocker like first few hits, and I was speaking to him. He was kind of like, all of a sudden I would like best surfer in the world, and I just lose three events in a row first round. And that's the way you adapt, you know, and that's where you get all this experience, like mentally, get good people around you, stay super positive. And, you know, surfing is so crazy. It's not like, I don't know, like on the stadium, like soccer or whatever. It's just, there's so much nature part of the process. So you just got to embrace that, you know, and yeah, just take care of that up and down, you know, this, you got to just react positive out of all these moments.
Yeah. The roller coaster, right? And I can almost speak to your career. I think in your career, you had probably the record-breaking close decisions for any professional surfer. You had so many close calls that could have gone either way, like fractions of a point in so many of your heats.
Yeah, I feel like that my whole career was like hero to zero every event. Just like one super sick result, and then boom, just like out, and then boom, win, and then out. So I had to kind of find the right balance, and then get that anger out sometimes, because it's so frustrating, like you say, when you lose by 0.0 something. And there was a few times where I kind of lost my mind, and I went a little bit too far. But you know, you learn with time, and then you learn about yourself, and then, you know, at the end of the day, surfing is our job, you know, it's our passion, but there's way more to it, you know. When you start learning about yourself, that's when you start learning about the future and what's, you know, like, I mean, just different things. So yeah, it's hard to react. When you lose many events in a row and by little points, you can freak out. You can just let go and just give up. And that's definitely not the way to do it. Wow. Boom.
No wrap. Nolan Raposa. Oh, well, it doesn't really matter. He got it kind of done right there. He got a backup.
Yep.
Mikey McDonough. It seems like Nolan and Mikey the only guy surfing right now.
Well, after those opening excellent scores, it's what you're saying. They just want to back it up right here. They're going to do it. As you said, judges are adapting also to the conditions, which is huge right here, despite dropping the 9.5 and the 8 for both McDonough and Raposa. And there's still plenty of time to answer back for both Kanoa and Luke. And I mean, primarily for Swanson right here, this is great air wind for Luke. And we talk about him not having the best year on the Challenger Series. Kind of a big opportunity right here for him at home, Kipes.
Well, it's a big ask right now for Luke Swanson. As soon as Mikey gets a backup, which he just did at 2.83, waiting for the backup for Nolan Raposa. We're going to see what the situation is going to be out there. He had a highest heat total in the last round, 8.67, a 7.5, 16.17 two-wave total for Luke Swanson. Talking about him kind of turning the corner. Jeremy, what's your advice to young surfers? You know, when they're first kind of coming up and having to face, you know, the roller coaster that you just talked about, the ups and downs.
Oh, you gotta, to be honest, after like looking back, you kind of have to be selfish. But like it's selfish in a way, not like selfish being like really, you know, like cocky or whatever, but kind of cocky. Like you gotta really take care of yourself, think about yourself, think about your surrounding, and just that's the way to do it, really, you know, because when you start thinking about people around you, or oh, like I did sacrifice that, and I don't have, you know, my sponsors and stuff, there's so much around it that you can get lost, you know, so you got to really think about the moment, the right moment, and make the most of it. Simple as that, you know, because it goes quick, you know, like a career, especially nowadays. It's not like the old days where there was like big sponsors, like big contracts and stuff. It's not like that anymore.
Right. The economics of surfing is tough, right?
It's not the same. So, you know, when you have an opportunity, you got to really take it and think about yourself and go hard, you know, a lot of sacrifice. And it's kind of hard too, because some people are just not in their nature to like be like crazy fighters, you know. It's not like inside, it's not in their blood, but they have to learn how to be this kind of fighter, you know. So it's yeah, there's a way to look at it. It's different profiles, adapt, have the right people around you, and stay positive and just really connect to the ocean, because if you don't connect to the ocean, you go nowhere.
Yeah, and that's true. So great advice. We got really a one-sided affair right now in this heat, Mitchell. Now Kanoa as well as Luke, they're both comboed and going to have to make it happen. Well, this is a start for Luke Swanson if he can hang on.
He needed that. Yeah, he needed that at this point of the heat. And as Jeremy's saying, I mean, there's moments where you got to bring out the dog in you, even though you're not necessarily like that in personalities. Kanoa now deep here, Kipes.
Really deep.
Too
deep. So both Kanoa Igarashi, Luke Swanson likely staying in that two-wave combination situation with 13 minutes and 20 seconds remaining here. Nolan Raposa looking strong. Mikey McDonough with a 9.5. We're going to take a break. No wrap. Can he hang on? We'll see when we return to the Lexus Pipe Challenger presented by Billabong.
The Lexus Pipe Challenger presented by Billabong is brought to you by Lexus, experience amazing, and by Billabong, official presenting partner of the Lexus Pipe Challenger.
Nolan Raposa, back door, pulling in. Doing it for Long Beach. But that was a long, stretching wave. Nolan Raposa currently in second place. This is heat number 9 around the 64. Kaipo Guerrero, Mitchell Salazar, and our special guest, Jeremy Flores, calling all the action. What do you think, Mitch?
He packed that one right there, and as he said it from the LBC, surf Seal Beach Southside like that every now and then.
What?
The proper one.
What?
Can be like that, Kipes.
Seal Beach?
Oh, yeah.
Like backdoor. Are you letting out a secret right now?
Oh, I'm pretty sure it's well known. Once you see 200 people out there in the short break, you kind of know that it's
Oh,
good.
yeah. I've seen some clips from there, yeah. Good job. Well, Nolan Raposa, take another look at it. What do you think, Jeremy?
Yeah, he had to go. He had to pull in. You never know. There's always an exit. There's always an exit somewhere. That's what I keep saying. Backside or front side, like some.
I love that. I love that coming from like someone like you, and then actually someone who's coaching is there's always an exit. Just find it.
He's pretty intense too. I was there in Tahiti when Kali won, and I could see you just splashing the water from the lineup the entire time. It was hilarious. And by the way, Marco Mignot not only admires you, but I think you've been a huge part of his career too. So just congratulations on all your success outside of the jersey too, Jeremy. I think you've been a big part of their career so far.
Thank you. I appreciate it. But you know what? These kids, that whole new generation, they're so humble. They're hardworking kids, you know. The girls, we got this generation of girls coming too. They're amazing. And then that whole Marco Mignot and stuff. I'm a fan. Like, I just watch. I'm like, okay, like, I wish I was so strong mentally. You know, these guys do all these flips and all these airs and stuff, and they just, you know, sometimes they're just learning with you know, they need a little bit more experience. And I'm just here to be like, just do it, go. Just that's it. I'm here for that.
Nice exchange happening right here. I got to ask you a quick question, Jeremy. Your opinion of what's happening with this phenomena of Tia Zabrowski?
Yeah, she's out of this world.
I see this. I see almost like dominate, like how Carissa kind of changed at a very young age, changed, you know, women's professional surfing.
Yeah, so we're getting things going with the French Federation and really following her super close. She's got an amazing family. She's doing a really good job with like getting all this stuff together because she's 14.
Yeah.
Like, imagine being 14, that good, and all these things happening. So, I mean, she's got so much talent, but it's hard to deal with, you know. It can be hard to deal with to be so good at that age.
Yeah.
So, I mean, she has an amazing family around her. Joanne Duru has been helping her all year, and it's been having some really good results. So she has a good crew. She's really on point for her age. Obviously, she's really young, so it's going to be the first year on tour, and she's got so much experience to get, but she's here to really win, you know. She doesn't... you guys will see, like, the first 3 events, she really wants to actually, like, win, not just show up, you know.
Which is different for a rookie, right? Yes. Coming onto the tour, right?
Yes, and we all know that there's going to be some... It won't be easy, you know. I mean, it's never easy, especially the first year on tour as a rookie. It's super hard, but she's got that mindset, that kind of innocent mindset that she just doesn't really care and just wants to win, which is great.
Which is kind of good. Like, you don't have barriers. You don't have any self-imposed barriers, right?
Yeah. It's just really cool to see, you know, and to follow that her journey, and yeah, I admire a lot. You know.
Yeah, I think it's dynamite what she's doing.
Yeah.
You know, and I look forward to see what she brings. And I think you can also, Jeremy, also relate to the challenge of coming into pro surfing at a very young age with a lot of experience. It happened to you. You know.
That's exactly it. So we talk a lot about it. Like, I spoke to her parents a lot about it, and sharing this experience because I was so young. And I'm like, okay, like, what to do, what not to do. I mean, there's a lot of things I would have done different back then, you know. So, okay, just don't make the same mistake. And yes, I mean, sky is the limit. Just keep doing, keep pushing hard. And that's what she's doing. And it's cool because her mindset is like, I'm like, I just watch, and with Joanne, they're doing this. They have this crazy connection that it's just so cool because they're kind of similar in a way.
Yeah.
You know, so I mean, they're kind of shy, but they're like.
But then they pedal out and they're gnarly, right? Yeah.
Like, they're kind of shy, but they're animals.
Yeah.
And I'm like, whoa, I like that.
Joanne Duru, I mean, what a I've had some of the funniest moments with him, like winning heats, and on the way in after winning a heat, he's punching himself in the head because he's so hyped up, you know? And he's not the personality that you would, on land, that you would think would do that, right?
Yeah. Oh man, he's one of the funniest human in the world. Trust me. If you guys, because he doesn't really bother talking English. To be honest.
Yeah.
He's like, yep. But sometimes he just says a few words, that's enough, and the whole room just like starts laughing, you know. So he's got a great energy. He's got amazing experience, and he's so into it. So he was surfing in the Olympics like last year, like 2 years ago.
Yeah.
Well, he beat Al.
Yeah.
And he beat him in a big way too, because Al was ripping at that event.
Yes, exactly. So, you know, the way he really turned into this coaching mode, like he's doing it in a really amazing way. You know, like he's like, I'm like, okay, like you're the guy. You know, this is exactly what these young generation, these young French guys need in their corner, and that's the idea. It's to always have one of us on tour to kind of just share experience and just share the energy, so that we can push with that positive like dynamic. You know.
Yeah, and I think it's motivating, and it's security. And I feel in the world of surf coaching, it's not like you're drawing plays like a soccer or a football. There's so many ways that coaches help surfers. Support, mentally, physically, you know?
Travel.
Helping them with travel, helping them with equipment.
Yeah.
You know?
It's funny because all these too, I mean, I had these long careers, Johan had these long careers, but we are not necessarily good coach, you know, could be the worst coach ever. And then sometimes it's just like, I was in this situation sometimes, maybe Kanoa. Oh, there you go.
I guess there's always an exit, Jeremy.
Nice, I told you. There's always an exit. There's always some kind of back door. Yeah, Kanoa. You know what? I knew he was going to find some sneaky barrels, so I guess he's back in the game with that wave, huh?
Oh, yeah. But, I mean, needs a low 9, but still, it should be one of the best waves of the heat, in my opinion. And 2 sections right here. That second one was sneaky good, too. So, stands up tall right at the end. That'll easily improve on the 3 right here in another angle, Jeremy. Got a pump after that first section right there by Igarashi.
Yeah, that was cool. Should have hit it hard in the slant section. Just joking.
McDonough trying to answer back. He gets caught up.
Oh man.
I mean, you've surfed. You had that semifinal out here with Kanoa. Yeah.
And the final at Karamas too, which, by the way, in my opinion, one of the best ever. I really enjoyed that final too.
Yeah, that was cool. That was such a good experience surfing at Karamas, and that wave is so good, and the whole vibe is so good, and the beach and stuff, and just so much fun stuff going on during this event.
There's a pool, there's a bar, right?
Yeah, it doesn't even seem like some of these events, and somehow that's where I did good, is they don't seem like events. Like Fiji, Karamas, like Hawaii, Tahiti. It's the places you're just surfing all these waves. It's like a dream, and you're like, oh, hang on, I got a heat coming up. You're just like, this is a dream tour, you know?
Well, it truly is.
Broken board on this one, though, for Mikey.
So Mikey's still in the lead, though, because he has the highest single wave of the entire event with that 9.5. Nolan still, maybe we can see what happened here.
He got stuck on the lip. He kind of went high.
Yeah.
I mean, they're hard section to deal with, but 2 minutes to go. He kind of.
Talk about coaches.
Yeah.
Bam Bam on the beach right there, Kikoa Bacalso.
Mililani's own.
I wonder what he whispered into Mikey's ear.
Ooh, Luke.
Little late run for Luke Swanson, still in a 2-wave combo right now.
Break the combo right there. Get back out 2 minutes and potentially get another wave. And Kanoa now only needs a low 5. Nolan's got to be careful right here, Kipes.
Yeah. So Kanoa Igarashi, last wave of 6.83. Let's take a look here, Mitchell, of Luke.
This one was sick. As we've been pointing out, I mean, that onshore wind is much more noticeable on the lefts rather than the rights, but I was a clean barrel right there. He's going to get a score out of that with just under 2 minutes now. So good response, has time, and now Raposa's got to play some defense right here. Try to improve on the low 4 if he can as well.
That was, it's on. It's back on. 1 minute to go. Let's see if these guys get back on, but you never know. Never know what can show. I feel like the wind is not as strong as
backed off a little, huh?
A little bit, which is probably why these guys are getting barrel again. Hopefully it just keeps switching and have some glassy moments and stuff, but they're doing amazing even in the onshore.
Well, Luke's back in it too. He needs a 5.85, and that one just gobbled him up though. But he did break the combo. Kanoa needs a 5.35. Nolan Raposa trying to guard his advancing position, holding priority in this final minute. Kanoa snuck away, found one, and was working hard. Was working hard right there for the mid-range score.
Nolan's got to be moving around right now. Use that priority defensively, 50 seconds. I mean, he's high up in the rankings, so this is a must advance heat right here for Nolan, especially with him being so close to qualifying multiple years, having the chance to compete at the Challenger at Pipe Kaipo. Big spot right here for Noel Rapp.
Oh, it's all happening.
Yeah, well, I think time's going to be was going to be the problem for both Kanoa Igarashi and Luke Swanson. Swanson probably not going to get any waves off of Nolan, and I don't know if Kanoa's even going to make it back out into the lineup with only 20 seconds.
And same thing for Mikey with the broken board. Seems like this one's going to run out, and you know, big performance right here by McDonough, but Kanoa's got a chance.
Ooh. Well, I mean, he's trying.
He doesn't let go. Huh? Oh, maybe air section. Let's see it, boys. Uh-oh. Nope.
Nope. Just a ride in. Well, we do have some scores we're waiting for, but I'm feeling
incomplete for Red.
Yeah, incomplete for Kanoa Igarashi. So it is now official. Mikey McDonough and Nolan Raposa into the round of 32.
Good heat. I mean, took a little while for them to get going, the guys that were in third and fourth, but they ended up getting a score right at the end.
Hey, big numbers. We'll be back with more action, and we'll be back with more conversation with Jeremy Flores after this short break. Stick around. More action from Pipeline on the way. Look at this 9.5.
I feel like Andy surfed not using his brain, just using his heart.
He was the happiest I've ever seen him in the water. The happiness shone through him, like he could see it coming glowing out of his face.
Everyone is so excited about it, and seeing the boys in it means the most to me.
That's right, the Andy Irons collection from Billabong is out. Billabong, the presenting sponsor here at the Lexus Pipe Challenger. Round of 64 on the water. On the set, we got Mitchell Salazar, myself, Kuiper Groh, and Jeremy Flores. And we're talking AI now, Andy Irons. And Jeremy, I know you've had a lot of experience with Andy as a good friend. Some of your memories.
Oh, so many memories. So many memories. Obviously, there's a lot of really funny ones, and then there's some crazy ones. But yeah, I don't know. I remember when I first got on tour, he didn't really like me because he kept saying I was cocky, but which I was. You know, I was cocky. I was but I was the same with everyone. But then all of a sudden, it just, I don't know. I was lucky enough to talk to him a lot, and then he gave me, he gave me attention for some reason, like he's my hero, and I didn't want to really show it, but then I was so proud to be hanging out with him. Like he's such a weapon. Like he's an animal, like in and out the water, and just his way of seeing things, of being direct, and there's like kind of like no bullshit around him. It's just like you do it. That's how you get. You like it or you don't, and that's what's amazing to see. Because unfortunately, if there was more people like that in the world, it would be much easier.
Yeah. And hey, you've had success in Tahiti. You won there in 2015, but in 2011, you won a very special award. You won the AI award over there as the hardest charger.
Yeah, I was that award. Because that was the Code Red, the day after the Code Red, that swell.
Yeah.
And that award seriously on top of like my highlight award of my career.
Yeah.
Why? Because the waves were insane, and because it was Andy award, and it was such a good memory. And I really had to make a point, and I was like, okay, if I want to one day be 10% of what Andy does, I got to do some kind of things like what Andy does.
Well, you did it that year. That was absolutely incredible.
Yeah.
And reflecting in your career, you got to be 2 times at Pipe. You won here in Tahiti, and then in 2019, when you won at home in France.
Incredible.
That was absolutely incredible, Jeremy. I mean, the whole country lit up for that victory.
Yeah, that was such a good memory because. That dream of winning in France was kind of like slowly leaving, because at first I was like, okay, my dream is to win the France, and then just kind of every year, just like first round out. And in 2019, everything just came together. Yeah. And that's, imagine that end of a career, that feeling where you kind of think, I was already thinking about stopping, and I was like, okay, like if I can do pretty good on my last year in France, then I would be pretty happy, and I end up winning in front of my family and my friends and stuff. It was the best feeling in the world.
No, that was the best way to kind of come to the
easily
close the chapter.
Yeah.
That was like you couldn't write a storybook that way. You know what I mean? Hey, just Mikey McDonough went out there, you guys. 9.5, highest wave score of this event so far. Let's hear from Mikey. He's with Jesse.
Mikey calling it the best feeling of his life, the best feeling he's ever had, maybe even better than winning Snapper. Talk me through that wave, Mikey.
Yeah, I mean, it was just like the conditions got so tricky in the heats before, and I was obviously still really excited, but yeah, definitely deteriorated. So it was like sort of change of game plan just to sit and wait, and just I rode a little bit of a bigger board and just try to pick the eyes out of it and pick some clean ones. And like it was literally straight away, Nolan went to the left, and then this thing just TP'd up, and I was like, just scratched into it, and I took this biggest drop and like just knifed under the lip, and yeah, just came flying out and heard the beach erupt, and it was just like, oh yeah, those are the feelings that you dream about in surfing, and I've dreamt of my whole life, and yeah, that was just, yeah, crazy feeling. It's gonna be hard to come down from that one.
What was the feeling like when you needed to really bury in that rail to hopefully not get the lip on the head?
Well, like, it was funny because just like going through like my pre-heat prep and speaking to Bam, I was like constantly going back and forth. I was going to be on a 6.2 or a 6.4 or a 6.6, and 6.6 was kind of the call in the morning, and I just kind of stuck with it, even though the conditions got windy, and yeah, it just allowed me to get into it so early, and just allowed me to like get that first pump and get up underneath it. And I was like, yeah, I was pretty petrified that I was going to cop the lip in the head, but I just got underneath it, and yeah, stoked to move through. It was such a scrappy one, and everyone kind of came back towards the back half of that heat, and I broke my board and kind of had a couple of little things go wrong, but yeah, just tried to stay calm, and yeah, got it done.
Obviously, you've had a win on the Challenger Series before, back near home, Snapper Rocks. You love a right-hand point break, we know that. But to surf Pipeline, and especially pumping Pipeline today, and you've had a feeling that feels better than you've ever felt in your life. This is kind of exactly why you start competing and start surfing, just to chase these feelings.
Yeah, for sure. I've been coming to Hawaii ever since I was 10 years old, and been here so many times. I've got such good family friends here, and my dad's been here so much, my whole family, my uncle, and it's such a special place, my family as well. All of them love it, and yeah, so it's like definitely got a special place in my heart, and I wouldn't really think pipe's like one of my strengths, and I came over here early and definitely felt like I improved out there, and yeah, it's kind of nice to see some of the work paying off, and yeah, I'd like to move on through and just keep enjoying myself out there.
We love it, Mikey. We can't wait to see it again. Thank you for your time. Back to you guys.
All right, yeah, what a showing, Mikey McDonald. Let's get into this heat right now. We got Jacob Wilcox, 28-year-old Western Australian Mitchell, and coming in at 9th on this Challenger. So he wins this event, he's back on tour.
And then this guy wants to make it back to the CT.
That's Edgar Grosjean in the white jersey.
Ouch, that did not look very fun right there. Hopefully Ed's okay. He breached already, at least momentarily. Yep, there he is. And then you have Levi out there who won the US Open. So you have 2 winners of an event each so far this season. This is a stacked one, and then Benji Brand, he dropped a 9 yesterday, so watch out for this local kid out there in the green jersey too. Stacked one here, Kipes.
Yeah, but it seems like it's a whole different species of animal right now, Jeremy. I mean, we saw some fireworks in the last heat, but now nobody's broken a 2-point ride as of yet.
Oh man.
Ow.
Oh, yeah, that hurt. Yeah, well, they're gonna have to find some kind of pocket, some barrelings. There's not many out there. I guess if you find it, you win your heat, you make your heat. So you got to really find the little windows, the little corners, how you call it. Left, right. Like, you got to really chase them. They're out there, and all you got to do is just do better than your opponent. So
right.
That's the idea.
And you just got to be in the top 2, right? So, as a coach, or just like your advice for someone in a 4-man heat versus man-on-man?
It's different. It's different because man-on-man, you can really, it's different game plan, You either choose, I'm just going to go out there and surf and be active, or you can be like, all I need to do is just 2 waves. I need 2 waves, and so, but you got to be pretty confident on standing up 2 wave, which doesn't happen very often. So it's like different game plan. Everyone's different, and I think when you know how to adapt, that's where you kind of do good, So especially in these waves, everyone thought they were going to get the barrels of their life today, which some of them did, but right now I just turned onshore. So all you got to do is adapt and just, if you got to do turns, if you make it with a couple 3s, or just get that 9.5 barrel like in the last hit, all you got to do is just adapt and do your best and really work for it, because it's the same for everyone.
Yeah.
And you can't be like negative about it. It's the same for everyone. You just get out there, and it's surfing. Like, even if it's that way, and you're like, oh, I wish I surfed this morning. It's like, man, it's the same. All you got to do is just make a hit. That's the reason you're pro surfers. Otherwise, if you choose to be a free surfer, and then you just wait for the offshore condition all year. But that's not the case. These guys are warriors. These guys surf 1 foot to 10 foot onshore, whatever, offshore. If they can't adapt in these conditions, then they might not be ready for the city.
Yeah. Because there's been Pipe Masters where there's been rounds that look like this. Here we go.
Levi.
Slauson.
Air.
He wants an air, doesn't he?
Oh!
Big straight air.
That was close.
Man, I think that's an option, huh?
Yeah, it is.
I think this kid knows how to do big airs too, and all of them, most of them. I'm sure that's an option. Like, some guys are gonna go airs, I reckon, really soon.
Yeah, it might be good to switch gears for Levi Slauson. Benji's can find a barrel anywhere on the North Shore, but that one with no exit. But yeah, Levi Slauson, on our live rankings, number 11. So, especially, he's holding 10,000 for that win over there at the US Open.
Yep.
So Levi Slauson really in the hunt, and really in part of the conversation of a surfer that we might see as a CT rookie next year, or this year actually.
And Dimitri already out, Cato out. Cade, much respect to him. He had a big heat out there this morning. Matt McGillivray, Jorgen Kuzene, there's a couple of big names. Taro won his heat this morning, and Morgan Sibilic, to me, one of the most impressive of the day so far. So this is a big heat right now for the surfer that won the US Open out of Encinitas, Kipes.
Well, take another look at this air.
Booyah.
That was so cool. That must be a sick shot, huh? The photographers must be happy about it.
I guess the question is, what if he pulled that back just a little bit? Didn't have to go so big, but complete in air.
Or also pose the question, what if he does land it?
Yeah.
I mean,
Well, yeah, if he lands it, lights out.
Because at that point, the judges have to adjust their scale too, and they already sent the text to the surfers and everybody else involved. We're adjusting it to you guys as well. So I think if he lands that, we're probably at least going to see something in the 7s, probably touching an 8 kaipo.
Yeah, I agree with you. It was an impactful maneuver.
Mm-hmm. And member of the Snap 5 team too. Remember, he's got those on lock right there. Him and Benji Brand were actually in Chucky Dooley and Snap 5.
Yeah, it's funny because it's two different profiles, you know, Levi and Benji. You know, it's cool because I guess Benji is probably going to be looking for these little corners, the barrels, the little pockets, kind of like in the last hit. Levi can go really big, you know, and Edgar too.
Edgar's got a crazy air game as well, right?
Yeah. Jacob, I think, is a well-rounded surfer too. I've seen him surf in all kind of conditions. He's a really good surfer too. So it's a pretty stacked hit, you know, but it's still anyone's game. There's just ones out there, so it depends who lands something or who gets a little pocket or barrel or something. I mean, I'm sure they'll find something.
When was the first eye-opening experience on tour for yourself, Jeremy? Because I remember in Young Guns 3, you're explaining the criteria from the QS to the CT. When did you feel like you finally earned your spot right there?
I'm still figuring out the criteria. Don't get me started. Don't ask me. Oh, my first year, I thought I had the rule book like on point, and then I don't know. I thought I was doing the right thing, but it didn't. It didn't work out. I mean, sometimes, but nah, they're doing like such a good job. Like especially in waves like this. Like I'd hate to be a judge, you know. Like some of the decision making and stuff. I'm like, you know, yeah, these guys do a tough job, and all you got to do is yeah. Sometimes that's kind of what we talk with our team. Is like, you know, you can't really look at what the judge is going to do. You just got to go out there and do your best and just play the game, really. Oh, that was cool.
That could be Benji playing the game right there, where he's, you know, going to turns.
There you go. See, he adapts. So everyone expected him to do barrels. He just went bang, bang, bang. Might be a really good option.
Yeah, let's take a look at these replays, Mitch.
Yeah, and really deep right there, so wasn't able to get the barrel from the get-go, but as Jeremy said, first snap is really strong, and this is a kid that throws a lot of spray with each and every turn, too, so a 3-turn combination right here. Paizel looks great underneath his feet. To me, that should be a keeper score. And another angle from the drone, deep bottom turn. And the first section, I mean, you're still talking about backdoor pipeline, so despite going for turns, that's a risky maneuver right there. And it's a 3-turn combo, so good stuff right there from Brand.
And this was a 2.67 for Jacob Wilcox.
Yeah, and cool stall. I think, you know, with that wave right there, probably would have been much more difficult if he tried the turn at the initial part, Jeremy. But, I mean, good adaptation as well for this little barrel right here at the beginning of it.
Yeah, I mean, you know, backside, being a goofy footer when it's like this, a backdoor, is really hard, you know. So, I mean, you can find these little pockets, but it's tough because there's little chandeliers and you know, all around. So it's it might be, you know, to be honest, backdoor when it's like little pockets, it might be an advantage to be regular in these conditions, anyways. But I mean, they're so good. They especially Jacob, you know, I know he's got a big air game too, so he can get barrel, air game, and like Benji got 5, 6, 7 with 3 turns.
Yeah,
it's pretty crazy.
I think that might be the program right now, is to kind of what Benji's doing is maybe for the moment just to abandon, you know, barrel hunting, because you can waste a lot of waves if you're just like constantly looking for the barrel and it's not really there. And this wind continues to kick up right now out of the southwest, these Kona breezes.
Yeah, I mean, it's, you know what's the hardest right now? Is what board to ride. You know why? Because it's still really powerful.
Right.
But you don't know if you want to go to turn or have like a bigger board so you can hold if you get that one bomb. But at the same time, you want to have a board small enough so you can really push and have some big turns.
Yeah.
That's kind of the issue for a lot of them right now, because they're like, okay, what board do I ride? Do I ride like a step up or just a short board or a big one?
And a lot of the new generations don't really ride a lot of really big boards anymore. You know, I mean, everyone's riding 6.4s at Sunset now in comps.
Yeah.
Benji, what's he got for us? Nothing there. You know, while just maybe a decade ago or 15 years ago, the go-to Sunset board was a 7.6. And guys were turning 7.6s. Guys like Pancho Sullivan, Sonny Garcia, just the art of being able to step on the tail on a big board and still turn it is kind of the best of both worlds, right?
Yeah, and they used to be really narrow board too, so they used to be able to like carve and push like under the lip on like a 6-foot wave.
Yeah.
Which right now all these guys ride much wider board but shorter.
Yeah.
So it's pretty hard. Like
it's different, yeah.
It's so different, man. It's like my last few years that I was on tour, I had issues in these kind of conditions because I was like, okay, like I'm way better barrel rider than a turn surfer, you know. So I was like, okay, what do I do now? Okay, do I just hunt and get a little step up board so I can just you know, find these little pockets and barrels, or do I get shorter and do turns? But then yeah, it was hard. It's hard to deal with, to be honest. Like I think for everyone, I bet you, like some of these surfers are gonna be like scratching their heads right now, being like, hey, what do I ride? Because it's nothing like we've been having the last few days and the last couple of weeks. It was so different.
It's really turned the corner. That's right, yeah. Well, here we go with Benji Brandt. He's in the lead. He's dealing with the wind. The 5.67, super valuable. We'll be back with the conclusion of this as the conditions change here at the Lexus Pipe Challenger presented by Billabong. Lexus Pipe Challenger, Ezekiel Lau getting ready for his heat number 11 in this round of 64. Zeke will be joined by Callum Robson, KJ Nishi, and Eli Hanneman in that next round. We're 8 minutes and 35 seconds on the clock for heat 10 of the round of 64. Kaipo Girl, Mitchell Salazar, and our guest, two-time pipe master, Jeremy Flores. Jeremy, one of the best speeches for a pipe master I think you gave when 2017 with John Florence. I think you said something like, I know you guys want to pop your champagnes right now. Too bad. too bad you can't pop your champagnes right now. I'm sorry for all of you folks. It was something of that nature.
Yeah, the party crasher.
The party.
You did that in Tahiti too. The heat actually in 2011 when he dropped 20 points and he won Andy's trophy.
Yeah.
That was against Michelle, right?
Yeah, and my good brother too. We had that. That was one of the best heat of my life, anyways. Especially being in Michelle and pumping waves. But yeah, I don't know. I seem to, to hold on things, just don't let go. So John just won the title. So he had all the fame already. I was like, just give me a little bit, just like. I remember I was paddling across Strider, and Strider was heading to John to do the interview.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I seen this little corner there at Ains. And I walk, I was like, oh, yeah, move, get out. I'm like, get out of here. It's like, it goes 10, 9, 8. I was like, oh, this thing might do. It's like this little double up. I didn't think I was going to get it, but I was like, if I have a chance to get it, I better be deep. And then, yeah, I mean, the whole beach just went quiet. And I loved it.
that was really good, man. That's like, man. And you know what? That's entertainment.
Yeah, yeah.
That's entertainment.
Well, yeah, it's cool when it goes your way, right?
Yeah. There's always an exit.
Yeah, there's always an exit. But, you know, especially against John, I mean, the guy is the best. Like, he's my favorite surfer. And to be able to be in final with John, I was like, that was already a bonus, you know? So I was like, and to win it, like, it was such a cool feeling. Boom.
Great memories. Chippa.
Oh.
We know he's got I was just going to say, we know he has a savage backhand, Jacob Wilcox, but just pushed a little too hard on that last final maneuver. He's still in second place, however.
Yeah, he'll extend it too, and I mean, this heat's wide open with 6 minutes to go. Even Benji right now with the mid-5, he's not safe in first, and I feel like Levi is still pursuing something better than the one air attempt, which was the 1 point ride. So both him and Edgar, we talked about their firepower with the airs. And Benji, I mean, he got something in the 2s and the 3s. He's looking pretty good in the driver's seat, in my opinion.
Yeah, they're doing really good. Man, if I could do airs, I would do airs every day. Oh, see, that's smart. He's getting back in the game. He gets a little score, and then he's right in it. There's like no scores, man. So Benji did really good finding that wave with 3 turns, and it's open. Huh?
Yeah. It is. It's this was going to be one of those tight ones that's going to come down to the final minute, I have a feeling.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got our Challenger Series rankings leader, Eli Hanneman, coming up in the next heat. Remember, Eli makes it to the semifinals. He's back on tour.
And he also won the QS event here last month. So he's on a roll, Kaipo. Made the final over there in Brazil. He's looking good to requalify.
Yeah, I was thinking about that in the QS event. If John, who was runner-up, won the event, John Florence would have won the Florence Pipe Pro. So that would have been kind of like, well, I mean, your name's already on the trophy, I guess, you know?
Yeah, no wonder he's not going back on tour. He's having he's making his brand so good, and I mean, everything's doing awesome. He deserves it so much, man.
He sure does.
When I see his clips and the way with his family and stuff, it's like, this is life, you know, like, because, you know, life on tour is a dream.
Yeah.
It's a dream, but there's the ups and downs, you know, and when you've been on tour your whole life and stuff, and you start having a family, and then that's when you're like, hey, man, I don't know if I still have that dog in me, you know, and that's, I guess that's going to be, yeah, it's when I heard the news that John was not gonna surf in you know, this year, I was kind of bummed because I'm a fan, you know, but at the same time I get it.
Yeah. No, I thought it's rad because, you know, as a father, like, you know, my kids are grown up, but those early years you don't get back.
Yeah.
And they go really quick, and that time that he's gonna be able to spend with his family, like, there's kind of like no price you can put on that.
Yeah. You know? Yeah. So yeah, good thing he was not in this event. He would have done the air show.
Oh yeah, all cylinders.
Wow, and Jake right now holding on to it too. So that actually did help.
It helped
a lot
incrementally. And it's these little things. And Edgar just got a 2.27 for that one kind of off the top there. So we're talking, Mitch. I mean, this is going to come down to the final minute, final 30 seconds. Who knows?
He needs another one of those waves. I mean, he does. Here he goes.
Well, if anyone knows how to grind out a heat, it's this guy, Edgar Grosjean.
Oh,
that was pretty solid. So that probably another 2-something, right?
It'll probably change the situation right here. And Jake needs to be careful. I mean, that second turn, if he completes it on the 2, he's probably maintaining second place right now. And Levi still with the chance. The door's wide open right now. You get in there, you get a combination maneuvers. I mean, right now, it's just another day at Pally's or car parks over there at Seaside.
Yeah, here he comes. He needs a 2.4. He gets a little snap and then hits it pretty strong here. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know. It's gonna be close.
Criteria, Jeremy.
Oh, I'd hate to be in their position.
Classic.
Right
he doesn't get it. He gets a 2.3.
Wow.
And then Levi. So this is his best wave so far, and that is a major turn in the consequence of the heat right now. So that'll get him back in it. I don't know if it's going to be the mid-3 that he's requiring at the moment, though, Kaipo, but he has 2 minutes to go, and Needs to be breaking away from everybody else.
Oh, man.
That's an important hit for him, huh?
Yes.
Yeah.
Levi is pretty good on the ranking
Yeah,
right
he's
now.
number 11 right now in the live rankings.
And Jake's number 9.
And Jake's number 9, yep.
Yeah. Oof. Let's see who wants it more. This is sketchy. Sketchy situation right now. It's almost 1 minute 50 seconds to go. Ooh, what do you do? You know, there's left, right. There's option. There's a wave coming. Ooh, yep. Jacob's got to go. He's got to better his.
So Wilcox.
Oh,
that's a good start there. Nice carve. Let's see if he's going to really grind this one out. Oh, yeah. Might as well just take it all the way to the beach if he can. Gets real soft here going into gums.
Maybe one more, though.
Around the shorey.
Really smart.
That was cool. Yeah, that was smart.
Yeah.
That first one was pretty cool. Big carve, kind of lay back, and then, all the way in. That's cool.
And I feel like there was some sarcasm in that double shaka that he showed, but he's going to improve his situation in a big way, actually. And maybe even go to first.
Yep.
45 seconds, though. And both Levi and Edgard right now, I mean, before the last of red needing 2s. So we talked about the airs. The opportunities out there have been pretty slim for both of these guys, and it seems like Grosjean, the Brazilian, here he goes, Kaipo, maybe last chance.
Well, let's see if he looks for the air. Just hits it off the top there. Speeds around that section. Talk about grinding out a heat. I don't know. Needs a 2.38.
Nah, and Jake's going to improve, too.
Yeah, and Benji's going to improve, too. So there you go. Just throw it up there.
Oh, Levi.
Ooh. Levi Slauson, he's got time.
Oh!
He's got airs. And he's got, hopefully, strong ankles.
Wow, he went for it. He had to, though. He had to do something pretty special, and these guys' percentage of making these airs is so high.
Yeah. That's going to be a tough one for Slauson, unfortunately. Levi, outside of the U.S. Open, has lots of throwaways. He needed a result right here, and
Chippa's, yeah, we're still waiting for Edgard's score. 4.37 is what Grosjean needs. And it comes in way under. Yeah, so there we go. It's official. Benji Brand, Jacob Wilcox on to the next round, the round of 32. Chippa's got to feel good about that one. He had to grind through it, and he did just that, as well as the local boy, Benji Brand. Thank you so much, Jeremy. Epic conversation.
Yep.
Thanks for having us.
Yeah, hey, anytime, man. We really enjoyed the talk. Congratulations,
See you guys.
Benji. We'll see you in the round of 32. We'll see you guys after this break, along with a special guest. I'll give you a hint. It's a fun day.
Good afternoon, everybody. Great day to be at the beach. Even better day if you're at Pipeline, because you're watching a Lexus Pipe Challenger presented by Billabong. Zeke Lau, Eli Hanneman, Kajiro Nishi, and Callum Robson hit the lineup, and I get to hang out with two North Shore legends, Ross Williams and probably the localest local boy you could imagine. How many steps did it take you to get to the booth, Jamie?
Not far, boys.
Not far. Good to see Jamie O'Brien. So stoked you got to come in.
Yeah, super psyched to be on the cast with you guys. And man, are they scoring some epic waves. I would call today potentially the best day of the whole season. And guys are getting blown out of psycho rights.
A lot of things have to come together, as you know, to have any wave firing in the world. But yeah, your overview of the entire season, there's been some competitions.
Yep.
And what we've dealt with yesterday and today, that's good to hear from you that we've been scoring for this event.
Absolutely scoring. I mean, there was a swell in October that, you know, that John and Tosh got a couple waves. That was kind of had its moments. And then besides that, there's been a couple backdoor days. There's been a couple weird pipe days, but it's just been weird. And then finally woke up this morning and I was like, wow, the waves are incredible. Perfect south wind offshore. And look at that. And guys are still getting shacked right now.
How was that? What a ride. A couple of line changes down the stretch. And Callum Robson is still swinging on the open face.
Bang.
Cracks it again and opens up with a solid start. Callum Robson had a quarterfinal start in his rookie year when he was on the CT full time. And looks like that relationship continues, Ross. Well done.
Yeah, it was nice. Nice little layback snap. Another one here.
Zeke Lau.
Zeke.
Going up and under. Man, he got some just clean pipe waves yesterday. He looked so solid with his decision making. His veteran status is clear, how many heats he's been in, but he's only getting better at pipe, Jamie.
Zeke's been getting better and better every swell. He's dedicated. He's here at dark. He's out there. He's making it happen. He's pushing his weight. He knows exactly where to sit. It's right next to me and Koa and John and Nate. It's pretty classic. Honestly, one of my favorite surfers. I'm so psyched on anything that Zeke's doing. Psyched that he got a new sponsor and he's able to let him kind of keep traveling, keep growing, and man, I want this guy on tour. He's so freaking good, dude.
He's really good. This is how he opened up the heat, a 5.33 here, Ross.
Okay, so patience right there. Got a little bonus on an inside. And Aints and a straighter. Does he make it?
Wow.
Wow, that was lofty.
A little whiplash on that landing. Look at this right here.
This is
Sneaky.
Callum, Jamie. What'd you see here?
That was a very difficult wave to navigate, but he got the job done, and then look, he just put it to bed. One more turn right into the shallowest part of backdoor. It's always sketchy laying up this last turn because you could lose your fins real quick. As you can see, he decided to go straight in and go right back around. He's not going to paddle straight back out at backdoor because potentially break your board and catch a lot of poundings.
Yeah, well, such a good read from Caltex.
Dang.
Stylish snap there from Callum. Yeah, so it's funny because everyone, like you said, Jamie, that this morning was probably one of the best mornings we've seen in a long time. There's teepees everywhere, really perfect backdoor. And then all of a sudden we had this pivot with the wind slowly turning, westerly, and the judges were very cool. They said, hey, we're gonna let you do some turns now. Don't worry, we're gonna adjust the scale a little bit. So that was a quick pivot. You know, I coached Luke and Finn, and they both had those weird transitional heats where we're like, yeah, maybe do some turns now, but still look for barrels. And it's a weird thing as a surfer to still look for barrels, but keep those turns on hand.
And get ready for this guy to frickin' go to the air. Eli Hanneman has got the talent everywhere, from massive barrels at pipe to crazy backdoor waves, and his air game is tight. As you saw, he won that recent Florence Pro right here at Gums, but it didn't matter. Like, it was kind of like one of those events where I'm like, okay, I want someone to win that like really deserves the win, but like, you know, it was like either him or John or whoever else was in the final, but I was right when he won and I was at Gums, I'm like, yeah, but he's still legit at pipe, which makes you feel better overall.
Such a rad showing of airs and just switching gears so quick. He was so automatic with that first full road to go on to victory in the regional. As we have the winner of the last heat, Benji Brand, on the glass with Jesse Starling.
He's just having a little heat breakdown with Lukey Thompson, who's out there next. Benji, I heard you had the warm-up session of the century at Rockies, maybe, and you had an incredible surf session. Molly Picklin was filling me in on that.
Oh, for real? Yeah, I had I think I surfed for like 4 hours this morning, and I was just like, honestly pretty broken paddling out there. I was on a marathon this morning, but stoked to figure it out there. It wasn't easy. I was trying to find some barrels, but it was so crumbly. And then actually on the 5, I just did a couple turns, but I thought I was gonna barrel, and like went to grab my rail, like missed my rail and almost fell, and then I like picked myself up and I was like, oh, just do a couple turns, and that ended up being enough to get through. But
Let's be honest, you had to tap back into the Kiwi grind. And then lastly, we've been watching these sets roll through. It's kind of been night and day to your heat, but sometimes you just have to kind of switch gears, go back into turns. But it felt like that inner QS warrior started to really come back out of you.
yeah, it was funny. I haven't done like a full grindy QS in a very long time, but me and Jacob were kind of like laughing out there, and he was going like, oh, full Kiwi grind, like full like flashbacks to the Q, but it was funny, but got through. Yeah.
You're obviously a pipe specialist though. I mean, you're so incredible at this wave. Just in the last 48 hours here, it's been an incredible showing. Where does this kind of sit in your scale for competitions at Pipeline?
Well, that yesterday was really good. It was still tough. Like it wasn't like really good pipeline, but there were great waves, and that was just fun to like be out there in some energy. Like you find so many times that pipe you're in like tiny back door, and I don't know, for me, like I love big lifts, so that was nice to see. That swell come through yesterday, and then yeah, just to get through today and maybe have the chance of like some big lifts again at some point would be nice, and stoked to keep it going.
We'd love to see a couple more big lefts with you. That'd be sick. All right, thanks guys.
Thanks so much, Jesse. Thank you, Benji. Had that opening round of 20 local wildcards, got 7 remaining. Benji doing a good job just to adapt to the changing conditions after a marathon session before. Not how everybody preps for game day.
No.
Usually they save a little bit in the tank.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, Benji's not on the CS Tour grinding, trying to qualify for the CT. So for this, I feel like he's just treating it like a bonus. But he is so deadly, and he's not wrong. If it turns into big lefts, that is the guy. He's insane.
I think everyone's in trouble if it turns into big lefts. And he's so confident out there at Pipeline. And to me, hands down, probably the best goofy footer out at Pipeline on a day-to-day base.
Jamie, how'd you see Benji evolve over the years into the reputation he has today?
Man, it's crazy. So many good waves he's ridden, and he's so quiet and so mellow and so like just overall such a great guy to share the lineup with. You know, everything about him, the energy, and he's silent but violent. Like the guy wants the gnarliest, heaviest waves, and he's just like, you know he's gonna make it, and you know he's gonna be deep, and yeah, he's one of the best goofy footers to ever do it at Pipeline.
Love that, Jamie. Nice position for Zeke Lau. Getting the exit on that one, Ross.
That's sweet. Yeah, he's already got 2 scores now with the 5 and the 7. Smart. And Zeke has got good eyes. You know, he's spent a lot of time out here, and he combined that with Zeke's savviness with competing. He knows that it's a little tricky out here, but he's had so much time just in a jersey on a CT level that he's got the best of both worlds, local knowledge plus that competitive savviness.
Jamie, have you had a heat with Zeke yet at the Eddie?
Yeah, actually, we were competing at the Eddie ICAO last year. It was interesting, bro. I was like looking at him, and I'm like, bro, he's so deep, bro. I'm like, why is he so deep? Does he like not know the lineup? And he's like, bro, he's so far over. He's like 30 feet, 40 feet over, and like at Waimea, like 10 feet's a big difference. It's a difference between him making the wave and not making the wave. And I'm like, bro, he's crazy, bro. And like he was like whipping all like the ones that like they kind of look like they might not be 20 feet, but then they jack right at the last second. And yeah, it was great. It was great sharing the water with him. Luckily, like the Eddie's like. Everyone's like, whatever, like if you drop in, I mean, it's all good. Like everyone's just kind of trying to have fun. So it wasn't like a gnarly, grindy heat, but it was super awesome to share the lineup with him.
So great. I think it's been awesome just you sharing all your stories now in your podcast with Mason as we look at this funneler here for Elijah Hanneman.
Bango.
There's that fin throw reverse.
Wow.
Of course he did. The standard claim that he shows how confident that he's feeling at the moment. A wonderful combination to lay down right there, Ross.
That was insane. That's just right there, textbook. I got everything. I can get barreled, and I can do air reverses. Not a whole lot of people on the planet can do that. And Eli is so good out here too. He's sneaky gnarly too. He'll take off on wild waves out here, 10-foot slabs, and Eli's been there. But then for him to be able to throw an air reverse at the end of this section right here, I almost liked it more than the barrel.
Oh yeah.
Really gnarly into the flats. That was very cool. Stylish too.
He's freaking skitzing out there. That's like, how does that even like surprise him anymore? Like he just stomps these things on a day-to-day basis.
Oh, just a perfect ramp for Eli. I like those airs like that where you almost could see him do a snap, but his form's so perfect.
Yeah.
It's just a throw tail reverse. Another good angle from the drone here, Jamie.
I mean, for him, Jamie, he's leading the ratings right now. He wants to get back on a CT, so he guaranteed the chest thump. It means so much for him to get points in advance.
Is he guaranteed qualified already?
Not quite yet.
You know,
he's like inches away.
Okay, cool.
You know, let's just be honest. In your head, you're looking at where he's at, and you're not worried about him.
Okay.
But it's just you haven't gotten the call yet.
Mathematically,
you know,
yeah.
saying that you've clinched. So he's surfing like he still needs a spot, but he is #1. He's had so much consistency, quarter semis. He had a big final appearance at Sakurama, so it shot him up into such a strong spot. Even with Newcastle left, you know, I'm not worried about Hanneman. I feel like he's going to have another try on the championship tour, and he'll have new eyes on it. You know, it was such a quick start when you got the cut. Now, you know, he's in a position to enjoy a complete year on tour in 2026. Jamie, I don't know if you've seen that schedule release yet, but the CT looks insane.
I saw they got Raglan in there. That's going to be amazing.
Have you been there before?
Yeah, Raglan's a freaking insane wave. Are they holding at Manu Bay?
Not sure yet.
Yeah, wherever they want.
Yeah.
I heard on the last the parking lot.
Yeah, it's great. It's beautiful down there. The people are great. Food's insane. By the way, I heard a rumor that if Eli makes the semifinals of this contest, he qualifies. Is that rumor true?
Yeah. No, that's not even a rumor. That's straight up. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So there are
Awesome.
scenarios for guys like Eli, Cowley Vost in that same position. If he gets to semifinals, he's on tour.
Wow.
That top tier. A few guys dropped out though, like Sammy Pupo, #2, he's gone. Oscar Berry fell out. Mateus Hurdy below them. So a few shaded names in the top 10, but still with a good shot, you know, of where they stand. Just depends on what happens below them into the rest of the event and Newcastle. With Callum Robson leading this one, 8.0. This guy was kind of that underdog warrior that qualified for the tour. He's had other jobs like apprenticeships back in Australia, started even doing some surf coaching, and next thing you know, all of his people he taught to surf are watching him on tour, and then he's making finals of bells, quarters of pipe. He had this just trajectory where his board started filling up with new stickers. He was just hot for a while when he was on tour, Ross.
He's really fun. You know, a bit of a dark horse, as you say, but from South Australia, a lot of slabby, heavy waves down there, and it shows. He's really good here. He's good in Tahiti. And we had to learn about him on the fly because he's just like that blue-collar Aussie surfer. But I like that he's from South Australia. He's got that slabby kind of talent where he turns heads in shallow waves, too.
Yeah, just up there on Cowley, I was thinking third, meaning semi, but it is a 4-man final, so I think that means third in the final for Cowley to potentially seal the deal. We'll keep you focused with all those live rankings and up to date with that as this one continues. But Jamie, man, your show's awesome with Mason. I am hooked on it, you know.
Awesome, yeah.
It's really fun to see two longtime, you know, friends just shoot the breeze about everything pipeline and beyond, and your guests have been awesome. How you been enjoying that show process and building shows and deciding who you want to talk to and bring on?
Yeah, it's interesting to say the least, you know, like, you know, because we only do every last Friday of the month is when our podcast comes out, and I'm like thinking of names. I'm thinking of names. Guys are texting me like, yo, I want to come on your podcast. But I'm like, I just got to make sure it's the right guy. And then I bring it to Mason. And Mason's kind of like the yes or no. And right when Mason starts going, I go, don't worry about it. We'll find someone else, you know? So it's like just kind of carving the right people out. But, you know, there's so many people that I would love to, you know, have on the podcast. But, you know, just it takes time and it's just fun at the end of the day. It's not like a thing where we're making money. It's just honestly like it's very educational what we're talking about, and it's stories that people will never hear. So why not, you know, talk about stories? Speaking about stories, someone's coming out. Oh,
wow. That was a hustle for Eli. I mean, it looked like it was an impossible stretch, and he just about tracked it down, Ross.
Wow, he got pinned there.
I saw his hand out of the barrel, and then it just must have axed him in the head.
Wow, what an effort for Eli. 867 though, what he got for the combo, the barrel to throw tail reverse, put him in third. Zeke at the 733 and Callum's 8. We've got a solid heat. Kijiro a little out of the mix, but Nishi's a solid comp competitor. Won in Cruy a couple years back. He's had some nice little results on the CS last couple years. Quarter in Bolito. Lost to Eli and Sakurama in the finals day. So he's just sitting patiently waiting to get involved here.
Is he a potential contender to qualify?
Not at the moment, but he's still building. Yeah, the focus on qualification in this one really sits with Eli. But you know, with 2 events remaining, that's a lot of points. So you can still make a late charge when you're keeping your top 5 results to qualify.
Absolutely. It's fun to talk about, but really it's going to come down to Newcastle, especially for the back 5 in that top 10. But Eli is interesting because he's got, you know, he was a childhood prodigy, got on a CT, but didn't get results that he was capable of. So I feel like when you see him thump his chest and stuff like that, I feel like there's so much energy for him because he wants to prove himself on that CT level.
Yeah, totally.
I can't wait for him to be back on tour because he's going to come out guns blazing.
Oh, yeah.
Really looking forward to that, man. He's been through some hard times in the last couple of years, but he said it's all helped him turn into the man he is today, in and out of the water. Eli having a blast. He's in 3rd at the moment. Needs a 3.99 to move to the top 2. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the Lexus Pipe Challenger presented by Billabong. Callum Robson still out front, Zeke Lau in 2nd. Eli Hanneman, world #1 on the CS, is in 3rd, and Kajiro Nishi just has a 1.3 and a 0.83. A lot of time left for him to get a couple of jams through that lip line. We see the red jersey of the man from Maui. Eli going the distance and finding a ramp once again. Throw tail just a little bit late to that end section as it got a little sloppy under his feet. As he looks to get into the top 2, the road to requalification is fun to follow. We've kind of got about a handful of maybe repeating surfers that are trying to get back on tour, thinking about Jacob Wilcox, looking at the George Pitar stories and guys like that. You have a couple of fresh faces in the mix too, like we saw Winter Vincent advance through. It's the funnest thing to guess who might be in the rookie class, and Eli's just picking up experience. Let's watch this one again, Ross.
Yeah, good energy from Eli, just trying to get the marrow out of this one here, looking for a little air section. Just got there a little too late on the soundbar, but I like his intention. He is just breathing fire right now, looking for any scoring potential.
Jamie, how have you seen that evolve over your lifetime at Pipe? Obviously, it depends on the size and direction, but the finishing move, when you have that opportunity to get blown out of the left at Pipe, and then what your options might be, and where have you seen that go over the last 20 years?
I felt like back in the day, like maybe it was like the late 90s, Slater was doing those like trippy floaters coming out of the barrel, which were like, whoa, or those big wraparound cutbacks. And then it kind of was just stagnant for a while. And then I was always thinking like, man, I think the future is come out and blast a huge air. And I remember coming out of a couple crazy barrels at Pipe, big spit, and then set up, boom, big ramp, stomped a couple big straight airs, felt amazing. But then it kind of just died away, and then here came like the next generation, like John and like guys like Eli and you know, just the next generation, and now they're all just coming out, just going to the moon. Like you saw Co Smith the other day, huge straight air. You know, it's like it's happening. I feel like the future is here, and like I personally think that technically, from a technical standpoint, I don't think you could technically get better at surfing pipe than how these guys are surfing pipeline now. It's been so competitive out there, even to get the best wave of the day. But now guys are coming out, and after they get this crazy wave, and they'll just stomp like a 6 foot full rotation and just ride out of it, and you're just like, oh my God, these guys are gnarly.
And what a great way to seal the deal for the panel, huh, Ross? I mean, getting blown out, you have all that speed and a ramp waiting for you, and the ability like Eli, you know, who knows what he's going to go for next chance he gets.
It's pretty radical too, because not everyone does that, right? It's just these real freaky, talented surfers that can punt a big air after knifing a late drop on a scary wave at pipe. So it's a great platform for the best of the best here at Pipeline. It is a pretty good air section after the barrel.
It's insane. Yeah, and it's kind of nice because it goes into like a little soft section, and like it's kind of usually like a little fluffy like landing, you know?
After your heart's been in your throat from making a gnarly drop, getting barreled, then these guys are like, hey, no, where's the air section? Like, what the hell?
Yeah, it kind of reminds me of like your career, Jamie. It's like, you know, you're so attached to pipe for good reason, you know, and I know you're super proud of that, but how well-rounded your whole career has been, you know, your Freak Series movies, you know, and all the big airs you're landing, you know, being in the Boost Mobile Pro at lowers, and just always taking everything into your own hands and paving your own way. Even when sponsors were going to help you make a movie, you're like, well, I'm going to do it anyway.
Yeah.
And it seems like you're still living by that. You've got to be proud of all those, what would have looked like hard decisions, you know, for young pro surfers growing up, and seeing the life that you created for yourself.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, it's at the end of the day, it was kind of like we want to make a Jamie O'Brien movie, and then the company goes, we're not ready for a Jamie O'Brien movie, and my dad's like, screw that, we're gonna make this Jamie O'Brien movie. And then that kind of just evolved in taking all my content into my own hands and basically building out a production. And then the production went into, you know, movies, Freak Show, Freak Side, Who is J.O.B. the movie, then like a 10-year series with Red Bull that just went absolutely nuclear, to taking it all back into my own hands and starting a YouTube channel and growing it to over 1 million subscribers. It just kind of feels right to control and own all my content. And there's nothing better than waking up in the morning and going and, you know, gathering the filmers, the crew, and just going to attack and go get epic waves. And I'm so lucky, dude. I can paddle out the pipe, and I wouldn't say I can get any wave I want, but there's a good chance I can. And like, it's stupid for me not to go surfing nowadays.
Oh, from your series with Red Bull as well, the amount of Groms that come here for the first time that I meet, they're like, okay, where's Pipeline? Where's Jamie live? That's I get that, you know, like 9 times out of 10 when I meet a new Grom, you know, you gotta be proud of that subscriber base because you earned it. It's not easy.
No.
You know, creating your own content in a day of age where you post something yesterday and it's old. You're like, okay, what's next? You know?
Yeah, it's crazy, but yeah, I mean, you know, for me, it wasn't, the QS wasn't my grind. You know, I think I ended up maybe like 49th, and I need to make semis at Haleiwa, and I make quarters, and then I'm like, boom, another year I come in, I'm like, I need to make the finals, and I lose in the quarters, but then I go win the Pipeline Masters. So it's like there was like that like, oh, you're gonna be the next big thing. You know, everyone's like talking about, you're the next Kelly Slater. You know, like, you know, and same thing with Jeremy Flores, and same thing, you know, it's like people see these like freakish talents that are coming up through the ranks, and then they start like kind of painting the picture for you. But at that time, I just figured, you know what, I don't really like what I was doing, and I just kind of changed it up. I love what Bruce Irons was doing, and I love that he was traveling and filming and making movies. To me, that was my my shining light.
Yeah, they're painting the picture for you. You're like, give me that paintbrush, I got this. 2004 Pipe Masters final. That, you know, just to take people there, this was through the Andy run. This is when Andy was demoing the tour.
Yeah.
Nationally, he won the world title in 02, 03, and 04. Who was in that final with you?
Oh my God.
2004.
Let's watch this wave. We might see a big air from Zeke here. Here we go, off the bottom, big front side, bah! Something's coming here at the end. Oh, they're getting grindy out there. So the 2004 Pipeline Master final, it was Sonny Garcia, Bruce Irons, and dang, who am I missing? Bruce, Sonny, and Kalani Robb.
That's a sick final.
Hey, I paddled out and I was like, oh my God, bro. I can't go near Bruce or Sonny because they're just gonna they're gonna take any way. They're just gonna look at me and I'm just gonna fear them, you know? Like, that's just kind of like how it was surfing back in the day. Like, sometimes when they'd have priority, they'll just go and they'd glare at you and then you're like, I'm not going. Like, it's not worth kind of dealing with it later, you know? Like, I was just a little kid. I was scared. And so I went past I went past them and I was like, maybe I'll find a sneaky backdoor left. And I paddled right past Kalani Rob, and first wave I got like an 8, and I paddled back out. I got a 9.97. Oh, here we go, Zeke.
Zeke trying to push through this one, loving that memory of that final in 2004. We also saw Keijiro Nishi get sucked up and over the falls as he was trying to get in it. So yeah, challenging conditions with the wind. They're all adapting, but still taking some wipeouts, Ross.
That was gnarly. I don't know. That was so crazy. He had a long look at the wave. Here, nice wave for Eli.
Uh-oh.
Oh, ramp it up, my friend.
Jeesh.
Nice, easy alley-oop for Eli.
That sucks when you're paddling back out and you see someone stomp that right in front of you. You're like, dang it.
Yeah. That was like a little snap for him.
That's probably going to improve his score a little bit right there, I would say.
So Eli, world #1 on the CS. He's hoping that he can just make it official and get the qualification announcement here at Pipe before heading to Newcastle. So he's chasing a 4.5 to catch up to Caltex. Zeke, though, hunting in third, and Keijiro over the falls, now comboed to take on the top 2 in this heat. 2 minutes remaining. Yeah, enjoying that chat with Jamie about that 04 final with some heavies that he had to deal with. And I think you and Mason broke down again, which never gets old. You know, the breakdown of earning your spot in the lineup, and even by age. I think you guys had a laugh because Mason seems to burn you on accident a lot.
Yeah.
Which was one of my favorite episodes, by the way. But just, it was really educational about that road. Here's Keijiro, though. Ross, what'd you see?
Yeah, nice. Under the lip there. Is he coming through this?
Wow, that would have been a nice score on the board.
He's fighting, and that was right after he went over the falls, too. And, you know, this is so cool. I can't wait to see Eli find him a proper ramp. He's run out of time, but this is a kind of day where maybe he could do the biggest air we've seen in a surf contest. There's some huge ramps. If Eli can hook up with one.
It's going to be massive, bro. Like, he wanted that big section, but it was a little too steep, so he took it a little wider, but it ended up working out as a full rotation. And you could tell he probably wanted another one here, but he couldn't find it.
Just such a useful air with this wind. A 6.6 for Eli.
Well worth it too. I mean, again, the judges are, you know, they're giving him some space in this onshore wind.
Remember that alley-oop John did a few years ago?
At Haleiwa?
That thing was enormous.
Oh my God, bro.
Like, it's such a functional move for these guys that could create space, beat sections with it, you know?
Here.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Kona wind session. That was crazy.
It's just like that wind changes, and I think for regular foots on the North Shore, they kind of go, oh my gosh, I could do frontside airs. You know, like it's such a nice treat to see them find ramps forehand, and Hanneman's at the top of that list. He's used that to his game plan to great effect this year, where he can take a closeout at a lot of events and turn it into an excellent score. We've run out of time in heat number 11. So far, so good for Challenger Series world #1, Eli Hanneman, on his road to come back to the CT. 8.67 and a 6.6, advancing on with Callum Robson. We lose Ezekiel Lau and Keijiro Nishi in heat number 11. Good news is Jamie O'Brien's sticking around, and we've got another fun heat to call. Luke Thompson, Michael Rodriguez, Jackson Baker, and Luke Timo. We'll be right back.
here on the North Shore, looking at how many people have passed away and over the years, over the decades, and how radical the ocean is here and how dangerous it is and the surf, that's who you want coming for you in a bad situation, is Hawaiian Water Patrol.
We just can't thank the Hawaiian Water Patrol enough. It's the best crew in the entire world of ocean safety, watching everybody in this event and everybody locally who's coming down to watch the event, local free surfers as well. Everyone's got a story of having good things happen with those guys around, and they're watching these guys closely. Luke Thompson, Michael Rodriguez, Jackson Baker, and Luke Tima, Joe Turpel, Ross Williams, and Jamie O'Brien for the call here. We've been focusing on the qualification story. It was for Eli in the last heat when he was successful moving on. Now it's for Luke Thompson, who had a very emotional win in Ballito in South Africa throughout this Challenger Series. That was fun because he won that, got into the event at Jeffreys Bay, got to have a heat with his longtime hero of Jordy Smith, and we've just been locked in on him ever since, Ross, just seeing if he could go the distance for South Africa.
Yeah, big, tall South African kid, lots of power. And new name, which is cool. Get to keep an eye on him, like you said. And yeah, he's right there on the brink of it. Very high up in the ratings.
Also, Michael Rodriguez, one of the fastest surfers on the planet, came from kind of out of nowhere, won a local event in Brazil, and got boards from Mount Biolis and just qualified, had some time on the CT, and now he's still in the hunt for results here. Jacko Baker, another guy that's been there, representing Newcastle. Surfed with him the other day down the beach or up the road, and he was just in great spirits. He always talked to me about his strengths in Hawaii being more Haleiwa sunset, and sometimes he said that's a good thing. Going into an event where he knows he's got some work to do, being open and honest about it, and seeing if he could get one of his better waves at Pipe and Backdoor. Sometimes I think that's just a healthy headspace to have, Jamie.
Yeah, most definitely I do. I was actually surfing off the wall with him the other day, and he's just a great guy, and I've always been a fan of him, and I told him, I'm like, hey, I ain't gonna lie, every time I watch your heat, I'm always rooting for you. And it was like a kind of a cool moment. I was like, I'm a fan, so it was super cool to just share the lineup with him, and he's just super humble, and he's excited for this event. He needs a big result, but also he's going into Merriweather, was it Newcastle? That's his hometown, so I'm sure he's pretty excited to end the season there, so maybe he gets a nice result here, and then moves over back home and kind of finishes out the year strong.
I'm sure that meant a lot to him too, to get a nice piece of a compliment from you, getting comfortable, going, maybe this will be my time at Pipe and Backdoor. He's one of those cool guys too, like when he would be out of an event on the CT, he was like Jaddy. He's in the competitors there hanging out all day. He's not bailing. He's not trying to book flights. He's watching all the women's heats, everyone else's heats, no matter what country they're from. And I'd get on a break. I'm like, Jacko, you're still here. He had the first heat of the morning. And he's like, where else would I go? Pro surfing's amazing. He's just got such great energy.
He's not shy. Yeah, and he's just so social. Most Aussies are, but yeah, he's the kind of guy you want to have a beer with. He just seems like so much fun. Doesn't take himself too serious, but he's also very competitive. He wants to win, but yeah, he's got a funny sense of humor. You just look at him, you're like, okay, I want to go have a laugh with that guy. I don't know him, but I want to go hang out with him right now.
It's the best. Well, Eli won the last heat. He's hanging out with Jesse Starling.
Thanks, Joe. Eli, we can't expect any less from you. A heat win at Pipe. I mean, you've already just come off a win in the Florence QS that was here a couple of weeks ago. It's not quite as pumping as it was this morning, but a big alley-oop and a heat win, you'll take it.
Yeah, I'm stoked. I kind of made a lot of mistakes at the beginning of the heat because the heat before me guys had like 1s and 2s in their score line, so I kind of got busy right away, and then the wind died and all of a sudden it was barreling again, and I was in 4th priority with a couple fractional scores, so kind of was a little panicked at the beginning, and then I just kind of had to hone in and kind of bring it all back and just reel it in and regroup. I still had 21 minutes to go. Those guys already had 10-point heat totals, but I just figured, hey, no is never an option, so just fight till the buzzer.
I'm not going to lie to you, I was chasing your board down during that last heat, so I figure let's do a Sun Cruiser board check while we're here, while I've got you. Jeremy Flores said in a heat earlier, the kind of hardest thing going on right now with this pickup in the wind is knowing what board to ride. What were you on out there? Because I'm very intrigued.
Yeah, I was actually going back and forth between a shortboard and this, which is a 2-inch step up. It's a 510 Whiplash by Matt Violas. This board's super good. I've had sessions that it felt like a shortboard, so I was pretty confident in either board. But like I said, the heat before was pretty bad, so I was like, I might have to just go out and just do some turns and airs and stuff. Then it started barreling again. I think I would have been fine on a shortboard, but like this board is so good that it works, and I think if your mind's in the right place, you could ride a door.
That's actually pretty true. I like that. And obviously this is Hawaii. This is your hometown. I just got to meet your beautiful family as well. It's going to be pretty nice having them here on the beach.
Yeah, I was a little concerned out there. I was like, I got my whole family here on the beach. I got like a full entourage down here, so I really wanted to make them proud. I didn't want to come in, you know, with a heat loss, so that maybe gave me that extra bit of grit and you know, drive to get it done, because I wanted to make them all proud. They all, you know, some from Maui, some here. Everyone came to watch me, so yeah, just feel super stoked and feel blessed to call this home.
Family's proud. You're through to the next round. Thanks so much for your time, Eli. Thanks, guys.
Thank you so much, Jesse. Eli's in such a great place. His family is awesome. They usually house a lot of people that come over from Maui. There's Kurt right there, the cool beard. He's a builder. One of our neighbors' mailboxes got plowed, and next thing you know, without even asking, he's like putting it back together, fixing it. Such a kind guy. And his mom Linda there watching the replay. They're super sweet people. Obviously just love supporting their boy Eli in everything he does in surfing. And gosh, he's been a prodigy since he was 9, maybe younger. You know, he's one of those guys that felt what it's like to get a big contract early and then feel what it's like to have big pressure on your shoulders too.
I feel like the pressure's still on. He needs to qualify right now, and then he's gonna go show the world how good he is. And I think we need more exciting surfers like that on tour, and I'm a big fan of Eli, because I know if it's 10-foot chopes, he's going. Dude, this kid is so gnarly, so tap, and if it's small, he's gonna be throwing huge errors.
As we see now, Luke Thompson just feeling his way down the line and hopping out.
Also, I want to kind of touch on Luke Tema. To me, my favorite junior surfer out at Pipeline. The guy is absolutely incredible. From technique to skills to like where he's placing his technique on the wave, everything is incredible. I'm so impressed. Last year was he was knocking on the door. This year, I'm like, he's the best up-and-coming surfer at Pipe, hands down. That's just my opinion. I just kind of like the technicality of how he rides the wave. He doesn't really make too many mistakes, and it's really cool and really excited. I'm really excited for his future at Pipeline. It's going to be very, very bright.
Here he goes in action. Luke Tema pulls in, starting to move, and he is going to get a little bit clipped there before the exit. And how does that work, you know, for a kid like Luke? Well, watch this. Jackson Baker. He's got a powerful forehand hack. He just ends up flowing through that section, and a little bit late to the final turn, Ross.
Yeah, this is really interesting. With the conditions, it changes the favorite so quickly. You know, if it was 6 to 8 feet like this morning in barreling, Luke would be a beast. You know, he would say, you'd look at this lineup right here with this heat and be like, okay, this is gonna be hard for these guys to beat Luke Tema. It's almost flipped on its head. I almost put Emrod as the favorite in his heat now. He's just got a really good air game. And now he's going to be hitting those big sections. Even Jacko Baker, he's really good at wave selection and finding critical sections and doing that kind of CS style of surfing. So this is going to test Luke. He's going to have to, you know, show his versatility.
And that's the thing with Pipeline, right? Sometimes you got to get through the grindy heats to get to the good ones. Like, speaking of heats, my heat yesterday I had a total of 1, probably my worst heat total score ever at Pipeline. But it was like, I wasn't going to turn, they're like, Jamie O'Brien, you need a 0.8. I was like, well, if I take off and go straight, I'm going to get a 1. But do I wait it out and then try and get a 4? Or then next thing you know, they're like 10 seconds and there wasn't even a wave near me, you know? So it's like, it is tough. But Pipeline, nothing comes easy. You know, maybe the final day could be all time, but you got to grind through a couple heats like this. And that's just Pipeline, right? You got to surf it in all conditions and be ready for war no matter what.
Jamie, it's all these years of surfing every event you could ever surf in at Pipe. Body surfing, bodyboarding, you name it, you're signing up. You love this wave with all your heart, you know? What does it mean to you at this point where you've won so many events, but you're coming after a heat like that? Is that a hard thing to wash off?
No.
Or are you happy just to switch gears and watch the rest of the event?
Honestly, I don't really care about competing, but I definitely want to surf pipeline, and if I have the opportunity to surf pipeline with 3 other guys out, I'd be an idiot not to do that. But, you know, at the end of the day, I'm grateful for all my results and all my wins and all my moments that I had competing out here, and you know, like, my numbers are with the best of all of them still, you know, and like, yeah, maybe I'm not making the final now. It's not lack of talent, it's just contest is a lot of luck involved, right? It's like, you know, you get through a grindy heat where you have a total of 4 points, and then the next heat you have, like, you know, a 9 and a 10, like, and you're smoking fools. Like, it's just, but like I said, the talent to me nowadays, the level of the bar has been risen so high, you know. It's like, not to say it wasn't back in the day, but like, guys are so good. It's actually incredible, you know?
We were talking about that earlier, Ross, you know, where this event used to come and there'd be guys on the CT that you're like, oh man, I don't know if they want to paddle out today. That whole thing is out the window, you know, and you look at guys on tour, they're beast mode in every condition you could imagine on the championship tour. Giant chopes, you know, it's like they've got so much knowledge and they train so hard mentally on how to turn a courageous performance. You know, it's surfing's in a really good place right now.
Yeah, it used to be, you know, in the 90s for sure, it used to be kind of lopsided. So when you went to the heavy waves, like we were just starting to go to Tahiti, and then whenever you came here for pipe, there was 10, 15 people that didn't want to paddle out. And so you'd have some heats where they were really lopsided. But you're right, nowadays there's 1 or 2 guys that don't really like surfing bigger waves, but pretty much 95% of the surfers, including the women, they're catching up too. They want it. You know, they're really good at late drops. They're good at backside surfing. And then, of course, they can compete and throw big airs. So, yeah, to Jamie's point, the level just gets higher and higher. And in my opinion, everyone is getting more well-rounded. They're kind of good at everything now.
Yeah, exactly. And it's crazy because you kind of see it, like if you watch videos back in the day, guys are getting deep, but like not that crazy, like as far as like from a technical standpoint, from stalling to big pumps. They were just taking off deep and shooting right through it. They weren't trying to slow down. Now you get guys like dropping in, slowing down, pumping, slowing down, pumping, dragging one arm, dragging 2 arms. They're maximizing barrel time, and you can't even see them do it. And that's the craziest part. It might look a little like grim what they're doing inside there if you're looking like straight down the pipe. Like some surfers have it absolutely dialed. Here we go.
Michael Rodriguez trying to use this wind to his advantage, one of the best in the air. Thought about a barrel maybe in 2 minds, but yeah, a hard wave to read. A long time to wait for an opener. That where he didn't come up with a turn, but meanwhile, this is fun. Luke Thiem is having a blast. He just had a wild wipeout, just kind of fell straight over and then just cruising at the moment.
Look at the scoreline, you guys. It's tough out there.
Are you
hard?
Or did you just coach Luke?
That's your shit, bro, not mine.
That's my move.
You're the guy on the boogie board.
He should have done the butt spin right there.
I love it. What a ride.
Well, so today we got the southwest winds, and what's kind of creating that is like there's probably a storm really close to us right now, and it's setting up for some really nice air wind. You probably got guys at Rocky Point punting huge airs right now. I was out surfing with Jackson Dorian, and he was like, "Oh my God, the air wind!" And he's like, "I'm gonna do an air," but then he kept trying to wait for a set. I'm like, "Oh, you're gonna do an air? Or are you gonna wait for the set?" Like, so it was kind of funny. We're kind of bouncing back and forth. Then in the lineup, I heard Rocky Point was firing, and then Benji just kind of spoke to that. Here we go.
Luke Thiem is having some fun his last couple of waves, but he really wants to score. Gosh, if he's having this kind of trouble, it is really hard out there. 14:22, nothing over a 2 at the halfway mark.
He's so frothy. Yeah, Luke will look at everything. He's so smart. So for him to not be able to find a score yet at the halfway mark, that just shows you how tough it is. The wind went from Kona's to sort of onshore.
Yeah. But these guys are they're gonna take to the air. There's 14 minutes left. There's no scores on the board. So basically, the heat is it's anyone's heat at this point. One big punt and a couple turns of the beach, you're gonna get through this heat potentially.
Good call, Ross. As a coach, how do you reset? What do you know? Nobody has anything. how do you get through this heat?
Well, here's the one good thing. There's not many barrels right now, so at least that's simplified it. You just got to look for a section and do an air. So that's why I was thinking, oh, you know, Michael Rodriguez is sort of the favorite in this heat because he's really good at aerials. So for him, start, you know, lower your wave selection. Don't look for a barrel. Just look for some sort of ramp and impress the judges. They do want to see critical sections. I don't think they want to see milking small waves and doing tons of little snaps. Just look for something critical and hit it.
Jamie, I want to know the order of getting waves these days, you know, especially for a guy like Luke Tima, you know, from Oahu, and he wants to get his reps. He's starting to represent Hawaii around the world. You start seeing him at Pipe and Backdoor. What's his road to start, you know, getting some turns and getting some better waves out here in the free serve?
So what's good with Luke is he's very respectful kid. He always says hi to you in the lineup. Make sure he kind of knows he's there, you know, which is nice, you know, from the older guys sitting out the back. You know, it's like I kind of know he's not going to be in my way, even though he's sitting a little bit under me. Because like for us older guys, we're like 8s or lates. I mean, and I want anything. I want only 8 to 10 footers. Like the Groms, they could, you know, like you got like Noah Beshin, you got Luke, you got, you know, Kalani Rivero, kind of Makana, and all these like next generation kids. They're kind of sitting under us, but kind of like they kind of try to fight it a little bit, but you know, I like the kids that come and say hi and then they're talkative and they're like, oh, cool. And then when you see a good one, you're like, go. And he's been doing a great job about that, just sitting under us and going on the ones we don't want. And sometimes those 6-footers go 8 feet. So you're like coming in from the session and you're like, oh my God, like Luke was on the best wave of the session. I didn't even look twice at that wave. So I think he's kind of like, you know, like earning his stripes, and it takes a long time, you know, like the first time, you know, I surfed pipeline was, I don't know, you know, 8, but then was I really surfing pipeline? Like I would probably, when I was like 13 or 14 years old, I kind of started getting there and pulling into some big closeouts, getting pounded, breaking boards, and you know, it's like the road to, you know, becoming a pipeline master or becoming a, you know, to perfect this wave, which we never will, is just endless, right? I'm 42. I'm at the top of the pecking order with a handful of the boys, and I love it more than ever. And it's like, it's so hard. Like, it's so hard. I never want to give my spot up. Like, it's so crazy to think that you could paddle out there with a group of your friends and share, you know, some of the biggest, heaviest, most beautiful waves in the world. So, you know, in the saying that, man, Luke's going to have an amazing career, and I'm already a big fan. I made it up in my mind like a couple weeks ago. I'm like, dude, this kid's so gnarly. Like, you know, and along with, you know, Makana Pang's been like really one with the ocean at Pipeline. He's been finding his grooves and finding his good waves and, you know, putting in the time in the water. You know, the kids are grinding it out. Obviously, you got Baron, you know, like all these kids are awesome. Legend and Mana, like it's like there's like such a cool, like it's fun going surfing Pipeline. We're just talking story, like we're talking story here in the booth.
I love that, Jamie, bringing us into the lineup at Pipe and what it's been taking for Luke to get some more reps out here and earn his spot in the most respected lineup on the planet. We'll take a quick break. Jacko Baker out front with priority with just a 2.07. So there is a lot of this story to tell, and maybe more rides like this from Luke. I don't know who coached him on that one, Jamie or Ross.
Ross.
We'll be right back.
That's a fun day.
The Lexus Pipe Challenger presented by Billabong is brought to you by Lexus. Experience amazing. By 805 Beer. Properly chill. By White Claw. Grab life by the claw. And by Sun Cruiser Vodka Iced Tea. Let the good times cruise.
Conditions changing dramatically from the perfection that we saw this morning as the moon was setting on that first heat of the morning, and we had some great barrels. Backdoor was really turning on. The left provided some moments, but it was really a backdoor day. The wind came up. Kona's now shifting on shore, and these guys are really trying to dig deep. Jackson Baker got a wave during the break, along with Luke Tima, to try to find a way to make it out into the round of 32. Meanwhile, live action from Emrod.
Whoa.
Speeding into a section that's making it hard for him to make it out. His second attempt, he ends up incomplete. So Ross, he hasn't shifted gears to look for ramps. Still kind of looking for something to pull into at this stage.
It happens to a lot of people. You know, you get hypnotized by being where you are, pipeline backdoor. I have to pull in, I have to pull in. But all you have to do is just take a look at the score line. It's tough out there. A couple snaps, and of course an error. That's kind of the ticket right now. It's still hollow, though. It's not exactly easy to hit it and do an error, unless you're Eli Hanneman. You know, there's some tough ramps out there right now.
Jamie Jackson got this one during the break.
Yep, he's getting the job done. I think at the end of the day right now these guys are grinding it out, and if that's what it takes, that's what it's going to take. I think, you know, like Ross said, I think it's time for them to go to the air and start stomping this out.
Little whip right there for Luke Tima as well, Ross.
Yeah, getting busy. So Luke has really switched on. He's got a high IQ, especially for his age, a lot of energy. And so I wouldn't be surprised to see him scrape a couple scores together here in the last 6 minutes.
And then the South African Luke Thompson, world number 5 on the CS. Just putting together a couple of grindy little turns. When you're really trying to force the whitewater climbs, you know what you're dealing with today at Pipe and Backdoor. And then the attempt for Michael Rodriguez trying to pull in there, he gets stuck. One of the fastest surfers in the world. He's had some exciting heats on the CT. Jackson's gonna get this one going. Just a setup turn. Now he's got more of a wall and just hits it with the lip line.
It's probably
not easy to do that. He created that section for himself, Jamie.
It's probably tough out there because, you know, watching from the heat before, they're probably like, oh, there's barrels, guys. You know, Zeke's getting barreled. Eli was getting barreled. There was actually some really good waves coming in overall. So these guys probably did go out there with the game plan, like, hey, we're going to get barrels. And then it just turned into complete disaster out there.
As we got Luke, late takeoff. Can he find a little room in that tube? And that's going to take him down. I don't mind it, though. He is looking at everything right now. And 3.5 was his last score. 4.5 for Jacko Baker, enough to take the top 2. And you might be wondering out there, you know, why we're still running after what we saw this morning. But the forecast, you know, looks tough, you know, when you look down the next couple days.
It looks tough. It looks like we have a storm moving in tomorrow, which is going to bring bad weather and bad wind altogether. It would just be a complete nightmare to surf out there tomorrow and the next day. And then the day after looks like it could be huge pipeline. And the winds look good, but it's gonna be gnarly.
How gnarly are we talking, Jamie?
I think just a lot of second reef sets, a lot of getting caught inside, a lot of broken leashes, a lot of broken boards, but some psycho ones in between. Seems like kind of like maybe a Benji Brand kind of day, you know?
Wow, Benji's
licking his chops,
eyes wide open, ready.
Yeah, that's what I think. That's my
ready
theory.
for another part.
It's a good
Snap
one. Benji would agree with you. Let's put it on hold until then.
Let's wait. Yeah, certain guys just come to life in situations like that. 4:30 on the clock. These guys doing their best to try to mix it up. An onshore pipe and backdoor at the moment. And really fun spending time with Jamie O'Brien, who made a career out of just being connected to pipeline. And I think everyone just remembers, wait, he's always in the eddy. He's traveled the world, did the QS. And I want to know what is exciting you for this year. Jamie, do you have resolutions? Like, what do you want to accomplish? I know you've accomplished now fatherhood, which is really special.
Thank you.
But how is there surfing going to go into this all in 2026 with projects and everything else? What's your plan?
So we're working on a big project with Red Bull. It's kind of like it's like a big feature film that's been like in the making. And basically, like to me, what I want to do, it's going to be a collective of footage over the last 10 years. And we're going to tell the right story. We got the perfect storyteller, Darius, if you're out there. Yeah, it's about that. I can't wait to make this movie. And yeah, that's going to release in summer 2027. I recently, me and my wife had a kid, and his name's Kolohe, which means mischievous, and rascal in Hawaiian. It's kind of like a fun twist, but kind of like the name. When you're picking out a name for your kid, it's a little tough because you're like, I don't know. It's just it's a hard thing to do, so that the parents out there know the deal right there. And yeah, kind of, we launched a new company, Fun Day Surf. We're gonna make soft tops and apparel and just kind of have fun. You know, it's just time to take control of our career and own our brands. And yeah, I think a lot of the big corporate, there's my wife right there in the blue and the Kolohe.
Oh, you are blessed, my friend.
Yeah, so we're having fun. We just recently moved out of Pipe, and we moved up to Pupukea for a little peace and quiet. So it's been a different balance up there, but it's so nice to have a big yard and a little peace and quiet. Because I ain't gonna lie, it gets tough when you put your house on the internet, and you know there's people that love you, there's people that hate you. You know, you're laying in bed and people are yelling, "F you, Jamie O'Brien." I'm like, who the heck is that? You know, it's
Really?
like, yeah, dude, it's just
Psycho.
Guys are
Get that stuff.
Guys are burning out freaking in front of the Kainui, get freaking big parties at the Volcom house. Like, my wife's like, I'm gonna call the cop. I'm like, no, it's all good. And then calls the cops, and all the boys are bummed at me the next day. I'm just like, dude, like, I'm like, there's got to be some kind of community over here. Have some respect. We're all just kind of like trying to like, you know, find the community. So like, I was just like, dude, like after like my baby's crying and there's parties at the Volcom, I'm like, dude, we're out.
Welcome to Pupukea, Jimmy.
Thank you.
You'll
thank you.
never leave.
I've been on your street. Our good friends live right next door to you up there. It's a beautiful section. It's quiet. What a good chapter for you.
Oh my gosh.
Just to move up the hill.
It's so crazy. Yeah. I mean, I ain't gonna lie. Like, I'm gonna miss Pipeline, but I'll never sell my home. But like when I come down here, especially during the event, it's so gnarly. Dude, I almost got hit by a car the other day, and I was like weed whacking my little like thing in the front of my house. Like, it's like guys are like you said, the mailbox got smoked. Like, people are just driving around here like crazy people, bro.
Yeah, good call. Good call. It's time to just nest a little bit,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Create that comfort zone and then roll down the pipe when it's pumping. Great call. You've earned it. Minute 20 to go in this one. Jacko Baker, 4.645. Wow, well done for Jackson, just adapting. It's amazing how quick he can be in challenging conditions.
Yeah.
From a day I surfed with him a couple days ago, he is so quick, and his hips are quick, and he has sneaky power that you might not expect when you see him go down the line.
You know, following Finn and Luke all year on the CS Tour, this looks almost identical to Bolito. And same thing, Jackson had Luke in the heat, and he smoked him, and he has really good wave selection. He knows what the judges want, and this is kind of his jam. He knows how to pick a critical section and just sort of pin it like he did. Nothing real crazy, but, you know, he gets his uncle vibe in these CS heats, and he takes care of business.
Look at Luke just sitting on freaking Luke.
Luke Thompson, the one that needs more to qualify for the tour.
Wow.
Winning Bolito, he's taken every second so seriously. He's looked at his watch about 20 times in the last 60 seconds.
That's insane. 2.68.
That's
Small
nothing.
score for Tima.
And Luke Thompson is going to shadow him till the very end. Tima's a hard guy to shadow too. He's going to keep S-ing his way back and forth, but Thompson looks like he's been able to hold him off. A very crucial victory for Luke just to get ahead.
Uh-oh.
Hang on.
Something.
This is in time. A big, wild punt from Rodriguez. We were hoping he'd start doing those
Just a couple
about
of those
20 minutes ago.
would have been good for him.
He ends up incomplete and staying in fourth. Tima third. Luke Thompson, Jacko Baker take the top two into the round of 32. And that's a wrap for this one. Heat 13's coming up next. But first, Jamie, appreciate your time. Thanks for coming in.
Thank you guys.
Jamie.
Thanks, Ross.
Legend.
Appreciate you guys.
Yeah, anytime. Come on and let's talk surf, life, everything and beyond. Hope you guys are enjoying the show. Lexus Pipe Challenger, presented by Billabong, continues. We'll bring in Kaipo and company to call the next two heats. Stay tuned.
I feel like Andy surfed not using his brain, just using his heart.
He was the happiest I've ever seen in the water. The happiness shone through him, like he could see it coming glowing out of his face.
Everyone is so excited about it, and seeing the boys in it means the most to me.
Lexus Pipe Challenger, presented by Billabong. AI collection. It's back in stores. Go check it out. Rising Sun shorts. They're all over the beach. They're all over the air. And we have just a delightful crew to call some heats right now. Jess Starling, also Jackson Dorian. Jackson, thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having me. I'm stoked to be here.
I hear you like Kona winds for airs.
Yeah, it turned really good just now. It was crazy air wind. I bet the boys right now are going to go off. Especially guys like Seth. He's really capable in the air. He's put out a lot of good video parts, especially growing up. So yeah, look for him to go to the air, and then of course, Legend and Caius and Zave, they can do it too.
Yeah, and so Jess, it's a switch in, what we're looking at criteria-wise. Conditions have deteriorated, but we are determined to get through this round as we take a look at Seth Moniz here, the 28-year-old out of Coolio O. And this happened right before we came back on air. Jess, I think this was a giant alley-oop.
Yeah, I feel like this was going to be something pretty special here, Seth. A lot of speed.
Whoa.
Huge alley-oop. Oh, my gosh. Looks like the board almost completely gets ripped out from underneath him, but manages to hold on there for Seth. 7-8-3, start of the heat. What do you like about this one, Jackson?
Wow, that was crazy. He used the backwash to give him some extra pop, and then Seth's like a cat, so he just went straight to layback and pulled it up really quick. That was really well done. He really took advantage of the wind early on. I guarantee you he was watching that last heat and was like, I wonder why these guys aren't really going to the air as much as they should be, and really early on in the heat, already posting up to 7.83. So yeah, I'm not surprised to see this from Seth, and we'll probably see it again before the end of the heat.
This is really encouraging to me, because you could get, disappointed. We don't see the barrels. We don't see the beautiful conditions anymore. We have this wind coming up. But the fact that we're still seeing progress, we're still seeing good numbers, we're still seeing rides in the excellent or near excellent range is encouraging, and I love just how these surfers are able to kind of switch gears when the conditions have changed, within hours.
Definitely. I mean, Seth has the luxury of getting to surf all the best waves around the world, Pipe being one of them, but that championship tour schedule is incredible. For someone like Zave, Caius, or even Legend, but more particularly Zave and Caius, they get to surf this on the QS, on the Challenger Series. They're used to kind of these beach breaks. If wind comes up, we've got days that we have to run through. So this is kind of similar competition format that they're used to. And I'm sure Legend always finds himself out here when these winds come up. But Seth, he's so good at being in the barrel here at Pipe, but he's just showing that he's just as good above the lip too.
Yeah, sure is. A runner-up here in 2022 to Kelly Slater. Xavier Huxtable out there, 23-year-old.
Seth just got so pounded.
Oh no! Well, it comes along with the in the territory, huh?
Yeah, that was nuts. Here we go, Caius on the backhand here. He has a really good backside. He's won multiple QSs with that, so look out to see him post some good scores this heat on his backside.
Yeah, Caius King. It seems like he much like yourself, Jackson, was a surfer that was under scrutiny from the surf industry at a very, very young age.
Yeah, and it comes with pressure, but it's also a gift. You can take it how you look at it. You can look at it either way, and I think just being grateful and appreciative and working as hard as you can, I think, is the best way to approach it.
Yeah, and I love it. I mean, Caius is full of, just full of personality. I mean, he loves his metal music.
Yeah.
He's a great surfer. We've watched him just, have this kind of defining style amongst him, which has been really cool to watch develop.
Kaipo, if you can go and watch his band Headset play, I could not recommend it more. They are so fun to watch, him and his little brother Razzie. Here he is in the Rashi though.
Nice off the top, going to turns like we suspected. No, I want to see Rasmus, right? And Caius with the band.
Caius, yeah.
I don't
and,
mind the pit. I don't mind like getting 805 or any kind of beer spilled all over me. Let's go.
It's so sick. It's so fun to watch him. Bon, their drummer as well, he's so incredibly talented. Like you mentioned, Jackson, really good backhand for Caius. He's won over in Taiwan on that backhand. But Kaipo, I could see you getting amongst the mosh pit at a Headset concert.
Oh, I love it. And there we see Seth having to do a little bit of a leash test right there, as well as a board test with that Sharp Eye board. Caius King, speaking of surfboards, recently made a change to Channel Island surfboards. Look like they've been working for him.
They look great under his feet, yeah. And obviously Brent being down here too, it's cool to see him have support in his corner.
Oh, Zave tearing this thing apart. Good first turn. Also part of the same region that Caius is from, the Australasia region. They've shared all these events together. He has a really good backhand as well.
Wow, yeah, and this one's connecting for him really well, Jackson.
Tearing this thing apart. Wow, that was nuts. They've probably had some really good heats in the past between him and Caius. And right there, just taking it all the way to the inside, that was really lethal stuff on the backhand from Zave.
Yeah, Xavier Huxtable, 23 years old, from Janjuk in Victoria. Janjuk, Jess, one of my favorite pubs in all of Australia. So all of you are watching, hopefully, at the Janjuk pub. Good on you. I'll see you folks in April for the beginning of the championship tour.
Let's try and set up Headset at the Janjuk pub.
Yeah.
805 beer, you'll be all over
Oh
it,
my
Kaipo.
goodness.
Yep.
I'm telling you, Thursday night, Parmy night at Janjuk pub, not to be missed.
Stop it. Yeah, Zave, he had a really great year last year when you look at it competitively. Obviously, he was kind of always so close to qualifying for the Challenger Series, and then when his best mate Tully did, it made him so much more eager. Got the wild card into Bell's championship tour last year and took down Italo Ferreira in a pretty convincing way, that heat. It was pretty cool. There was quite an unfortunate streak of wild cards for Italo through that Aussie region, but yeah, Zave wants to get back there.
Whoa, Legend, big power hack. Oh, I can't hold on. That was tricky for him.
Now, I think Legend's on Channel Islands boards as well, right?
Yeah, Legend's actually, he's known as a pipe guy, but he has amazing rail game as well and has a mental style, super sick hands, and just super formed out all the time. He's fun to watch. One of the most fun free surfers from Hawaii, and he's just really, really talented. And we've been talking about the right air wind all day, or all afternoon, and I haven't seen him do too many frontside, but I know he's really capable backside. I think it'd be fun to watch him punt on the forehand now too.
Yeah. Well, hey, it sounds like it's time to catch up with Jackson Baker. He took a win in the last heat. He's with Mitch Salazar down in the sand. Take it away, Mitch.
Yeah, thanks, Kaipo. Jacko, I mean, if there's anybody that knows how to put 9 points up there, regardless if it's pumping or if it's grindy like it is out there at Backdoor, now it's you. Congratulations, especially after the 9th in Brazil. Big heat win right here in the round of 64.
Yeah, for sure. I guess always the goal is to get that bit closer to qualifying. Yeah, been a tricky couple of years, but yeah, like you said, I know I back myself. I know I can get 10 points, especially as it kind of turned like this. As much as like watching all morning, you've got your horns on, you're all like excited, ready to go. But no, I just had to adjust with Bam. I'm still lucky I had Bam in my corner and been working with him for a long, long time. And he's just like, mate, you're just gonna have to grind it out. If a barrel comes, got that little cover up, and then I just knew from then on, get another 4-5, and that's probably a heat win. Like, I felt the boys probably needed 5s or 6s to catch me with 2-4-5. So, yeah, not the ideal pipe, but I mean, yeah, I'm progressing and, yeah, hopefully get a chance as this event goes on.
And what about the board selection? I know a lot of people were debating whether short board, a little bit of a step up. There's still a set out there, though. What did you end up riding in your heat?
Yeah, I was a bit in between. I ended up having a 6-3 as a backup, and I rode a 6-4. I know a lot of the boys are probably getting down to 6-1s and 6-0s, but I'm a bigger guy, and I know I can throw a bigger board around. And once I kind of got out there, I felt like as I was kind of meeting the wave and meeting the wind, I had enough like kind of speed from my board, the CI Goldie. So like I was super lucky that I stuck with my guns. Didn't try kind of go like short board and really small and try go progressive. I knew that like my rail and those things can kind of hold in those bigger waves. So yeah, I don't think I would have made the turn on the 4-6 without that extra length.
And what about the other event heading into Newcastle after that? You got to be excited heading back home right after pipe.
Oh, for sure. I mean, to go home and yeah, I mean, my goal here is just to get in a mathematical position to qualify at home. Yeah, that'd be the coolest thing ever to qualify in front of my family and friends at home. So still a long way to go. I'm excited to be in the new year. I'm representing a new sponsor this year, Tradie Brand, which I'm super lucky to have. Like a company that's outside of the surf industry supporting me, and they believe in me. And yeah, I mean, from their undies to I'm sponsored by a beer company. They run a beer, so perfect for my forte. So I'll definitely be having a beer this hour to celebrate. And yeah, moving on.
Congratulations, Jacko.
That's right. Let's hear it for the tradies, okay? They're well represented with Jackson Baker, 35th on the rankings right now, so he's a mathematical chance. I like his challenges, and I would love to see Jackson Baker back on the championship tour. He brought a lot of personality.
Absolutely, and also just the rail game you saw, especially at waves like Bells. He always put on a really solid performance. But Jacko, I feel like he's just such a awesome human being, and I just want him to I just feel like he deserves that as well, just for how kind and supportive he is. Caius, he's really similar, obviously a really, really hardworking guy. Like you mentioned, he's been competing and in the surf industry for a really long time, but he's grown into himself. He's thrown down some pretty solid turns, quite like that last one. And Zave, finding another nice left here. I mean, I feel like that first connection, the judges are going to really like that one because it had that element of risk to it. And you can just see, even though he comes from big bells, he drives really hard off that back foot through his backhand.
Yeah, and just to stick with it and just recognize that, hey, this is what you got to do. Putting it all together. Could be, windy afternoon over at 13th Beach for possible.
Yeah, literally could be a windy afternoon back home. It has that same kind of power that it, just comes at you and you get held down a little bit. Seth Moniz maybe just shaking off and keeping, just trying to get his breath back after that last wipeout though. It was pretty big.
Yeah. Seth Moniz. Do you have any favorite surfers right now that you're watching?
Yeah, I would say, obviously growing up, kind of when I was a Grom, from when I was like 10 to 15 or whatever, John was at the top of the world, winning world titles. He was from Hawaii. I would watch every Pipe Masters in real life. You just see him get chaired up the beach. He's putting out all the coolest video parts. Put out View from a Blue Moon. So obviously he's probably been mine and then a lot of other people's biggest idol growing up.
Yeah.
Especially from the North Shore. So obviously John my entire life was huge, and then recently I've loved to watch Ethan Ewing. He's incredible. Yago Dora is amazing, and many more. Griffin's awesome. I love style.
Yeah.
And I love when guys are like at the top, the very, very top level, but it looks good.
Yeah.
And I think those guys all are really good at that. So I think
much
that's one
time
of my
with
favorite
them,
surfers.
with the Billabong team?
Yeah, for sure. They did the Trilogy movie a couple years ago.
Yeah, with Seth. Yeah.
Yeah, and they had Seth, Griffin, and Ethan, and last minute, I remember Griffin got sick, so we had to pull out of a trip, and I got thrown in last second, and I got to spend a lot of time with Seth and Ethan, and it was incredible. That was after Ethan had his first year on tour. I think he fell off.
Yep.
And he had that break, and he got so really, really good in that year. He put out that insane Mexico edit, which was incredible, and then we had that trip in Tahiti, and he was doing some of the best surfing I've ever seen in person. It was ridiculous.
Hypothetical question, Jackson. Billabong's going to do Trilogy 3. What other two surfers from your generation would you pick to join you on Trilogy 3?
Well, that's hard because I have so many friends my age. It'd be tricky. I mean, obviously the last one was a Billabong movie, yeah. So if I could just do like my closest friends, I would say I'd want to pick my friends from here for sure. Like, say someone like Luke Tima or Nalu Diodato or Legend Chandler, one of those boys. And then also I spent a lot of time with Dan Henry recently.
Yeah.
I spent, I think, a month and a half at his house earlier this year, and he's such a good surfer, and I think he's a really good person to be around because he's sets the bar so high. I feel like he makes everyone else in our generation get better. So
he's gnarly. Yeah. He's a world junior champ.
Yeah.
He does backflips and comps.
Yeah, exactly.
What's going on?
He's getting better at an alarming rate, so it's really fun to keep track of. And someone else who's got better really fast, Legend Chandler, huge carve. Oh,
he had that.
Recently this winter, he's been blowing me away. He's been doing some of the best surfing I've seen out of anybody, any age, like especially at Haleiwa and Pipe. Like, he's been putting together some really good surfing. So yeah, Legend, one of my favorite surfers in my age group. as of recent, and he's getting better at a rapid rate as well. So
he's rad. He's got that like laid-back Kawhi style too, to his whole, just like just even how he speaks and carries himself, you know?
Yeah, he definitely has a really, really good life, like cruising with his family all the time. He's a really good person to hang out with. He has huge friend group, best family ever. Has all the boys over their house when pipe's good. We all cruise at their house, and then obviously he's an incredible surfer, and I think he'll have a really good surf career coming up for him as well.
Yeah, I agree. Looks like we might have a set coming right now, Jess. Seth Moniz with priority. Seth has that super valuable 7.83, so even though he's in second place, that's really kind of a camouflage second place, because I'm sure he's going to vault to the top once he gets another wave.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, a 101 is nothing. And if you think about it through the eyes of Jackson Baker, you know, he said he needed 2 4s and everyone else would have needed a 6. Having a 7, it's going to set him miles apart of everyone. Legend really needs something special here to get back in.
Oh,
that was cool.
Looks like he's trying to get a start as soon as he can. With 12 minutes left, it's hard, and you kind of need to make sure you get 2 scores. If you're kind of left with 1, you'll probably not make the heat. So smart from Legend there. He's a really good competitor as well, and using his experience right there to try to get a score before it's too late. And we'll probably see him scramble back out there and get a score sooner than later.
Okay, well, I think it's time for us to take a break right now, you guys. We're going to be back and see if Seth Moniz can back up that 7.83, and who else is going to make it. Hey, JP, George Patar, he's going to be coming up in the next heat. Just checking in.
Oh, it's absolutely firing out there.
I'm Seth Moniz, and this is Pipeline.
My paddle out spot, there's a little channel right here. You can kind of slip straight out.
Pipeline isn't a perfect wave. It's a constant changing wave. It's like a big beach break on reef. You're constantly moving from the West Peak to over here by the back door for backdoor waves.
This is the lineup. There's a little imaginary line right here.
There's other waves that are similar, but yeah, not like it, you know, not like the big K pipe. You hit that reef, you're in trouble. There's just big stumps like that are sticking out. You slam, it's like straight concrete. It's a terrifying wave. It's a life-ending wave. There's a lot going on. There's a lot of people. It's like the full battlefield out there. I think that's what keeps you alive, though. It's like that fear of getting hurt and dying. My whole deal is like I make sure I'm making the best decision possible, and like when I turn around for that wave, I'm going. Pipe is good. No one really cares how everywhere else is. It's all eyes on pipe because it is the most entertaining wave in the world. Anytime someone asks me where my favorite wave is, it's Pipeline for sure.
Yeah, Seth Moniz knows Pipeline, knows this stretch of reef, hanging out here beachside, probably since he was 7, 8 years old. Mom and Dad used to handle duties of chaperoning the Billabong house. He's got some good guys in his corner as well. Like the watchful eyes of the one and only Doug Silva. Super coach, mantra master. Have you gotten any magic advice from Doug Silva?
Oh yeah, I've had a ton in my life. Every time I'm with him, he's got some knowledge to spit. But right now, he's happy that Seth's getting a backup score here. He kind of took a while to stand up again, but here he goes. This best case scenario for Seth here, just to back up that 7.83. Oh, can't hold on, but still, even if that's like not the biggest score, but just something of substance, it's gonna help him a lot, especially with the rest of these guys. You know, Zave dropping a 7 on his last left, really smart to really figure out a way to get scores out there and really smashed a few. So Zave doing a good job competing as well. And then, you know, that Caius and Legend are probably going to be getting scores soon as well. So, but this was smart here from Seth. He was probably hoping he could get this wave sooner, but yeah, it's good to have something of substance as a backup.
Yeah, so close to coming for this end section. I mean, if you had pulled that off, yeah, it would have been something pretty special. Something we spoke about on the first day when we saw a lot of the women go to turns. Oh, but we'll get back to that. Zave finally getting some cover up. We got our first barrel, which is where this 7 points comes from. 7-point ride.
Wow.
That last one is Zave with a big hammer like we're used to seeing.
That was proper.
It's pretty cool to finally get just a barrel in a heat. You know, we had it pumping this morning. Zave would have been watching it all day thinking, give me some of that, and he finally found it.
Yeah, I like that. This happened, and you can see it's a flat 7 straight across from all 5 judges. This happened during that commercial break. So Xavier Huxtable with a 7-point ride, 4.67 in the lead, 7.83 and a 3.6 on the last wave for Seth Moniz. Puts him in a strong second place. Caius King has a valuable 5-point ride, but needs a 6.44 to go into that top 2. And Legend Chandler yet to kind of start his actions within this heat. So Legend must have caught another wave too, because he's inside without priority from my priority screen.
Yeah, go ahead.
Something I wanted to mention as well, something that we saw on the first day, Kaipo, when the women were out there and we saw a lot more turns than we did barrels. There still needed to be that element of risk in turns, and I think these guys knowing that as well, hence why, you know, Seth going for those big oncoming end sections or a big alley-oop, and Zave taking these waves all the way through, but they still want to see barrels, and they're still making that pretty clear.
Oh, there he is.
And Seth making it pretty clear too.
That was a smart pick there at Ains on the way back out. That's kind of classic backdoor competing right there. You know, you'll see all the best guys, like, of course, John, Seth's brother, Josh Moniz, also does this really well. They'll get a score at the peak at backdoor, and then on the way back out, they've already got their first score that they banked. They'll pick a wave off halfway back out at Ains and get another score, and that's what he did here. Really smart competing here from Seth, even got a cover up. And yeah, that's kind of, if you spend a lot of time out here at this wave at backdoor, that's kind of 101 of how to compete at backdoor.
That's a really good observation, Jackson, in that you know you're already going to be in the bottom of the priority, so you got nothing to lose on the way and utilizing that wider peak over there. So good strategy by Seth Moniz. He did improve upon his score line with a 3.73. Still in second place, but a strong second place. He increased the need for Caius King to a 6.57, and Legend Chandler needs a combination of 2 waves for 11.56.
Yeah, pretty interesting. Legend, obviously he's going for those big Hail Mary turns, but I feel like maybe trying to force it a little bit. Obviously, Jackson, you would have seen more of his surfing than I have, but he's incredible in the barrel, and I feel like we saw him in this really nice flow state the last 2 days of competing, but right now it feels like maybe he's actually trying to push his turns a little bit more than what necessarily he has to do at this point, because obviously he's got the power behind him, but just connecting with a wave would really, I feel like, help his confidence right now.
Yeah, for sure. I think he's hoping to put together a wave right now just so he can get rid of that combination. There's 4 minutes left. He's going to have to act soon. I don't think he was, I don't think he was pushing too hard. I think it was just the ocean so powerful that he kind of put himself in a weird position. The wave kind of just ate him. They were really good turns. He just couldn't put it quite down. And he's going to have to act soon or he's going to be in a really bad position. And I think what Zave did really well was just make sure he got the waves early on, and then he built upon that with that right. and did a good job. He started with 2 4s and now he has a 7, so kind of just a perfectly put together heat from the surfer in blue.
Yeah, smart surfing and local knowledge paying off for Seth Moniz. Caius King, I feel, is still in the mix. He does have priority, and he's just under a 7-point ride to get into that top 2. And he's got 3 minutes, 15 seconds on the clock.
You can see Seth, he's got a pretty bright spray on his board. I was noticing it for Zaves as well. Zave, pretty cool. He spends a lot of time with Adam Robbo back home, and Adam's had a really big influence on Zave's just life and surfing. And he runs the Lady Luck spray, which was actually Robbo's spray when he was still competing. And I love that Zave, no matter where he goes around the world, brings a bit of home with him, even if it's just through a board spray.
Oh, Caius, no, first priority. That was
squandered.
Unfortunate for him.
Yeah. Well, let's see if Seth, I can't see where Seth is, if Seth can zoom in on him. Xavier's, I'm sure, aware of the situation now.
Still, though, 6'5", you could see probably Caius picking off a smaller backdoor wave, and he's capable of anything. He's a really good surfer, so if he gets the opportunity, I'm pretty sure he's capable of getting that 6'5" for sure. As we see, Legend here, he's going to have to act soon on this wave, or he's going to be stuck in combo. He's going to have to get this wave and then pick one off at Aints here.
Vicious slash.
That was huge, but I don't know. There's only one maneuver. He's going to have to scramble back out there and get another wave, or I don't know. He's going to have to hurry.
He's got fans on the beach, that's for sure.
Yes, he does.
Shallow section here, and it looks like, actually, he's just waving the white flag, I think.
Yeah, it's going to be tricky to get back out.
And Seth Moniz, you can see, also couldn't make it back out after catching that Aints wave.
Yeah, it looks like the door might be slightly open for Caius here with second priority again. He's probably hoping Zave will pick off the first set wave, and then maybe a nug will come behind it. And yeah, for sure, like, Caius is an amazing surfer. I think if it weren't for injuries the last couple years, he'd probably be close to, if not already on tour. Yeah. So I think right now he's capable of anything. This has just kind of been a weird heat, and he's been off rhythm.
Yeah, interesting moment as well. Wonder if, these actually, Zave and Caius pretty good mates. I wonder if Zave maybe going to pass up a little priority wave for him as well, considering Seth and Legend already in. There's no threat to Zave at this point, no matter what he's getting through.
Here we go.
Caius needing a 6.57 here.
Well, Caius is going to get his chance here.
Whoa, whoa, huge turn. That was sick.
One nice turn there.
Oh, only
might need
one
more,
section.
though.
Oh, and I felt like Caius has been spending a lot of time with Dan Henry recently, so maybe he's been sharpening up the air game as well. I was kind of hoping he'd go to the air, but that wave not really giving him what he wanted.
It was a big turn, right? But was it enough? What do you think?
It was sick. I don't think it'll be up in the 6 range, but I mean, it was good on the eyes, and I think same thing with Legend. It was only one maneuver, so I think realistically it'll probably be Zave and Seth getting through this heat with 20 seconds left.
You are correct. 3.9 for Legend Chandler, 3.5 for Caius King. Doesn't change the situation. So
When was the last time you saw 3 or 4 surfers in before the heat ends?
Right?
You never see that happen.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah, that's a good observation.
Usually everyone's like, fight
till the last
death.
minute, right?
Yeah, this is wild.
They're like, had enough of that. We got it. Congratulations. Hey, congratulations, Xavier Huxtable. Congratulations, Seth Moniz. On to the round of 32. We got more on the way when we return. George Patar, Hiroto Ohara, Ian Govea, Ryaru Ito in the water. Hey, you like bike paths? You like chickens? You're gonna love the North Shore. Just a couple of little scenes here on the daily commute on the North Shore of Oahu. They call it the 7 Mile Miracle. Could be 8 miles of miracle surf. And one thing that connects a lot of these breaks is the North Shore bike path. Stay in your lane.
Here we go, Hiroto up and riding here, slamming the first section. Wow, he's got that turn dialed.
That was cool. Kuiper Girl, along with Just Starling and Jackson Dorian. Jackson, what do you think about this heat?
This is a fun one. We got George Bitar, obviously an amazing rail surfer. He's really good on rides. He'll probably smash some of these waves. So we see Ryaru Ito, he's an incredible surfer as well. He's got kind of the whole package. He's really good in smaller high-performance waves, but if a 10-footer came through this second, he would whip and go and probably get blown out, so he's proper.
We saw that yesterday, Jess, with Ryaru. Took a horrible wipeout.
Horrible.
Came back and got a 9-point ride.
You'd think maybe worst of the day.
Yeah, for sure,
He was
for sure.
just, I cannot believe where he jumped. Anyway, and then when he got the excellent score, that 9-point ride, he has done so much time over here. Every single year he comes over, does the winter season, and I really think he's leading the way in that sense of the big wave surfing coming out of Japan. So I'm excited to see Ryaru come up against, you know, Hiroto is having an incredible year on the Challenger Series. Unfortunately, missed out on what I thought was going to be a pretty big event for him over in Portugal, had a priority interference.
Yeah.
And I feel like he's still kicking himself for that. So maybe a bit of redemption to do over here.
Hiroto Ohara, we can see him here in the blue jersey. He semifinals over at the U.S. Open in Huntington Beach, and that was his best result so far this season on the Challenger Series. But sitting at number 17 on the live rankings, still in the conversation,
Definitely.
you know, for qualification for the championship tour. Coming out of Chiba, Japan. Great prefecture of surf there in Japan.
Yeah, he's an incredible surfer, and he's been around for a while. Obviously, I think everyone now wants to see Hiroto qualify. He's the man, so super fun to watch. He was also in all those fun Snaketails episodes. Wow, that was crazy from George. And yeah, I was a huge fan growing up watching those, and Hiroto's such a character. I think those are really classic to watch.
I'd love to bring back Snaketails.
They've been doing them, I think.
Really?
Definitely. He's actually, yeah, he had a, was it Portugal? I think it was. He did a quick episode from Portugal because he was over there coaching.
I saw Snake up and down here. He's been hanging out. He's been coaching.
Yeah, he's been around.
He's unreal. He's a pipe master. 2 runner-up finishes this year for George Pitar from Manly. Puts him in a great position. CS number 5. Pitar makes it into the final, gets 3rd place. He's back on tour.
He's so close, and I mean, he has been working so hard to get back there too, and I think you can tell when someone is CT worthy. You know, we've always heard people talk about that, about Cali Vast.
Yeah.
Even Lobby, someone like Lobby
Yeah.
who's on the Challenger Series.
Yeah.
George, he goes into that category. He is a CT surfer.
Yeah.
Obviously, rookie year, it's hard. It's hard when you go to a new place, you're like, where am I going to eat?
Yeah.
Where do I sleep?
Yeah.
Am I too far away from it? I haven't surfed this way before, and you even see on the Challenger Series, 9 times out of 10, the first season can essentially be a write-off. So when you come back that second year, you're like, okay, I'm going to stay here. This is where I know to sit this time. Got my lineups for the tour. I feel like George will be so much more comfortable, and it'll be really lethal to come back and hopefully get another season on the CT.
Yeah, we'll see how it plays out. Looking good so far. Also looking good in his last heat, earning his spot in the round of 32, Xavier Huxtable with Mitchell Salazar.
Yeah, thank you, Kaipo. Zave, you found really the true only barrel out there in that heat, but Seth dropped the 783 with the air opening up, and then eventually you got your barrel. How did you assess the conditions out there, especially with the 9s that got dropped early this morning?
Yeah, it's really hard kind of going from like 3 heats ago. Mikey got a 9.5 for a huge barrel, and even Crew in the last couple of heats been getting, the 2 heats before we're getting tubed. So kind of looking at it, trying to get going early, get a couple 4s even on the board, and then kind of look to sit and get one. And yeah, Seth did this crazy punt that we're all sitting there watching from behind us going, oh geez, there's an 8, which was crazy. And then I was lucky enough to kind of get one midway through, and that pushed me up. Yeah. So stoked.
Coming out of that Torquay area, obviously some amazing waves. Last year you had the heat with the Italo, and of course, just qualifying for the Challenger Series through such a difficult region. How proud of yourself just to be able to be at this point? Your first trip back to the Rock, by the way, in 5 years too.
Yeah, it's such a hard little region we've got there. I didn't crack it it's taken me 5 years, I think, just to get here on the Challenger. So I was so stoked to make it, and then to make a couple of heats, it's been so much fun. I've learned so much traveling with all the Aussie boys and kind of such a tight-knit little group, and you learn off each other. I got Chippo and Cal and Morgs and all the older boys who've been doing it for a while, so I've just felt like I've learned so much off them already. And come back to Hawaii, I've been loving it. I've been here for 3 weeks, and it's been the best 3 weeks ever, so I'm frothing.
Who's the funniest out of the group? I gotta ask, because GP's the barber. Who is the funniest guy outside of Jacko Baker, though?
Oh, Jacko's right there. He's definitely, he's got a motor mouth, but he's the best bloke ever. Chippo's always good to crack a few more, because everyone gets along and just rips into each other. Good banter. It's so much fun. So
Congratulations, Dave.
thank you. Cheers.
Kipes.
All right, yeah, love it. Saw Rao Ito with a air attempt, and we also saw Jan Gouveia charge one, and then we just saw George Pitar get punished. Jesse, what was the barber reference there by Mitch?
George, if you always see him, he's always so clean cut, and he always just has his hair perfectly dialed, and now he's started giving out haircuts to everyone else because, you know, he wants to help everyone out.
I like it.
Yeah.
I told George when he came on his rookie season on the championship tour, we had a little pod thing, whatever, and he's got an incredible radio voice.
Amazing radio voice. I agree. His dad does too.
Oh, really?
It runs in the family.
Yeah. Dad was a teacher on Vanuatu. Is that what was happening with his childhood, or was doing some type of maybe church work over there?
Yeah. They had a resort over
A resort,
there.
okay.
Yeah, he's got an awesome family, actually. They live back in Manly now, and they still go back there and travel there a little bit. I'm pretty sure they still have the resort there, but what a cool childhood to spend so much time in Vanuatu and be immersed in that culture.
Yeah, he said he was surfing waves by himself all the time
all
there.
the time, and in tropical water, tropical weather. I mean, it's not a bad life when you're at Grom.
So he's from Manly. Is he on the North Saint side, or is he on the East side?
Okay, I'm going to get myself in trouble here.
I know it's a delicate subject,
It is a delicate subject. It's one beach, but it's a delicate subject. I'm pretty sure he's North Saint.
Okay.
He's one of his best mates. I'm purely going off this because one of his best mates is Axel Rose Carotto, and he's North Saint.
Okay, there you go. And here comes George.
Sorry if I got it wrong.
Big
GP.
Big first turn there. That was sick. He's really good in heavier water as well. Watching him at like Rocky Point and Haleiwa recently, he's been putting together some crazy turns, and obviously last year at Margaret River, he was doing huge turns as well.
Yeah, and his, and even on his CT rookie year, he made the quarterfinals here at Pipe. And it was the best finish that he had, on the CT last year. He didn't make the mid-season cut, but he started off with a bang.
An incredible event that he had here, and it's so interesting that was his best result. How is this? I mean, just no engagement, unfortunately, for George. He would have got pretty flogged on that. But when you think about George's style, right, he's got this incredible carve on him, really great connection in the lip, and you'd think maybe a wave like Burley, Bells with those big calves would really suit his style, even El Salvador. But here, it was Pipeline where you least expect it. He did so well. This is that rail work we're talking about, though. He really just talks so much with his upper body through those calves, and I think that's what the surfing world has really fallen in love with here.
Yeah.
Beautiful turn, but you see him all the time, Jackson. I mean, these calves, they're his trademark turns.
Yeah, and that was really good composure. He got pretty rocked on the wave before, so he was probably a little bit out of breath, and then just a really good read to get back on his board and hop and get another score right away on the inside. So that was really good competing from George, and that's the reason why he qualified for the tour the year before. He just has that really good competitor's mindset. As we watched Ryo Ito there blasting that section, that was sick.
I love the look of a longer board in a big section like that. Ryaru has this really cool old school style, and just you can see there, even though the board was longer, his stance is quite actually a bit narrower than what the typical stance is. But I think, even when you think back to Oki guys like that, when they wind up, it's just such this beautiful bottom turn, and he really does explode up the top. So Ryaru needs a little bit more though right now, 6.33, but if you take a look at it, Jacko is right on. Couple of fours has George in the lead.
Ian Gouveia.
if I'm not mistaken, Ian Gouveia, didn't he make semis in the last Pipe Masters?
You are
Pipe Pro?
You are correct. He made it to the semifinals, and he actually beat Slater in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, he's a legit surfer at backdoor. He's really legit.
Yeah.
A great backside barrel rider. He gets super compact on his board and can thread through really tight sections, but then also when it's bigger, he's really impressive. And yeah, just really good in Hawaii in general. Like, I remember growing up watching the Triple Crown. He was doing some of the biggest turns I've seen backside of Haleiwa.
Yeah.
Pinning like huge sections that were really legit.
Well, and Ian's dad, Fabio, was the first Brazilian to have a giant international victory. It was in 1991 at the World Cup at Sunset. Fabio Gouveia won that. And Fabio also the World Amateur Champ in 1988. And Jackson, just to make you know that, like, my uncle status is 1988 at that same World Amateur Championships.
No way.
Was the first time I met your father.
I was gonna ask you about that. I was like, oh yeah, like I know that obviously just like me, Ian Gouveia had an amazing father surfer, and I was gonna ask you. I was like, what do you know about Fabio?
Yeah. They called him at the time. He was like the Brazilian Tom Curran because he had this really
amazing.
He had this really sick style.
Yeah,
still does. Still does. Like he's still surfing, still shaping boards. Like,
really?
Yeah.
What a compliment.
Surfers don't quit. We just get older.
And tell me, fill me in. Obviously, I'm quite new to Hawaii. Uncle status is like
just. It's a term of endearment and a term of respect, and when you get a little bit old, then everyone just starts calling you uncle, and that's why you see so many people that call me uncle.
Can I call you uncle?
Of course.
Yes.
It's very appropriate.
As a younger person, it's like a sign of like a showing of respect.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah, like they'll definitely like be super appreciative. Like, okay, that kid's rad. Like he called me uncle. He's respectful. That's cool.
I love that. That's beautiful.
Island style is like uncle and auntie.
I was gonna say, is auntie in there?
So yeah.
Okay,
Oh yeah. We're actually Hawaii. We're actually like a matriarch-based society. Like really, like it's the queen. You know what I mean? Or it's the head of the household. A lot of time is the mom. And I know that from my own household. When mom's happy, everyone's happy.
Yes.
Keep it that way.
Love you, Mom.
All right, 16:20 on the clock. Ian Gouveia, he used that whippy backhand to gain the lead, 5.33, and the 3.4 for Gouveia. And then George Pitar with those short radius turns, able to do it. Here we go. Hiroto Ohara.
Oh, Hiroto, hold on. Big ramp for an alley-oop. Oh. Wow, that was gnarly. If he just went a little bit more towards the flats, that probably would have helped him a bit because he kind of landed on top of the wave, which made the landing a lot scarier. As we watch George here smashing this wave on the backhand. He's really well-rounded. He's got tools on the left, tools on the right, and showing it there.
That was vertical. That was a thing of beauty right there. Will it eclipse the 4-point ride though for Pitar and increase his scoreline? We'll find out. Judges are deliberating over that. Did you get in the water today, Jackson?
Yeah, I surfed off the wall earlier. It was
a couple airs.
I tried one alley-oop. I was on a 6-1, so it was kind of tricky. But
big board.
It was a pretty nuts crowd. Like obviously, like Jamie, Eli Olsen.
Oh wow. Speaking of the uncles,
Rothman, like all the boys were out. So I was like, okay, I'm probably just gonna do turns on the inside, and those guys were trying to get barreled, so I was just picking as many off as I could. It was pretty fun. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. And here we are, Hiroto. We were talking about it. He's probably the most capable in the air on the rights right now, and we're gonna look to see him probably try a few more. And right here, huge section going for the alley-oop, and right there it was still barreling. He landed on top of kind of a really just a really sketchy section, and he decided to eject really quick because it was pretty dangerous.
Yeah, George, that backhand, it's so classy. He's got really, really good technique, especially off that bottom turn. He really eyed up that section. And it was a shorter wall too, so did really well to find that steep moment. It's not going to eclipse. It came close with 3.9 Kaipo, so almost for that one big turn. But yeah, it feels like now everyone's pretty evenly matched in at this point. So it's going to be who can dig deep, find that next best wave.
Still a tight heat in this heat 14 around the 64. We're taking a break, stepping away. Lobby, Liam O'Brien, he's getting ready to go out in the next heat. We're back with more action after these messages. go. I mean, no, don't go. Oh no, Ryaru Ito. That's what happened yesterday, Jess.
Oh my gosh, that is the wipeout of the day by far. He literally jumped off a building, but then made up for it. Are you kidding? 9-point ride, absolute excellence, stood tall in such a beautiful cave. And let's go Japan, because Ryaru went crazy yesterday.
We have Ito out here in Heat 14, round the 64, along with Hiroto Ohara, George Pitar, and Ian Govea. Kaipo Guerrero here with just Starling, Jackson Dorian talking through the action, and just, well, let's take a look and see what Ryaru's got for us.
Oh, Ryaru here picking this one off, finding a barrel. Wow, really well done. And you can tell he's put the time in out here. He's definitely logged some good hours in. That was really well surfed there, as we see the whole Japanese crew there all psyching on that wave. That was really proper from Ryaru, and just kind of been really doing a good job at representing the Japanese legacy here at Pipeline. There's been so many absolute weapons that you could put money that they aren't pulling back on the biggest wave of the day. They're absolute hammers. They will charge until there's nothing left. And
that's been happening for generations too, Jackson. And it's nuts because there's guys that they're not even, their names you don't even know. And they're guys who are just like, whipping it.
Dudes you've never seen before. You see them turn around, you're like, whoa, this wave's gnarly. How come I've never heard of this dude? And yeah, and then they'll just disappear right after it. Like, I've never seen that guy since. But yeah, Ryaru, one of those faces that will keep on appearing. He's such a talented surfer. And right here, just showing the hours he's put in on this wave, just finding a read on, you know, the ocean's really tricky right now, and still finding a barrel and a really good end section. That was really well done from Ryaru.
I think as well the judges will love just that takeoff as well. He pretty much took in underneath the lip there, and wow, super vertical. But unfortunately, Ian, that was a pretty gnarly section to come up against for that second turn. And then
GP,
George, big connection to start it off, and then another one again here. So I feel like the boys started to heat up a little bit. This is exactly what they needed to do. We said it before the break. They're all pretty evenly matched, so they needed to dig a little deeper and find something more. I feel like the judges are probably going to like Ryaru's. I mean, that was a pretty critical barrel, got a nice travel time, and then a big solid drift of the tail on the finishing turn.
Yep, well, we saw that wave of George Pitar, 5.27. Pitar in the lead, still waiting for Ryaru Ito's score. And that combination of barrel and that tail throw should serve the Japanese surfer well. A 4.37 takes him into second in advancing position, still waiting for the score. Judges, no doubt, taking a look at some of the replay.
Yeah, pretty interesting matchup, this one. I feel like these guys all, if it was big and perfect, these guys all would put on incredible barrel performances, but we've had to go to that kind of QE grind technique here. And it feels like all of them lighten up as much as they could right now.
Ito.
Go ahead.
Lit it up. Check it out. Look at the score. 7.5, Jackson, to the lead.
And that just shows, like, that shows how well-rounded these guys are. Like, if you're making it past the round of 64 here, you've gone through multiple conditions, you surfed huge barrels, and then you've also had to kind of grind it out in waves like this. And it's really just testing your overall ability as a surfer and how many hours you've logged in the water. And a man that's put a lot of hours in, George Pitar there, not putting that one together, but I mean, really, so far has played a really good heat, and that was just a minor mistake for what he's done so far.
Yeah.
Also, just a note, the judges had to go there with that 7.5. I mean, it's the first barrel of the heat. The way he took off, it was a critical takeoff straight in under the lip and just threaded it beautifully, finished high as well. So, yeah, I think the judges did really well with that scale there.
I concur with Ryaru Ito. And, you know, hey, us surfers, we stick together as a community. Here comes Mason Ho coming up in the next heat.
This will be fun.
I just got an announcement, you know, February 7th, across the street from Pipeline, we're going to have the Kainui Festival.
Okay.
And that's going to be a fundraiser for Dakota Briley. And so we're encouraging people to know, you know, that's when the community comes together. Dakota was in a horrible accident, and so the community coming together. That's happening in Waihuena Farms, which is right on the other side of Kamehameha Highway from Pipeline.
And that's when you can tell, like, someone's a really good person, is when you see so many people trying to help them out.
Yeah.
You know, that's the real, like, test to see if you're a good person or not. And Dakota's such a good person, you know, he had an entire state, like, rooting for him to get through this huge challenge that he's been through. And it's horrible, but he's fought through it really well, and everyone had prayers for him. And here we are now. He's making it to the other side, and
yeah,
everyone's super proud of him and happy he's okay.
Yeah, this is the sport of surfing that we're having, and the sport of surfing's cool and everything, right? And it's fan engagement. But the bigger thing with us as surfers, to me, is the community of surfing. And the community of surfing is the most important thing. And as a community, it's nice that we always try to look after each other and look after our own.
I think what I love, or what I've fallen in love with the most with Hawaii as well, is how much you guys are wanting to just keep, you know, stepping forward and keep bringing the community together. Even Lindy, chatting to her yesterday, she had her walk today to raise some money and awareness for mental health. And I think it's really cool to see how you guys all work together just to keep growing, and just the connection and the friendship and the almost family-like arena that you guys have here. It's beautiful, and I've loved being a part of it.
Thank you for that. I feel blessed to have grown up here. It really is a special place, and the community and the sense of culture here is really, really special. So thank you for acknowledging that. Yeah.
And now I can call everyone uncle and auntie. I'll be even more in the community.
Yeah, they'll be psyched.
Well, we got 6 minutes. And Ryaru Ito, again, showing that he's very versatile. George Patar close out at Pipeline for Patar, but he's hanging in there. He's currently in second place advancing. Ian Gouveia needs a 4.27. Hiroto Ohara with priority and ample time on the clock needs a 5.11.
What I've noticed from the top 2 surfers in this heat with Ryaru and George, they've swung like a lot more than everyone else in the heat. Hiroto and Ian kind of been a little bit sleepy throughout this heat, and here they are sitting in second and third. I think the formula right now is to really just keep on rolling the dice, because it's kind of unpredictable out there, and it's paying off for the top 2 surfers right now.
Well, thing is, you know, even though we're at Pipeline and obviously it was pumping and perfect this morning, it's windy. It's pretty much a windy beach break condition right now. So when it's windy and you know, good scores are limited, you have to catch waves. But Kaipo, how many times have you seen that in competitions where people who sit and wait, it doesn't usually pay off? And now we're starting to see a little bit more action for Ian, so hopefully he starts to get in some rhythm here.
There he is. Good backside.
Oh, everybody, a collective sigh for Ian Gouveia. Looked like he was on his way to that 4.27 he needed. Caught a rail, though. And that was super unfortunate right there.
I have a feeling he's going to dart to Ains right now and just try and make sure he can. It's super easy to get a 4, and no one else is sitting at Ains right now, so he's smart enough, he's competed enough out here, he'll try and get a score wider than everyone else. But also another guy kind of sitting in the back seat right now is Hiroto. He's gonna have to try and capitalize on this wave using first priority, and up and out. Unfortunate there for him. Oof, I don't know.
That's tough, huh?
Yeah, it's tricky, and with 4 minutes left, it's still super doable. No one's completely ran away with it, but I mean, George with priority here, he might better his 4.33. It'll be pretty easy for him, but at the same time right now, Ian Gouveia has created space. He's sitting a little bit wider, and if he finds a wider wave like how Seth did in the last heat, he might be able to really capitalize on it.
Yeah, when is it too early for George Patar just to play a little bit of defense right now?
I mean, never too early. Yeah. He needs to do it now.
Yeah, he can do it right now.
He really needs to do it now. You're under the 5-minute mark. As soon as you see the color yellow on the beach, it's time to really lock in. Even Ian.
Here it is, right here.
Too good.
Oh, nice first turn and a float. I don't know if that's gonna be quite the score, and I don't think that'll better his 5.33. So, I respect that he's giving it a go, trying to, you know, fight his way out of this, but I don't know if that was the right call, that specific wave. But like we were saying with George, I think he would probably learn earlier from this year. He had the final against Luke Thompson and Bolito, and he had the heat. He had Luke Thompson in checkmate, and then he just gave him just enough space, and Luke Thompson got the score. So I think right now we'll probably see George identify that now. He's learned from it, and he'll probably end up sitting on either Hiroto or Ian.
Yeah.
You know what? We even saw the World Juniors end that way. Sierra Kerr was winning the entire final. With priority, let Isla Huppets have the winning wave.
Oh, wow.
So it's pretty interesting how quickly people can actually make that mistake, where I feel like it's written in this imaginary handbook. If you have priority and you're in the advancing position, you sit on your competitor, even if they're your mate. So George, really needs to lean on that experience right now, because a 4.27 for Ian Gouveia, I mean, you'd be freaking out right now.
Yeah, and Hiroto Ohara as well. 5.11 is what Ohara needs, but Nerves of steel right there, George Pitar controlling the lineup. You can see him in the red jersey, and he's keeping his peripheral vision on Hiroto Ohara, who's looking to the beach, maybe for some landmarks. But I guarantee you, George is not going to let him go on any kind of wave that there's scoring potential on.
I have a feeling Hiroto is going to be looking for a double up just underneath George, and you know, he might even, because he knows George is probably not going to opt for an air in this situation right now, so he'll probably try and get a wave that's like more closed out, and he's super capable. If he hucks a big air in the flats, it'll probably be the 5.1 he's looking for, especially with Seth's one scoring so high in the last heat. And this might be his opportunity. Whoa, what?
George let him go.
Oh my God. That was a score. Oh.
That was silly.
Whoa.
That was very silly.
That was radical that George let him go.
That was heavy. That was a little mistake on both of their behalfs there. George letting him go, and then Hiroto had it. Like, that was the opportunity, and just getting unstuck. I think he was just a little weird with all those chandeliers and the crumble. He kind of got lost in it. So
you know, we had Jeremy Flores in here, and he was saying that there's always an exit.
Yeah.
Did you see an exit on that one?
There was definitely an exit. It was a blunder on Hiroto's part, but I mean, I feel like if you gave him that wave 10 times, he'd probably make it 9 out of 10 times. Just a little weird, that little crumble right there, taking his board from under his feet, but it might have just come from being a little bit nervous too. He knew that was the score he needed. That chandelier took him out there. But still, I feel like it was still makeable even at that point. So just a little bit of a shocker for Hiroto there, but I know he's such a good barrel rider. Like, if you gave him that wave a few more times, he definitely would have came out.
I agree. That was just a nervous point in the heat. 30 seconds remaining.
I think if anything, George was quite lucky in that scenario. That Hiroto,
He said, did you make that right
No,
there?
he said,
yeah.
Jackson Dorian reads lips as well.
George said, did you make that to Hiroto? He was all worried that he made it. Oh, he had a sigh of relief right there. I think he just realized that he made the heat.
Wow, you know what? It hasn't been perfect, but it sure has been entertaining these last couple heats.
It has. You know, everyone's really had to get creative with it. Get creative on moving through to that round of 32, because it obviously looks a little bit different to what we had this morning, but I love the creativity from Ryaru. I think that 7.5 was definitely the highlight of the heat. And George, he can take a sigh of relief, but oh my gosh, please do not do that with priority again.
Ryaru Ito, George Pitar are on to the round of 32 here at the Lexus Pipe Challenger. Thank you, Jackson. Always a pleasure. Thank you, Jess. Keep up the good work.
Thanks, Kai. Thanks, Uncle.
All right. Hey, you guys, we got more on the way. We're going to bring in Joe, Ross Williams, and Luke Swanson to talk you through the final 2 heats of the day. Check out Ryaru Ito.
George Pitar, you little legend, you. Advancing through that heat with a 9.6 combined total, and Riraro Ito right in front of him with 11.87 total. We lose Hiroto Ohara and Ian Govea, two guys that have been great out here in the past. But George has his eye on the prize of trying to get his spot back on the championship tour, representing Vanuatu and Manly Beach. Hi, everybody. This is our set. It's fun. It's comfy. Little living room action. Joe Turpel, Ross Williams, and Luke Swanson joining us. Luke, thanks so much for coming in.
Yeah, no worries. I'm stoked to be here. I've never done this before, so it's a fun experience. And man, tough conditions out there.
Wow, things changed drastically. I think if you guys don't know out there, this is a great team that have been working together for a long time. Coach Ross Williams and Luke Swanson. Luke, do you remember when you first started doing practice with Ross and started setting goals together?
Yeah, gosh, I don't really remember how old I was, but it was a really cool, just natural progression. You know, I think that he saw me surfing a few times, and I don't know what exact. I think my mom was friends with your wife, and they I don't know exactly.
I was saying you were 13 years old, 14 maybe.
Yeah, and so just one thing led to the next, and then we were surfing together at AUK, I remember, and then all of a sudden, you know, he offered to be my coach, and I was like, are you kidding me? Like, Ross Williams wants to coach me? Like, what? And so it's just been a dream ever since. I think that's, like almost 8 years ago now.
Yeah, time flies.
Awesome. Wow, what a good start. And now, what, 22 years old?
Just about, yeah, in a few days, yeah.
Oh my God, what are the plans?
Oh, surf, hopefully.
Surf all day.
Yeah.
And then golf if it's on shore and shredded. Well,
That's
Luke
right.
Swanson in the booth with us. I'm stoked for this opportunity to get all his insight on this matchup. Liam O'Brien, Geordie Lawler, the two Australians in the matchup. Geordie from North Narrabeen, Liam O'Brien from Burleigh Heads. Shohei Kato, he's a fun one to watch. I just had a Neos barrel that popped into my mind from a QS that he scored in probably a couple years ago now. And then everyone's favorite personality in surfing, Mason Ho, who has been just so entertaining on land and in the water. Love that he had that 7.6 in the last heat of the day yesterday, Ross. Now that the conditions have completely changed, that 7.6 is going to be packed away. We'll see what he has for us, but let's get caught up. A couple of waves during the break, Ross.
Yeah, you were mentioning Liam O'Brien from Burleigh Heads. He's got the smoothest style. Really enjoy watching him surf. And here we go, Shohei, our Japanese surfer in the water. It's interesting, you know, for Mason, I'm really intrigued to see how he'll convert his sort of normal strategy at pipeline and backdoor to this. It's like a beach break right now out there. A lot of air wind. But I'm excited for Luke to break down, hopefully, some airs, because there is a couple ramps out there.
I do really enjoy going on Luke Swanson's Instagram feed and seeing the analysis and actually letting old farts like me maybe pretend what I might know technique-wise to do something in the air, man. It's really cool to see that analytical side and you so willing to share what you've learned, you know, and let people watch everything in slow motion and break down technique. I feel like that's what would make you guys a great pair, along with other things, of that analytical mind. You love breaking down even your own surfing as well.
Yeah, no, I definitely was given that trait of just being analytical. I've always grown up fascinated with the details, and I think that's just a big way that me and Ross have connected over the years, is just how much we study things together. So I enjoy it, and I feel like it's also, there's a lot of need for it just in the intermediate to beginner part of the surf world. A lot of people curious how to get better at surfing. I think there's a lot more focus on the details and analysis. So I really enjoy being able to do that, and in any way that is, on Instagram or YouTube or whatever. I love talking about it.
Some competitors love studying tape of who they might be coming up against. Do you do that as well?
I can. My tendency, and Ross will know this, is I try to dial back my analytical, mind, and I try to usually pull that back. So if it's a contest, usually I try to take his advice and think of it as, just 3 other jerseys in the water, not try to look too deep into what they're going to do. But of course it can be helpful, in a heat like this. Geordie Lawler, he might be looking for air sections, so that might just be something to be aware of when he's going on a wave or where he's sitting. Mason's obviously, I actually have no idea what Mason's going to do. Who knows what
And that's the best part, right? Yeah. There's Mason there in green, took a couple strokes. That thing's going underneath him, so he's just getting started. Now down to 3rd priority with that paddle.
Mason, good in the air. I think that one point of difference he has is that every line is different, even with his footwork. Doesn't usually use a traction pad ever, and that kind of gives him freedom to move up and down. Even a very small board, Ross, that's really unique.
He's insane. You're speaking of like being analytical and studying style, technique, all that fun stuff, ramps, how to hit it, and Mason, all that, I feel like he really relies on his feel. He's a feel surfer. I think that's why he doesn't really typically wear or use a pad on his board, because he likes the freedom of moving his feet up and down, and even his arm placement, everything's, there's for sure not any technique thoughts going through his head in the lineup. He's just feeling it out there, and that's the way we like it.
Jordan Lawler, a couple of nice swipes on his forehand. The man from North Narrabeen, riding surfboards from Timmy Patterson, has had some highlights in the last couple of years. Before we go deeper into Jordy Lawler, we've got Ryaru Ito standing by with Jesse Starling.
I've been saying that wipeout from Ryaru yesterday was the best of the day. Ryaru, let us know, give us an insight. What was that wipeout like?
Yesterday wipeout was so gnarly, and then, I was like a bird. Yeah? and then push in the water, and then, how to say? I don't know, but I'm so lucky. No injury. I'm so lucky. Happy. Thank you.
English or Japanese, you got flogged on that wave yesterday. Obviously, a good heat win. The conditions changed a lot out there. Feel free to answer this one in Japanese. Obviously, just explain that heat to all your fans back home.
Okay. 今日のコンディションは昨日と違って、オンショアでバレルも少なかったんですけど、なんとか勝てたので良かったです。ありがとうございます。Thank you.
Arigato, azas. Thanks, guys.
Love it, Jesse. There's a way to communicate when you even don't have a lot of words. There's an energy, right? He's a good dude. I like him a lot. Yeah, it's really refreshing to see how he turned that heat around as well yesterday. It was the most frightening thing we saw, having him jump off a 3-story building and then have it land on him. And then he got a 9 after that. So he's a little weapon. And then change gears today. Here's Mace. Wow, big rooftop float. Would have loved to see him right away from that one, Luke.
Yeah, I first of all, I just love how Ryaru was talking about his fall yesterday, because everyone, I mean, for the surfers that have been in that position, you know what that's like, and it's indescribable. It's crazy. Wow. Liam putting some turns in. I like how these guys are adapting to the situation. Even Mason just found a barrel. I have no idea how he did that, but yeah, these guys are adapting well.
Yeah, Mason rhythm, just finding a weird section. He loves weird waves. He loves surf spots that actually aren't surf spots. And sometimes he has to remind people that follow him out at places. He's like, guys, this is not a real surf spot. See that rock, that reef, he can see things in waves that no one else can. Let's look at this one, Ross.
Yeah, he's just such a character, and he's so freed up. But underneath it all, we forget how talented Mason is. He's one of the best surfers in the world. Even just, I was kind of catching myself. We were saying how he probably doesn't think too much about technique, but I might have to reel that back a little bit. Like, Mason's kind of sneaky. He probably does study a lot of clips at home online, and he projects this kind of non-competitive guy, but he is sneaky competitive, and he kind of wows us with how funny he is, his sense of humor. He's so out there, but underneath it all, he's a pro surfer, and he does calculate a lot of things.
And sometimes it's a ways to find motivation. He had 3 beautiful interviews with Jesse Starling yesterday, and he would remember a heat he had with someone from 2 years ago, and he was like putting that in his brain before he paddled out. He said that a couple different times, even with his heat with Jamie and getting past him there. So it's cool to see him where he's not in the jersey that much, but he remembers moments like it was yesterday, and then use a little fuel for the fire. Luke, have you felt that in rivalries, even with good friends, where you're like, okay, payback's gonna be fun, and use that to fire yourself up a little bit more in the jersey?
Yeah, no, for sure. I think that's a big part of it. Is any good athlete and competitor wants to make things fun and spin things in a fun way. Mason is like the epitome of that, because every event he does is like the most unique experience ever. I've had just the funniest heats of my life with him in contests here in the regional series. And I think he's just so good at, like, he does pay attention to detail, but in a different kind of artistic, like he sees things very differently, but he's definitely, in a way, he's very detail oriented. And yeah, I'm sure right now he's like, I don't know if he's probably surfed against any of these guys before, but he's probably like painting the scenario in his head, who these guys are. He's coming up with a story for sure in his head.
That's what I think about Joe. He's optimistic, but he thinks about things outside the box. A lot of people will be pretty straight down the middle and think about a traditional way to make heats, but Mason's got a little bit of Tom Curran in him. Like he'll go way down the other part of the reef that no one's looking at. He'll feel a set wave coming in and sort of drift to the side. He's a bit of a renaissance.
Mason Ho, last wave, 4.33, puts him in a good spot. And now chasing a 2.74 for the top two. Top two's got Liam O'Brien up there. Luke, you've been watching a lot of Liam on the CT. He's a big wave charger, likes little missions at Waimea or when there's third reef kind of roll-ins out here at Pipe. What are your thoughts on the man?
Yeah, man, I am such a fan of Liam. I actually first met him on a surf trip. Oh, let's see Jordy here. Just kind of a crumbly wave, bending out to sea. Yeah, Liam, I first surfed with him, I think it was in 2020 in Mexico. I'd never really seen much of him before then, and I surfed with him for like 2 or 3 days at point breaks, and I was like, this guy is gonna be a world champ one day. Like literally, he blew my mind with how good he was on rail. Super smooth. He charges like really hard. Like he's one of the few guys that'll go out to off the wall the day before a contest and just, you know, pack like 8-footers. And he's really smart. He's very intellectual. He's very, yeah, he thinks things through. He's kind of quiet, but you got to open him up a little bit, but he's a very, very neat human being. And yeah, I mean, I think right now he's being really smart in this heat by just sticking to the face, doing turns, finding little sections to throw spray and get points on the board. So yeah, I like him a lot. He's a good guy.
When the sand disappeared at Snapper last year because of the cyclone, everything shifted to Liam's home break. And then for like a quiet guy, like you said, the crowd got to do the talking for him. The screams, the board riders club that was gathering for Liam O'Brien was electric. And he got barreled when no one else was. That's obviously local knowledge, but I think that energy shift just was fun for Liam to feel. Not every surfer in the world gets to have a CT on their home break, and that was a nice switch up for O'Brien last season as we see Shohei eject on the pun attempt there.
Yeah, that's one of those instances where backdoor is such a good airwave. It's actually probably one of the best airwaves in the world, given the right conditions. But at the same time, you got to be really careful, because if you hit it late like this right here, you'll go out over about 1 foot of water, and that is very scary. Oh my goodness.
Luke, let's tap into your analytical brain. So he just hit that lip late and got caught, or what happened there?
Yeah, I mean, the thing about backdoor is it's such a hollow wave that the sections, even the good sections, are almost like barrels. And so the timing has to be really good. If you're late at all, you're going to be out in the flats, and that water is not very soft. It's very firm. And so yeah, you can see right here, he's bottom turning. There's actually such a beautiful section right there, but you'll probably see, yeah, that thing, honestly, he just hit the part of the wave that was throwing out. I think had he hit it a little bit earlier or a little bit down the line, that would have been a beautiful air.
Mason Ho super late to the end section, so he had to just throw that away. The challenge continues to line up those big points, so Mason will get back to work again, trying to improve on a 0.5. What types of airs on the right would actually be useful when you are late to the lip? What types of rotations?
Yeah, he had the right idea, going for a straight air. I mean, that's going to be the most, you're going to have the most control, the most feel over that when you can spot your entire landing. So that was the right idea. He had the right approach. Mason here, look at, you can see even just a floater out there. It's such a hollow wave and so steep that every section is projecting you out, like on the lip line, out into the flats. So you just got to calculate that. It's not like a soft lowers or any other rippable wave. You gotta be dialed in while it's a nice clean turn.
Nice tag and another big connection again on the smooth approach from Liam O'Brien. Had the 5, 6, 7 on wave number 3, and now he's got rid of his 2.0, doing it with a lot of flow, Ross.
Yeah, and that could be a nice thing for Liam. I don't, you know, it's not one that I'm familiar with that does a whole lot of aerial surfing, so he's probably got a simple game plan. Like Luke said, he's looking for some solid sections and going for some smooth hits and throwing a little bit of water around. And as long as he gets a beefy section where the judges are paying attention, it's got a little bit of that critical element, he's going to get rewarded. So there you go.
5.5. Style's a fun conversation. Ross, for you and your friends growing up, you guys were all disciples of Tom Curran, and Curran was the guy that everyone wanted to surf like, still today. It's just brilliant to watch. It seems like we've gone through an era of everyone being more into their individual style and approach. Luke, I mean, for your generation, are there people that you're like, I need to take a little bit of that and add to my style? Where do you think it's going? Is it more individual?
Yeah, I think clearly John Florence is, he changed the entire surf world. I feel like at a certain point when he decided to be his own surfer, and I think that everyone my age, a little bit above and below me, has looked to him as kind of this a guide and an inspiration for how to approach surfing and your style. Wow, that was a nice turn right there. I think that what he did was he stopped kind of looking at everyone else and surfing the way he wanted to surf. I think you can just see that in his approach. He's very fast. He's very relaxed. There's not necessarily like a lot of I don't know. I have a hard time seeing similarities between him and other surfers. He's pretty unique. And I think I was inspired by that growing up, to just be my own surfer, do things the way I want to do them, but also be functional. That's, of course, one of the main goals as a surfer, is to be fast and powerful.
Love that, and I love how you react to that finish. Ross, what was your opinion of that final turn?
That was really neat. It was a unique maneuver. He kind of did a climb and then popped the tail out. So it was like a pin tail slide. It was really cool how he projected out from that. It was like a bonus maneuver. You don't normally pull something cool off when you're that late, but he managed to do it.
Now rolling into this one, Jordy Lawler from North Narrabeen ends up just feeling the pocket, creating space through the mid part of this wave. Peaked up a bit in front of him. Now he's out in front for the wrap. Inside wall has got nothing for him, so Jordy steps off.
That's a nice style.
Yeah, I really like Jordy. He's somebody, another guy, kind of like Liam, where I haven't known him very well, and this year being on the Challenger Series for the first time, I've got to meet a lot of these guys that, you don't see them necessarily all over Instagram or anything, but like I could watch a movie part, of him right now. The guy's got great style, and he's also a really good aerialist.
Pretty amazing story too for Jordy as we watch this one again. Ross, why don't you walk us through these points real quick?
Yeah, there's no big section here, no big maneuvers, but we're just kind of grooving on his style. He's smooth. We were talking about what makes a good style, and I always think it's loose knees, loose elbows, loose arms. Like if you're not all boxed out and skatey, you tend to be on rail more. If you can have access to your knees and your joints, you tend to kind of piston in and out of turns and be more carvy. And so, he didn't do any great maneuvers there, but he looked like he was pretty smooth.
Yeah, for Jordy, you go back like 10, 12 years ago, he's highly backed as the next big thing to come out of North Narrabeen. And he accomplished a lot, but for him, it started going to the point of losing a few sponsors, having a clear surfboard. A year ago, the CS is heading to North Narrabeen, and he gets a wild card, and he was already thinking about what's next, like getting a job and doing other things, and then he wins the thing. His friends were so excited to cheer him up. It was a bit of an aggressive hug. They broke the nose on his face.
Oh my goodness.
And he's going up on the podium, like eyes watering, like best day of my life.
What?
And his nose, they broke his nose. Like his buddies just headbutted him, like just trying to hug him, just headbutt. Just, God, sorry about that. And then he's going to all these interviews, just, oh my God. But it was radical. It was this full resurgence going, wait, I've got more left. And good result in Sakurama, and he's in the conversation now. Still loving our time with Ross and Luke and pro surfing here in the round of 64. Return after this short break. We'll be back for more of the Lexus Pipe Challenger presented by Billabong. Let's get ready for some Mason highlights from yesterday, round of 80. How about this one, Luke? This was one of the great highlights of yesterday.
Yeah, crazy. That guy is so dialed in when the waves are good, especially. It's this big. He's head down. He's never going to back out.
Gosh, and it showed us that 7.6 before he paddled out, Ross. That was the ticket.
Again, we're talking about how freed up he is. You know, he doesn't go for the traditional equipment, traditional technique. He's just one of one. And I love that huge 7'6" board. Mason's not a big guy, and he's an artist.
And Keiko Bacalso always backed in Mason from day one. That was a fan favorite heat, and just the way he approached it lived up to the expectations even into the last heat of the day yesterday afternoon. Here comes Jordan Lawler, quick tag there, gets off the lip line for completion on the back end. Jordy looking for a 3.64 to move into the top two, so still very close with 6:15 to go. Mason down to fourth with priority and just needs the 2.88, and a lot of support still for Shohei Kato with the Japanese flag.
There's Love Hodel.
There he is, doing some signaling there.
Just trying to get him to, that appears like he wants him to go further towards off the wall. Maybe he sees some backup scores down there. He's in third priority.
And now we've got Liam O'Brien finding some space on the right.
Wow.
Little carve to snap out of that rail release, and then a whippy little open face cut back, pops the fins out and falls. Next section is setting up for Mason to go up and under the hood and then hop out. So two completely different approaches back to back, and we've got more for Shohei Kato. Kato just greases the bottom turn, belts the lip, set up work to create some space here. Now just finding a section to hit the lip line and shuts it down as he's running out of water under that surfboard. Well done for Shohei.
He's got this extra gear at the end of his maneuvers, like a ton of kinetic energy. It's crazy how he gains speed out of those poppy turns. When you think it's done, he just like pops his tail out.
The extra flare, yeah.
Extra flare.
So well done in a windy lineup when you know the reef's running out of water towards that end section. Really impressive to see all of these rides. We'll start with Liam O'Brien's, Luke.
Yeah, this is just, you know, again, textbook rail surfing. That was such a hard wave to surf. Look at how many ribs are going through it, and got a nice layback, a cut back, and then pops the air. That would have been a perfect little air section to finish off the wave, but just didn't get all the way around. And then Mason.
Mason here, Ross.
Yeah, quick little head dip for Mason. He wanted more, but just sort of got stifled by the end of the reef. The end of the reef there gets really shallow. Luke brought up a good point. You know, there's such tight corners out here. It forces you to either get barreled or kind of do an air. It's really hard to find a normal section to do an off the lip. And watch this last little turn. Zang!
Wow.
I don't know, he just gets a ton of zip out of those turns.
Yeah, those Japanese beach breaks probably, right?
Yeah.
Gutless waves.
Yeah, because like if you're in Chiba or somewhere like that where it's 1 foot all the time, you're going to perfect a really nice turn in a 1 foot wave. Yeah. So he's like, no, I see more. There's more on this wave. What are you talking about?
You used to have a lot of stops in Japan back in the day, right, Ross?
That was a main stay for us. Every summer we'd go to Japan for 2 big CT events, and we spent like a month there every year, and I loved it. It was one of my favorite places to go on tour back in the day, and yeah, we surfed a lot of 1 foot waves.
How would you pack? Yeah, grovelers, and then probably some good shortboards just in case?
Yeah, I just hope you don't draw Rob Machado in your heat, because he weighed about 90 pounds and he just surfed a circle around you. Him or Victor Ribas.
That's awesome.
Super 90s names there, sorry.
Yeah, there's some great memories. There's the Andy Kelly rivalry, the CT under the bridge in Japan, Potts and Gurr. Wow.
I was there for that.
A couple of blows to the board.
That was amazing. Potts stabbed Gurr's board from underneath.
Oh my gosh.
That's how it got back then. It was physical. I was like on the beach kind of stressing. I was like, well, these guys are going to fight right now. So good.
So intense, man. That rivalry still exists today.
With his long hair and hairy shoulders and stuff, I was like, dude, I'm at the WWE right now. These guys are going to scrap.
Things are intimidating. Like it got rough sometimes paddling on the priority buoy back in the day, right, Rob?
Oh, yeah. I got punched in the head by Luke Egan. Things were rogue back in the 90s, dude.
Oh, my God.
Kind of epic.
Wow. I'm so glad it's just a nice, safe place these days, right?
Well, now everyone knows jiu-jitsu. You can't do anything or you get choked out.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Times have changed, and a good time for Luke to be coming up. 22 almost in a few days. One of the best out of Oahu as we look at Mason just waiting. Nice patience. Now starting to drive. Big float. Almost thought he was going to do one of his disco floats where he takes the foot off.
I was ready for that too. I thought he was going to cross step for sure. He was wanted it.
One of my favorite moves that Mason does. Checking his equipment and just, wow, just basically so shallow. He was waiting to get back up. He's down to 1:40 to try to make this heat.
That's a tough position to be in. Just not enough time to really get back out there and get away. So it's just frustrating.
Yeah, backdoor can stifle you. It's got such a tight corner, and Mason didn't really find any room in this heat. You know, he needed to find it. Liam O'Brien was really smart. He found those open face waves and threw down a couple little hacks.
Yeah, I think really what today, the second half of today has come down to be on top, you have to be adaptable. And the best guys are just able to, I mean, Liam just surfed, you know, it looked like a beach break. He's at backdoor. If you saw it this morning and looked at it now, there's such a huge difference. And really the best guys are the guys changing their game plan on a dime.
And just looking at the importance for Liam O'Brien, you know, he's right ahead of Jacob Wilcox and Winter Vincent coming into this event in the top 10. Mateus Hurdy out right ahead of him. So O'Brien's looking to maybe jump Mateus as he continues through the draw and try to get himself back on tour. Liam's been one of those hardworking guys. Remember when he hurt himself at Pipe before the season started?
Such a bummer.
And then you go, okay, shoot, is he gonna get the wild card? And he didn't need it because he just blitzed the way back through the Challenger Series and earned his spot back without even needing to apply. And so when he gets to this point on the CS, you're going, man, he's been there, done that. Let's see how he goes.
Yeah, amazing surfer. And yeah, it's cool, it's so stylish, but he is extremely quiet. That is a humble cat right there.
10 seconds to go. Liam counting this one out in the first position. Shohei Kato hangs on to second. Jordy Lawler is now running the clock out with priority, and we lose one of the local favorites, Mason Ho, down in fourth here in heat 15. Mason on the beach, still smiles, still throwing shakas. Talking to Ray Shito and Riley Snyder, the beach marshals, as it'll be fun to catch up with him. Hopefully we'll get an interview with Mason. Even though he didn't make it, let's get some more conversations going. And happiness from the support for Shohei.
That's epic.
Next heat's a big one. Leo Fioravanti's not in the event anymore. With his withdrawal, Jake Marshall got the call up. Heat 16 of the round of 64 coming up next.
The Lexus Pipe Challenger, presented by Billabong, is brought to you by Lexus, experience amazing, and by Billabong, official presenting partner of the Lexus Pipe Challenger.
Go great.
Hi, everybody. Round of 64. Hanging out with Luke Swanson, Ross Williams. I'm Joe Turpel. This is Heat 16 of the round of 64. Jake Marshall standing by as first alternate throughout the day and got the call up with Leo Fioravanti pulling out of the event. Leo's all good. He said he's got a minor neck injury and he just needs a few weeks off to settle in, so didn't want to make it worse. This is all prep for him to prepare for a world title campaign. So he's going to lay low and support Jake in this one as we've got riders in motion. Adore in the white jersey, tagging a couple points, finding some speed, a quick whip on the end section, and coming out with some nice energy. Second wave for Shion Crawford and getting a little sticky on the alley-oop, trying to release there. But signs of his first wave are already on your screen. Look at that, 7.83. We'll show you that in a moment as we check out the replay, Ross.
Okay, well, we're seeing this the first time you are at home. Let's see what he did. Wow, beautiful straight air landing right in that nice curvy face. So smooth landing with a finish maneuver. That's a really, that'll just put everything at ease for the rest of your heat. Starting with a near 8-point ride. I'd love to get Luke's breakdown too of this air. What'd you like about it?
Yeah, man, that was a perfect air. And the perfect decision for the type of air because look, he carried his speed into a super cool closeout turn. Yeah, before, during the break we were talking about what we think he's gonna do. And Shion's an all or nothing kind of guy. Before this heat, I guarantee you he said, I'm gonna go out there and I'm gonna boost some airs. And that's what he did, so.
Brah, huge ramps, brah.
Brah, I'm gonna do a huge air.
People don't even know.
That was a really good Shion Crawford impersonation. He is awesome. Here comes Igor Marias on the replay, Luke.
Yeah, man, you can see a lot of these guys. Shion's got a helmet on. These guys are riding. It looks like step-ups. Like, it's such an interesting, situation because you want a board that'll get you into waves and get barreled and keep you going through the barrel. But then you also, right now, want like a short board to do turns. And so it's just a really interesting situation. Good surfing though on rail. And Adura's wave was actually, I really liked that wave. It was nice and flowy and kept his speed up.
Frontside air without rotation. A lot of old aerialists they just bow down to people that aren't just kicking the tail towards the beach. Your feeling about them and what makes them really cool and what makes them hard.
Man, it's kind of a heated topic somehow. Like in surfing, if you don't like straight airs, you kind of get hated on for it.
This is a safe place. Yeah.
I actually, no, I really do like straight airs. Lately, I've been working on doing them more. I've probably for like my entire life, I've done very few because I get more excited about rotations and inversions and unique grabs and stuff, but clearly there's times where it makes more sense and it actually looks better based off the section. In this wave, on this wave, it made sense. Look at that section. Kick the tail out. See, a straight air to me is also really only cool so much as you can kick the tail out and tweak it out, and he did a really good job of that on that one. If it's just a stock air to me, I don't know. It's not as appealing, but I think this is a textbook straight air here. Look at him.
What about where he landed, Luke?
Yeah, he didn't land at the top, so he had to use his legs. He's been lifting weights lately, and he's got some, his knees are built for that, so he did a great job on the landing, and his back knee touched the water. That's how low he got. So
Ross, give us his thought bubble again. Coming on that landing.
Gonna finish this wave, brah. Psyching.
Oh, he's so good.
Luke brought up a great point though. A lot of tour surfers come to Hawaii without short boards, and even Liam O'Brien in the last heat, he shredded, but you could tell his board was a couple inches longer than normal. And so I think it's a mistake. If you're a tour surfer, you should expect 2-foot waves, maybe onshore, or 10-foot perfect pipe and backdoor. You got to bring that part of your quiver, because on a day like today, this afternoon, a short board is an advantage in my opinion.
Ross, can you get your feet off the
sorry about that. I was really relaxing here. I got my friends. You said we're in a safe place.
Can we get someone to come in here, clean up the table for us? Yeah, Jake Marshall just goes down on that first turn. Love this guy, man. Ross, I think you saw what Jake did at Bell's last year, even last couple years, turning in
the biggest combined total of his career based on just giant rail turns in the pocket. He's grown a lot. Another one of those guys that's quiet, little behind the scenes, and then he'll start creeping into the top 10 and kind of show everyone what he's made of.
There's a new kid on the block that reminds me of him. It's Luke Tima. You know, real scrappy, very high IQ, catches a lot of waves, very confident. And Jake Marshall is that way. He's a great surfer. He ticks all the boxes, but real high IQ.
Hollow pit setting up for Shion Crawford.
Wow, he's frothing right now. He's probably screaming in the water. He's psyched.
Luke, did you see the wave Shion caught after the contest yesterday, after the post show?
I did. In the lineup this morning, everyone was talking about it, so I had to download Instagram and watch it because I had so much FOMO. I was like, oh my gosh, what did he do? And then, yeah, that was crazy. He was behind the wave. He was, by all accounts, he should have gone left.
Here it is again.
Behind the wave.
Ross, what's your take on this?
Yeah, just like Luke said, he backdoored backdoor. That was way behind. So for sure he touched the foam ball on a huge wave too. I mean, how big was that, Luke?
Oh my gosh, that was an 8-footer. It doesn't get much bigger than that at backdoor, and it'd be
so
makeable.
deep.
Yeah, he was. You can tell because your eyes track and you're waiting to see him, and then you have to you get that confusion. Then he comes out. So it's like he was clearly on the foam ball, getting slowed down for a while there. That was just
looking
crazy.
at second reef off the wall as he was coming out. Like that was a big afternoon.
He had no idea he had gone viral already. Like he got out of the water, he was soaking wet, and I was in the parking lot, and we're like, dude, Shion, that wave was insane. It's already on the internet. He's like, brah! And he just starts running. He was like, yeah! Like he just had so much more energy. I thought he was gonna paddle right back out. The guy's an absolute legend. So fun to talk to. His dad's been working at the surf shop for a long time, running things over at Surf and Sea. As we have another angle of this last wave from Shion, Luke.
Yeah, that was awesome. I don't know how he was way over there, but that was like a rare wide backdoor wave, and those ones can get really hollow because they come in a little farther and it's a little bit more shallow. So even with the wind, that thing just stayed right open. And now look at, he's got 2 7s. That's a crazy heat total right there with 20 minutes left.
Some big numbers as we have Jake Marshall still 4th, just 1 wave so far. Eagle Marias now holding down priority. Growing up in Marcias, heavy beach breaks. Same town as Gabriel Medina. Gabriel actually is one of Igor's best friends and just remembers the old days of just being kids, playing cops and robbers. Gabe told me before when they just wanted to have a surf contest, they would just create their own. So he'd get Igor, call some friends on the beach, they'd get like as many as they could, and they'd make prizes. And they'd get like Oreos and be like, okay, you get the Oreos if you're 3rd.
That's epic.
You get like a Coke and Oreos if you get 2nd.
Kind of sounds like our
block. You guys have events like that?
Guilty of doing that, yeah.
Yeah, no way.
Just trying to give them some motivation and bring like random snacks.
Yeah. Ross has given me some crazy stuff. One time he made it so that the loser had to eat a can of spam musubi.
No way.
Like just raw spam.
Oh, like not seasoned.
Oh yeah, not
cooked.
musubi.
Oh,
Just spam.
That's heavy. That's heavy.
Yeah, so we do rewards and penalties.
Wow, you did that? That's amazing. I've actually tried that before, and it was a bad idea.
Potential food poisoning.
I love spam musubi, but just out of the can, whoa. Yeah.
Do anything to keep it interesting, right? Gotta.
Hawaii as a state consumes the most spam in the country.
Right.
You knew that, yeah.
It's a wonderful, I guess you could call it a meat.
Yeah,
It's got the top 3 of meats: chicken, ham, and beef, right? You don't want to leave one of those out. Just put them all in there.
Okay. Good call. Good call. Who are in these events, Luke, like that you guys are sparring with on a daily basis?
Just John, no big deal.
Yeah, no biggie.
Just say, guy I usually beat him.
Yeah.
Usually pretty easy to beat him.
Gosh, I'm sure though, in all seriousness, I'm sure you learned so much getting to spend that kind of time with John.
I count myself so blessed and lucky to, I look around and, the guys I get advice from are John and Ross, and I don't understand how I got in that position, but, I'm very happy about it. And we've had so much fun. I think that's going back to what we were talking about earlier with just having fun and making competing fun. That's really what our goal is every time we compete, is just to have some sort of, joking or, try to create some sort of little rivalry or, heatedness. And yeah, we have a blast.
I was telling Joe too. You know John pretty well these days. He's a little bit sassy.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, I'm definitely. You're close.
People
enough
don't
with
know
him.
that, John.
Yeah.
He's sassy,
yeah.
John.
There's a few people that once you get close enough to him, he'll just start jabbing you, and you're like, whoa, 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 yeah.
That's a fun side to be
Yeah,
around.
he's told me before that he beat me in a heat, and he told me that he was gonna go tell his son, who was 1 year old, that he beat me. He was like, I'm so excited to tell him, Darwin, that I beat you. And I was like, what?
Man, that's amazing.
What?
What a good time.
Evil.
That's so good. And learning from him, obviously, through a lot of training programs, but also the year on tour, I saw you everywhere because you guys were traveling together and you got to shadow John in the middle of a world title campaign. What was that experience like, going to event and seeing how everyone was preparing?
Yeah, that's another one of those things that I count myself so blessed, because that really does prepare you. Being able to see what's ahead, see what that is like, the pressure, the difference, the intensity that all those guys come into it with, and then being able to see John's unique way of competing and preparing for an event. I think everyone that can do it should do it. Even for, when the Pipe Masters comes around here, and I think it's really cool, a lot of the guys come here and watch it and get to see these pros like right up close, and I think it's just important to do so it doesn't feel new the first time you do it, right?
Yeah, great call. All that knowledge from the prep, the hangout, even just taking care of yourself on the road, and then on top of it, getting to surf all the locations on the Dream Tour, because for Luke, that's got to be the goal, right?
Yeah, for sure. I at this point, I feel like I've surfed almost every wave. There's a few I've left out, but I'm like, I have no excuse at this point. I've seen everything. I've been to a lot of those places now. This year on the Challenger has been really cool. But it's important because a lot of those waves are unique. You surf J-Bay for the first time, you're like, whoa, this wave is so, coming from the North Shore, it's like, you're surfing for like 1,000 yards. It's like ridiculous. So every wave on tour is like that. It's got its own unique setup, and to have that experience years in advance just feels, amazing.
As far as setting up your schedule, as a pro surfer with sponsors, coaches, competitions, how is that planning your year? As far as fitting in just good old honest surf trips to improve your surfing and everything else?
Yeah, I really enjoy going to watch those events. I have no problem with the crowded lineups and watching heats and stuff like that, because I think that's where the excitement is at. But for sure, there's a balance. I think eventually you get kind of burnt out of, being at the competitive sites and being with the same people. And sometimes you just want to break free and go, surf a fun left by yourself in Indo or something like that. And so it's important to have the balance, but a lot of guys leave it out. I think a lot of guys want to just go on free surf trips, and it's important to, have that discipline to go watch a contest and watch those guys do it.
Love that. 15 minutes on the clock. We're rolling in now with Adore as he belts that lip. Wow, picked up speed off that hammer.
That was awesome.
Good for him. That was stylish, and judges are going to eat that up, because that's the old cliche critical section right there.
Yep.
And he belted it with a lot of style and speed.
Well done, Adore in second already. Has a low score of a 197 that'll disappear. Igor and Jake are already needing mid-range scores, so that's going to help out Adore. Another angle on this one, Ross.
Yeah, just watch his back knee. Boom! Wow, he got so tight to that section. That was a lot of force. That was a giant pin turn, wasn't it, Luke?
Yeah, it was. And that guy, by the way, he's becoming a lot of people on Challenger's favorite surfer, because he's had this recent kind of come up from the rankings. Wow, there's a nice little barrel. Oh, I'm surprised. I guess he couldn't get to that section, but yeah, Adure's awesome. He's so aggressive when he surfs. I love it. He's so on rail, and he pushes so hard. That closeout, you could tell he was just slammed that thing. Wow.
Pushing so hard. Jake Marshall finding a section to pull in on, and was unable to sneak out the doggy door. The lip found him. But a great hollow section. That's given us some positive signs of these conditions. There's been some clean moments out there in this heat, Ross.
It's just got enough southwest in the wind to flare these barrels up on the right. And it's, to be honest, it's probably a little bit confusing for the surfers, because they're taking off. The sun's starting to get into their eyes too this time of day, and they're like, do I pull in? Do I go for an air? So it might feel kind of skitsy when you take off on these waves. But it's still open. That's the one cool thing about Kona winds. Backdoor will be okay. You can surf pretty messy conditions if it has west in the wind.
Yeah, yeah.
Late takeoff up and under, Luke.
Yeah, that thing was almost just the dream wave right there. He had the right idea trying to doggy door it, and the lip just kind of looked like it popped his board in the air, so he was off balance. But yeah, I mean, like Ross said, the Kona winds are actually keeping it open on some of these and making it pretty hollow.
Liam O'Brien won that last heat, and now Liam's with Jesse Starling.
Yeah, Lobby saying he got lucky in that last one. Found a couple little gems out there, but I mean, when it's like this, you kind of have to go into QE grind mentality.
Yeah, it's obviously, it's not like classic pipe by any means, but it's still a reef, so you still know that the good ones are going to come where they should, which is nice. You know, if it was a beachy, it'd be pretty tough to find them, but I think, yeah, that was my plan. Just try and sit in the right spot, pick what would be a good wave if it was clean, and then just go to some turns. And yeah, luckily it worked out.
Pretty cool to know you're working with Reynolds Hayes. I mean, like you mentioned, you've known him for a really long time now. Give us a little intel. What's it like working with someone who's just an icon around here, really?
Yeah, it's so good. So fortunate to have him in my corner. Yeah, I met him the first time I came over here as a grom with a Billabong camp way back in the day. So it's been epic to sort of work with him on and off throughout the years over here. And yeah, to work with him again this year is so cool. He's a wealth of knowledge, and I just try and soak up everything I can whenever he's speaking.
I love that. I feel like you really immerse yourself into cultures. I feel like I saw you running to the opening ceremony here as well. You've obviously competed in Hawaii a couple of times now, but you're the type of person who goes out of the way just to kind of get amongst the community and the place. Obviously, you and Hawaii are a really special connection. I feel like you love coming back here every year. Talk to me about your trip this time and just kind of what you found yourself outside of surfing.
Yeah, as everyone knows, it's a very special place here, very culturally rich. And yeah, it's just feel so fortunate to get to come here almost every year for the last, I don't know how long, like 13 years now. So it's a place I love coming. The waves are epic, the people are epic, and yeah, as I said, it's just to come and compete is a privilege. And yeah, this trip's it's been great, like any other. I've had a good crew that we've been staying with down near Sunset. It's been a ton of waves. And then now the comps, obviously the Savo wasn't the best, but the comp's been pretty sick so far too. So yeah, it's kind of just another pretty classic Hawaii season. Stoked.
And before I let you go, are you looking at the numbers at all? Are you getting caught up in like where you need to be and, you know, just the rankings, who's getting knocked out, and just the change that's kind of happened, especially in this round?
Not really, nah. I know that there's a whole other event left. Everything's going to shuffle heaps after this comp, and then of course after the last comp. So I'm just trying to focus on me and trying to do my best and do my best surfing, and eventually get a few barrels hopefully. And that's pretty much the long and the short of it. I don't really, obviously when it gets down to crunch time and, you know, it's a heat that I need to make to qualify or whatever, I'll want to know. But at this stage I don't dig into it too much and just sort of let it be and just focus on surfing good heats.
Love it, Lobby. Well, we're cheering for you. On to the next round. One more heat to go. Thanks, guys.
Hey, thank you, Jesse, and thank you, Liam O'Brien, for being so cool. Ripping that heat, sticking to your game plan, knowing you're at a reef break. You don't have to change your position. They will come, and he knows he's inside the top 10 coming into this event, number 7 on the CS, and moving up the live rankings. And remember, it's whale watching season here on the North Shore. More to come right after this. Stay tuned for the 8:05 post show in about 7.5 minutes. Kaipo Guerrero, Mitchell Salazar, Ross Williams will go over all the great action here on Sunday and make calls on when we might run again this week in the waiting period. Still some time on the clock for Heat 16 of the round of 64. Adur up and out. Has a couple of 5s in that second spot. Shion Crawford, couple of 7s is out in front. The CT surfer in the matchup, Jake Marshall, has second priority, and he's fallen on a couple barrel opportunities. But gosh, 7 minutes is a long time for these kind of athletes where it's still really close in a lot of ways. Igor Marias, even though they're chasing excellent, there's still time to get 2 new scores, especially if you're good with big single maneuver options. Breaking down some airs with Luke Swanson a bit in this heat, and maybe Shion's got another one for us here.
Come on, do it.
And just a lazy little kick out.
That was a scary section. That was a gnarly section.
Like, I don't think I want to go down.
Yeah, that was a good call. I like that. I got to say, I really liked Liam O'Brien's interview. You can tell he's so just grateful and also just like very humble. And yeah, I really appreciate that. He's a good guy, and I always appreciate getting to hear him talk because he doesn't, like you said, he doesn't do a lot of it, but when he does, he's an awesome guy.
He mentioned lineups, even in waves, you know, changing shape with the wind conditions that we have. Luke, how did you discover yours at Pipe and Backdoor?
Well, I actually don't know if I learned mine from someone. I feel like maybe it's been so long I've had it, and maybe someone told me about it or not, but there's 2 really distinct pine trees that you can see once you're out there. And you got, yeah, it's a little bit to the left of what you see on the screen right here, but there's these 2 big pine trees, and then you got this big valley in the mountain. And I always just tell people, you got to find your own spot at Pipe. Everyone on a crowded day likes to be in their own spot. And I've kind of found my little spot. It's usually deeper. You can see these 2 pine trees right there, and then you got the valley right behind. And it almost works like a goalpost, and then you got this big V in the mountain, and you can kind of play with those. They're really obvious when you're out there. And then the other cool thing is they work for distance in and out too. So if you paddle in, the pine tree starts to pop above the mountain, and if you paddle out, it starts to drop below. And so you got a really good, easy target to look at anytime you're in the lineup. Of course, you want to figure out based off of whether you like to go right more or left more, or if you want to, if it's crowded, I like to sit really deep and inside so that I can kind of get the waves that nobody else can get to. But yeah, I mean, those 2 pine trees and that crack in the mountain are really obvious to me. I don't know if I learned that myself or if it's everyone's lineup, but yeah.
Yeah, good question. Same trees you've used your whole life, Ross?
It's such a crowd-dependent lineup for me. You know, like he was saying, I like to avoid the crowd, so I would either sit really wide. In my heyday, you know, like if I was really looking for a big backdoor barrel, I'd sit really wide on the pipe side of the channel. So lineup's not as key. If there was no one out, you know, if you're in a heat, then lineups get a little more, you know, fine-tuned. We're like, okay, I want the optimal takeoff spot. But it's so crowd-dependent because you're surfing with 80 guys. You kind of, you know, just go where the waves get open for you.
Gosh, hopefully no one ever cuts those trees down, right? I mean, that would be devastating.
Well, you know what's funny is Ross was the one that taught me about my lineups at Waimea, which were these 2 coconut trees, and then recently we've had this this beetle come and kill all of our coconut trees, and so I just was out there the other day and they were gone. I was like, "Where's my lineup? What do I do?"
Weird. And did you have a moment feeling lost?
Oh yeah, for sure. I didn't know.
Haleiwa too.
No way.
Yeah, because there's perfect palm trees that you could really line up with the surf center, and they're gone.
Yeah.
Because of the rhinoceros beetle?
Yeah, rhinoceros stupid beetle.
That's so sad.
Who would have thought?
Shion Crawford with a little pep in his step and a classy little wrap snap in the pocket.
He's looking for an air.
He's hustling now, ramping up a full road. That was an incredible rotation.
Yeah. Yep, that's how you do it. That first turn was so sick too. I really liked how sideways he got, and then yeah, of course after that he just wanted to do an air.
Yeah, and it's cool how he can extend that whip, the speed he got in that whipping rotation, and I love the first turn. Shion didn't need a score, but it's just helping his rhythm in these what would appear to be challenging conditions. He's making it look really fun, Ross.
I like that he's paddling back out. He's so frothy. I mean, he's been on a free roll the last 20 minutes because, you know, he had those 2 big scores. That was a really nice snap on its own. And then as Luke well spotted, you know, he's looking for a ramp, but got the full row.
Yeah.
That's clean all the way around. I mean, that's very clean.
Yep. That was textbook right there. I really liked this first turn a lot. It was a hard section to not pearl on. And then once he didn't get that second section right there, I know his brain just went, okay, let me make this something special. And wow, he got that last little rotation, makes it way easier. And then, yeah.
Xi'an's funny too, Joe, because he, we were talking about style today a lot, and Xi'an kind of has a funny style. Like his spine is really erect, and he has like rougher edges. His elbows are kind of out, his knees are kind of out, but he's still such a good surfer. He gets it done. The function of it, it's like a little quirky, but he's got really crazy power and speed.
So cool. We just saw his dad for a moment there, Eddie Crawford, running the surf shop over at Surf and Sea for many years. Always has time to talk shop with everybody, and he is super proud of his boy at the moment, turning in another 7. Now he's got pocket 7.83s.
Wow.
And he's got him in a different way every time.
You know what? This looks a lot like the QS that we had out here just about a month ago, and Xi'an was doing the same thing, boosting airs on little right. So that ended up being some good warm up for this event, I guess.
Yeah. 7.83. That's with the international panel.
I agree with the Aussie. 8.2. I would have been mad at an 8.5. That was pretty. I mean, for right now, this afternoon, nice hack and an air reverse.
Yeah. Yeah.
Good surfing.
Good adapting.
Great judging. That was solid. 15.66. Adore in second. Jake Marshall has a minute to try to extend this time at Pipe and Backdoor. For sure, Jake wanted to treat this as a warm-up. He's from Encinitas, but his family's had a house at Rocky Point for a very long time.
Let's see if Igor can do something here. Oh.
Igor a little bit behind that one.
Yeah, these days are so frustrating. I mean, it can be really, really fun and easy, like we saw for Xi'an and even Liam, just rolling the dice a lot. But if you get, stuck in the mindset of looking for a good looking barrel, or you have a certain idea of a type of wave you want, you can end up just sitting, and that's what we see happen a little bit in the seat.
So unfortunately for Igor, he's still not finding a wave with 15 seconds. You can see how he paddled. He's trying to save priority while still taking a look. He didn't get away with that one. They did take first priority from him, handed it to Jake, but we're already into the final few seconds. So it might not matter anyway. We close this one out, losing a CT name of Jake Marshall and also Igor Marias from Mauritius. And we'll get Adore and Xi'an into the round of 32. Xi'an with a real classy effort in these onshore conditions, giving us a variety of airs, explosive with some big hacks, and always big smiles, big shakas from Mr. Crawford. Luke, that was a pleasure.
Thanks for having me.
Thanks for
hanging.
hanging.
So much fun.
Yeah, Luke.
You know what? You're going to get an email from our producer, Milby Shannon, and you're just going to be booked.
Yeah.
So it's right?
I would tune in.
Yeah, for sure.
Skills.
Thank you, guys. I really appreciate it.
Awesome. More fun times to come for you guys watching at home. This is 8:05 post show to break down all the action with Kaipo, Mitch, and Ross. We'll see you then.
8:05 post show. Thank you for sticking around. We had a great day today at the Lexus Pipe Challenger presented by Billabong. Got through the round of 64. We had some exciting performances. Conditions changed, but surfers adapted. And they adapted in a big way as we fly by the shores of Ehukai. Kaipo Guerrero, Ross Williams, Mitchell Salazar. Mitch, I like it that we got through the whole round.
I do too. I think it was the right call today, and especially, you know, heat 10, 11 started to get a bit windy right there with the Kona winds, and it was tricky, but guess what? We got more than 15 points in the last heat by Shion Crawford, so he went out there and proved a point that you can still get excellent scores.
Yeah, I was going to say that, Ross. I mean, the conditions and certain surfers really stepped up.
Yeah, you had to be glass half full guy. You know, it's tough to convert from barrels to airs, and backdoor is shallow, and you know there's a little bit of navigating with some of those sketchy ramps. But Shion had the magic.
Shishi boy, 3 7s in his heat, just took control of the lineup, just like a North Shore local would right here.
Yeah, Shion, you know, he's so frothy. He's really, it's contagious. You can feel his energy. You know he's going to go out there and give it 100%. And I'm glad that he found a couple ramps because Shion secretly is a really good aerialist.
He sure is. And you know what? It all pays off, Mitchell. Cranking Fortnite, grinding karage chicken. That's how you fuel a super surfer like Shion Crawford.
You can't forget about the beef jerky either, bro. He went out there and made sure that he was prepared with the protein and, you know, throwing away a 717 right here too, but he improved with this one, got the rotation at the end, and we're basically talking dry reef right there at the end of backdoor and Ain. So great work by Shishi Boy starting off his campaign right here at the Lexus Pipe Challenger.
Yeah, I like what I see. Big future. And in the conversation, you know, he's already made a quarters, Shion has, on the Challenger Series this year. So in this conversation, that good result at Pipe.
Yeah.
Get it done in Steeltown over at Newcastle, Shion Crawford.
Danger man. So shout out to Kaio, Shion's mom, because she makes this food you guys are talking about. The karage chicken was like a Japanese fried chicken, right? Let's talk about it for a second.
Yeah.
And the crispy beef jerky.
Bro.
Kaio, you're a beauty.
Hey, I want this to go viral. Some of the best beef jerky in the entire world. Thinly sliced, air-dried, spiced to perfection. Kyle Crawford, look it up. Beef jerky.
Oishi.
Oishi is very delicious. Ono in Hawaiian. Let's hear from Shion Crawford with that lead-in.
Thanks, Kaipo. I was actually feeling Shion in as I was listening. I was like, oh, your mum's getting a shout out now. Give us a breakdown of your mum's food.
Thanks, Crip. I like it. Yeah. Pretty stoked. Yeah, she's a good cook. Karage chicken, mental.
You came up to me and said, yeah, I'm just cruising. And I was like, cruising, doing massive punts out in the surf. Obviously, game plan changed if you're the first heat of the morning to now. But you just made it look so fun. Everyone's been frothing on these air winds for the rights.
Yeah, I loved it when the wind's into the right, so I could just like launch a couple airs. And yeah, I found a little tube too, so that was fun. So yeah.
And tell me, obviously it would have been pretty hard to watch yesterday, just pumping waves coming through, especially through the afternoon, but all of your friends just absolutely killing it yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, I watched a whole like contest on the beach where I was like, yeah, everyone was getting sick once. And I was like, and then I looked today and I'm like, wow, looks, it was kind of, yeah, weird. It was weird out there, but I got a couple, so. But yeah, hopefully the next, heat will be firing. I don't know, we'll see.
And also in my ear, they were chatting, you know, a big result here means you're going to get a big result in Newcastle, which means you're actually potential for qualification. I was speaking to Lobby about this. I'm curious with you too, Shion. Is this something you think about? Is it in the back of your head, or you just kind of want to showcase what you can do at Pipe?
I just want to just surf right now and just make a couple heats, honestly. Like, I really want to make tour too, but like right now I'm just going to try to get in this contest and then rage if I win, and then go to Newcastle and then do my best there. And if it happens, it happens, you know, like eventually I'll be there. So, yeah.
Love it. Thank you, Shion. Enjoy the 8:05 post show.
All right. That's right. Yeah. Hey, the heat's just keep on getting better. Here's around the 32. Seth Moniz, George Patar, Lobby, Liam O'Brien, Ross, and Shion Crawford.
Some good competitive minds right there. It just gets tougher. You know, the deeper you go in a contest, everyone's real sharp and they know how to put a heat together. So it'll be a nice test for Shion. And that's the real learning curve for these younger surfers, is to put the mental part with the talent.
Yeah, and this is a clutch event, you know, stop number 6 on the Challenger Series, Mitchell. So some of the, you know, our top seeds, you know, had to perform here. Some came a little bit short.
Yeah, they did.
You know, in heat number 2 of this round, we had, you know, a top performer in the way of Mateus Hurdy, not getting through that heat with Morgan Siblick, Jackson Bunch, and Finn McGill.
Finn McGill lost out too, who was actually one of my favorites to go all the way into this event, especially with the way the format works, 4 people out there. I felt like Morgan Siblick kind of set the standard for the morning, honestly. Had a couple of 7s, he went out there, did his thing, but this was actually the best wave of the heat, Kaipo, in the 8s for JB. Actually, excuse me, this is a backup to 2. So this was early on, and then under pressure, he was able to get the 8.5 afterwards. Very impressed with him right in the back door on the backside of Kipes. Well done by JB.
Yeah, making Snake proud. And then it was the Nova Castro, and Morgan Siblick found this one a drainer, Ross.
Yeah, sometimes, you know, we were talking about Finn, when you know the reef so well, sometimes it can go against you, you know, because you're having expectations. And Morgan was the opposite. He went out there and just started catching waves. And he got into a rhythm. We use that word all the time, but sometimes, you know, when you have first priority and an A-frame comes your way, that's the rhythm that we're talking about, and he felt it in that heat.
Well, those 2 through to the round of 32. That was exciting. You can see how nice the conditions were early in the morning with offshore wind. There's the numbers for you. Really consistent, a lot of consistency by Morgan Siblick.
Yeah, and a big loss right there for Mateus as well. He's in the top 10. He's already made the final at the U.S. Open, so now he's going to have to head into Newcastle needing an event result over there and potentially a win too, Kaipo. I mean, we still have a lot of top seeds that made it through today, and with the difference in rounds and points, the formatting here at Pipeline is completely different to any other season we've seen on the Challenger.
Yeah, we start off with that locals round, right? And we start off with 20 locals. Now we're down to just 3 out of that locals round that we started out with still in as we look to the round of 32, Ross.
A lot of talk about Benji Brand, and rightly so, especially if we have another big day at Pipe. You know, he could take this whole event out, and I think we would all be really happy, wouldn't we? Because he's really humble, and he's mellow, and he's quiet, and he's so good out here. So he's kind of the guy to watch out of that top 10 that made it.
Yeah. On the CT side, we got to watch Baron Mamiya. Baron Mamiya, 2-time pipe champion, right? He came up in heat number 4 this morning, and Baron Mamiya put on a show, but who stole the show was actually Lucas Silveira. Here's Baron.
Yeah, the 8-point ride right here for Backdoor Baron, as we call him. I mean, 2-time pipe champ, as you've been calling it. But, I mean, I was very impressed with Lucas the other day during the free surf. He was one of the standouts. Of course, you know that somebody like Baron is going to go out there and at least get one good wave, and he did. And props to him for navigating the lineup. As Ross has said, you get into a rhythm out there and you just find your consistency. This, to me, was extremely impressive, Ross, that drop.
Yeah, he wasn't exactly in the right place, but he made a great score out of it by dragging and sliding those fins and handling it. That was really kind of a wild ride, but he got a good score out of it. I think it was a high 7, and then backed it up. But this was actually a huge score. The judges really liked how deep he was in that small barrel.
Yeah, 8.5, and the Brazilian camp exploded in the Red Bull athlete zone. Silveira, Mamiya, on to the round of 32.
Props to Lucas Cassidy, too. He put on a good show out there, a couple of 7s. He was scared yesterday. I mean, he was actually doubting whether or not he was going to paddle out. Bronson Mady out there had a couple of 4s, but I just think that Lucas Cassidy, with his age, he's still a teenager. There's a lot more to go for him, but both Backdoor and Lucas moving through right there into the round of 32.
Yeah, look forward to that stuff right there. You know, and what I'm looking forward to also, you guys, is picking apart what we have on the forecast. I'm going to pick your brain, Ross. What do we have going on with our Surfline forecast? One thing we know, we got big waves coming again.
Yeah, there's lots of big waves. Yeah, a lot of Kona winds too, though. We have all these storms, which is great because it's producing energy. It's creating a lot of big swells, like you said, Kaipo, but it's also dumping on top of us. And these weak fronts, they cut off the trade winds. And so now we're subjected to kind of waking up and seeing how bad these southwest winds will be. There is a couple days in the middle of the rest of the waiting period we have where it goes slack.
Yeah.
And we're going to have to lean hard on those days.
We're going to be, and for us on the broadcast and for the surfers, we are going to have to be able to activate immediately,
Yeah.
I feel.
Yeah, no, 100%. I feel like tomorrow could even potentially be a run day too. Like surfers need to be prepared to go first thing in the morning. Thursday, obviously, right now with the next 4 days looks like a very obvious day. But I mean, it's the Pacific Ocean we're talking about. This changes every single day, multiple times a day, Kipes.
Yeah, especially with the cutoff lows that Ross was talking about, and how it's super hard to predict wind, you guys. And so we're just hoping for those slack winds and get through it. We've had some highlight moments. We've had 3 great days of competition.
Yeah.
Let's look at the highlights for today at our top 5 moments of the day. Starting off with the French movement. That's right. Charlie Quevant, Jorgen Kuzne, Team France came up and blew it up, both advancing into the round of 32.
Yeah, très bien. I know a little bit of French, très bien. I know it is Hawaiian language month though, but yeah, they did put it together, and you see Hasagor has some really hollow waves. They can get some reps over there, some really good tube running, and it showed.
I love the way Jorgen was able to compete out there. He seemed commanding in the lineup, knew his positioning very well. And of course, I think the use of priority, the element of priority today when the cleaner conditions were available were huge. Capo, I love that takeoff under the lip from Jorgen. So he was one of the 2 in that same heat right there. But then Kali Voss was also able to get things done earlier in the day.
And Sami Pupo in that heat eliminated in his first showing in the round of 64. So Pupo gonna have to make it up over at stop number 7 in Newcastle. Number 4, number 2 in the world, Griffin Colapinto. This is the stuff we expect from Griff.
These are good waves for Griffin because he has the type of surfing where he's a great barrel rider, but he'll also look for a real juicy ramp. So he's not afraid to sort of change with the conditions, but he still found some cover time. And that was a theme today. We kept talking about the onshore wind and maybe some turns or airs, but at the end of the day, tubes were the winner.
Yeah. And Griffin Colapinto confident, having fun with the whole thing, feeling it out. Number 3, Kauli Voss, the high heat of the day for the gold medalist. Beautiful at backdoor, Mitch.
Yeah, 16.03, 8.2, and a 7.83, and both of his waves were at the back door, as you said, and really under pressure right here with this wave. If he wasn't going to complete it, he was going to miss out on advancing, and it's a necessary performance from him. Already has the win over there in Edeseda, the final in Newcastle, and at least a round of 32 guaranteed right here at Pipe.
Made Jeremy Flores really happy.
Watch out for Coach.
And Joan Duru as well. So great day for France. Tia Zabrowski was on the beach supporting Kauli Voss, and he moves on. Number 2, Taro Watanabe came back in this heat, pure excellence.
Yeah, this was really fun. We were doing this heat with John Paizel in the booth, and you know, he dug a little bit of a rail, and I just, nothing made me happier than to give Paizel shit about that. But, that was a wild ride right here. Watch him get clipped right in his tailbone, and he's just this is Ian Gentile, refuses to fall. Beautiful tube ride, very exciting.
9.47 for Gentile, turns the heat right at the end. He's on to the round of 32, along with Taro Watanabe. That was a great showing. Number 1 moment, Mikey McDonough came through, rode a big 6.6 from his quiver, and got a 9.5.
Yeah, the big kid out of the Gold Coast. Props to him, man. I mean, he charged when he needed to, and this was right when the wind was switching to. That was a huge wave at that moment as well with the onshore wind, and Mikey in need of a result. Advances, takes away the win, and the best score of the event so far, guys.
Yeah, advanced on into the round of 32 with Nolan Raposa. Great day. Hey, we got it done. We got through a whole round. I thought there was some outstanding things in that round. Changing conditions. Final thoughts, Ross.
Yeah, I liked it. It was fun. It's a neat day because it went from perfect backdoor, like just 10 out of 10, to all of a sudden really challenging, like beach break conditions. So we got a little bit of everything today.
Yeah, and I just want to say thank you to everybody that showed up and really performed, you know, in all different kinds of conditions, whether it's big yesterday, perfect this morning, as Ross said, and people went out there and were optimistic in the afternoon, got the job done, and it's never always going to be 100%, but you do have to give your 100% every single time you paddle out, Kipes.
That's right. Thank you, guys, and enjoy the end-of-day highlights. Tune in to WorldSurfLeague.com for all the updates. 7:15 local time with the call for a possible 8 a.m. start. Aloha, it means goodbye. Bye.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.